me and getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight, shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in it, distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like we know. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Mama thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, yeah. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, yeah. juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, so put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the yeah.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the facts, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none, stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now, I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always thought the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas, next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb, tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder
2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything.
Welcome back to the SCA Closed Qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for the finals day of ESL One Raleigh SCA Closed Qualifiers, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another day, the final day. We're going to decide who does qualify. Excuse me, I was trying to get through this intro so quick so I could sneeze, but I keep going on forever. Jonathan, how the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey, and this should be an entertaining one. Boom up against the Kukuis once again. The Kukuis managing to take a 2-1 win over the Mongols in a little bit of a longer, drawn-out fight in that lower bracket fight yesterday into the lower bracket finals. Mind you, Boom Esports is the team that did knock Kukuis into the lower bracket in the first place in 2-0 fashion. So I'm keen on seeing if the side of Boom can kind of recover after a 2-0 loss last night and rally into the grand finals, perhaps, and prove a point up against the Kukuis. Of course, you know, the Kukuis are content kings. They're a bunch of them are streamers. I did ask Armel again his thoughts on going up against Boom once more. And he just told me he wants some tocino, Mike. He's hungry for tocino today. So he is, yeah, he's got something to prove. And again, considering what we've seen from the Kukuis from yesterday's matches that we saw, it has been looking pretty damn good for the Kukuis. So I'm keen on seeing again if Boom have mentally recovered, physically recovered from the slog that happened last night up against Talon, or if Kukuis can surprise us and go all the way to the grand finals, which we have seen from the stack before. I did try to ask Boom for thoughts as well, but no responses. They're all serious mode. Mushi called them up to the room. They spent all night upstairs in the second floor figuring stuff out. I saw Gary Onko ask for someone if anyone knows a CPU cooler. Apparently he's getting so hot his PC can't run Chrome anymore. I'm sure it's not just the terminals, it's also the owner's heat rising up, perhaps. Yeah. So a lot of things on the line. And again, this is a lower bracket fight. There's no forgiveness here. If Boom can repeat that 2-0 performance up against Kukuis, maybe they have enough info to again knock down Talon in that grand final.
Well, allow me to start by saying, Jonathan, obviously, one would argue that Boom Esports are the favorites going into this matchup. I can't say that very confidently today, though, Jonathan, because Kukuis have been doing well. Call me a prophet, John. I've been saying it since round one that this team could do the whole crazy kind of run all the way to the grand final. Here we are in the lower bracket final, Jonathan. They're one series away from being able to proceed through to grand finals up against Talon. Can I just add as well, by the way, John, no matter who wins this series, I don't know how they're going to go up against Talon because they looked unbelievable yesterday. Completely outcasting Boom. We are going to bring up a draft in just a second so we can have a look at exactly what they're planning. But like I said, Jonathan, no matter who wins in this lower bracket final, they've got a pretty big kind of challenge up against them for grand finals later on, up against Talon Esports, because I don't know, they looked pretty uncontestable to me.
That they did. And again, it's quite mentally fatiguing, especially for a team like, in this case, Boom, to go up against Talon. And again, before that series last night, they were pretty much 5-0 in terms of games played against Talon. After last night, it was 7-0. 7 wins in a row for Talon up against Boom. So in that sense, even though I do think Boom is probably the better team over Kukuis, I agree with you on that, Mikey. But if it comes to trying to surprise Talon, I think Kukuis might have a better shot. Because again, they're bringing something different. The stack kind of just formed for Open Qualifier number 2. Armel was surprised they made it through there. They have this deep wild run in the lower bracket. So I think if you're looking for a tighter finals, it might be down to Kukuis. I have a little bit more confidence in the wild card they have, but they have to get through the stability that we have seen from Boom. Despite them, again, dropping to Talon, nobody else has brought really a huge challenge to Boom outside of maybe Aurora. So we'll have to see if they can ride through it. Again, we do have our draft on hand. We see the Nyx Assassin along with the Monkey King and TA being banned out by the Kukuis. Boom Esports, for their part, taking care of some big mids that Armel has used to win in the past. They Puck taken care of, Lena taken care of, leaving the DK Alchemist, the Morphling on hand, the Dawnbreaker as well, along with the Shadow Demon, stuff like the Bat Rider as well that Boom has been leaning into. So there's a lot of things still left in the open for that first pick on Boom Esports part. I will say, I'm hoping we don't see something like the Gyrocopter first pick into a flex. I just feel like it's such a waste if you do decide to flex a Gyrocopter, giving it to a player like Tims. It just doesn't feel like Tims can do what he wants to do in the game with a hero like a Gyrocopter flex. Like, you do want to kind of try to establish that as your win condition, but here we go again. Gyrocopter to open, Morphlings open for Kukuis. That could be their straightforward option if they wanted it. If they really wanted to force Gyrocopter into support, that tends to be the way. But I'm not the biggest fan, Mikey. Unless they actually just force Jackie to play this on 1. If they end up shifting this to Tims, I'm not going to be a happy camper with this one for Boom.
Nor am I, John. Nor am I. Boom Esports, they go back for the Gyro. We'll see what Kukuis want to do. Like, the Morphling is there if they do want it. They will not, however, they will take the Dawnbreaker instead. So at the very least, Boom Esports going to have an opportunity to just get the Morphling out of here, and they do so immediately. Yeah, it's scary times, though. We'll see what Kukuis have in mind to try and run as a carry against this Gyrocopter, but judging by the fact that you aren't playing up against the Morphling, chances are now that Jackie can probably just run the Gyro pos one.
And he should. I think it's very stable in the pos 1 role. We've seen a lot of players actually run it. We've seen some varied builds. It still tends to be that Crystallis into Ags, and you kind of run from there, farming up. Your laning presence is still strong. Both of the facets still feel really good as well. Secondary strikes along with the Rocket Barrage is pretty damn good. And they'll go with the Clockwork pickup on Kukui. So not really looking for the Dawnbreaker combo yet, although you could run this Clockwork Dawnbreaker lane, which is actually pretty fantastic. Good area denial to just set up for the Dawnbreaker once you hit level 2, level 3. The kill threat is pretty damn high. And we have seen the value in Clockwork. Like, that's the one thing that we've seen good teams really utilize well. Vision abilities have been pretty damn big in kind of allowing you to set that tempo at the 15-minute to 25-minute mark. Just makes it so hard to look for smoke plays, look for rotation angles. Boom, for their part, will just go back into the Bat Rider. We've seen them kind of dip into so many times. This could be Tims or Jao's hero. It has been Jao's in the past. And we have seen Gyrocopter and Bat Rider as a support duo yesterday. So again, I'm hoping this is just a Jackie Gyro coming in, maybe something else for Tims. And it is actually just the Tims Bat Rider now. So we will get the John Yuel Ogre Magi coming out. And that is a great steroid for the Gyrocopter. The lane is very stable. You have a good body to throw in front to set up for the Gyrocopter to start to get that chase down with the Afterburners, if that is the way you'll go. So I like the answers here from Boom. They don't go for the flex. They go for a very stable sort of idea in making their Gyrocopter their win condition. There's even room for a few other things down the line if they're allowed to pick it up. Stuff like, say, a Mac Invoker Ogre Magi onto a Gyrocopter. We've seen just Bloodlust Alacrity win games for a lot of teams, even all the way back to ESL One Bangkok. So I don't mind that kind of idea for Boom Esports if that's the way they'll go. For Kukui's part, though, you see the Bat Rider, you see the Ogre Magi, you have room for his support. You could gun for something like a Shadow Demon, which, like you love to mention, Mikey, not necessarily the worst thing in the world for the Bat Rider, but it will certainly make the Bat Rider think twice before going for the lasso, as long as that Shadow Demon's around. Could be the way to go about it here for Kukuis, if they so wish. Standard supports like, say, Lion still on hand as well, if you did want to go that route. And a couple of slightly off flavor supports, but, you know, Hoodwink and Enchantress are still there. if you had a way of, or if you wanted to just get the chase down, I think the Ench could be really nice into Bat Rider lane. We'll go the Alchemist pick up first, prioritizing that win condition and the Shadow Demon save on hand. So I do like this Alchemist into the Gyrocopter. There is still that timing you love to mention, oh Mikey. Scotty timing down the line for the Gyro will feel great against the Alch. But I just think this lane combination of Alchemist Clockwork is really strong. Again, Cogs into Acid Spray with Unstable Concoction. The rundown potential is pretty damn high for Kukuis if they decide to go that route. And an Alchemist does have the same, if not higher tempo than the Gyrocopter if you're not too careful here.
And don't get me wrong as well, like the Gyrocopter can build Skadi, right? But it's not exactly preferred. Like every item build for Gyro we do see generally does not opt for Skadi, where if you're up against a Medusa or a TB, for example, at some point during the mid game the Skadi's coming out, no matter what. Whereas Gyrocopter doesn't really enjoy it. So I do like the Alchemist in that sense that you do have a counter, but you don't, because you don't really want to build that item on Gyrocopter. We'll see what they do about it, though. I mean, Jackie might just end up having no choice in the matter. It just tends to leave you lacking damage, is what I find. When it comes to a hero like Gyro, you'd much rather just rush into the Daedalus, where you just start to really delete people if you can. Still though, Kukuis, I'm surprised we're actually able to take the Alchemist. We've been seeing multiple games where it just gets first phase banned, pretty much every time. And I actually can't remember if we've seen a game where Alchemists have lost yet.
Not quite, at least in these Southeast Asian qualifiers, I don't think so. It has been a very strong pocket pick when it does slide out. And it's kind of down to the fact that I guess by the time you're done with first phase bans, you're not thinking about it as a pick, right? If you don't ban it in the first two bans, it tends to just slide through. Even the DK every now and again is also top priority. And when those heroes are left alone and they get picked up, it tends to win. And there's a reason why they're first phase bans. I mean, again, in this specific matchup for Kukuis and Boom, there's a lot of pocket picks that they're a lot more worried about. Again, this emphasis on our melts, mid from Boom's bans. I appreciate the respect, but it's not like Alchemist or DK are very complicated heroes to play. It's not like there's like creative stuff you can do. I mean, they tend to go for the same things as they have for about the past year now. I do appreciate the Quap ban here from the side of Boom, and I like seeing this Earthshaker come out for them to tie into their mid. So we are getting a Max Shaker to kind of deal with things up front. You don't really have all that long-range poke you tend to like to run for Armel. Again, not even a sniper available. The Lina was banned out early. Januel is replying to me now on Steam chat, which is an interesting time to reply to a query.
Yeah.
I did tell him that Armel was hungry for Ticino, and all he did was type in all caps, ha 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 ha. So no comments on anything, but he did find it funny. So fair enough.
Well, you can't deny the Ticino brothers, Jonathan, that's for sure. Even Zhao himself. He has to respect. Kukuis? Final pickup. Still looking for something in the mid lane against this Earthshaker, and they're going to go for the Keeper. I love these Keeper of the Light mids, John. I realize it hasn't been anywhere near as powerful as it used to be. Armel, though, he knows how to play this mid coddle quite well. I think it's something that Broom Esports would not have been anticipating flying out. I like it. I mean, it's risky because if it falls flat, it falls really flat. But once you take off with this hero, once you've got that Spirit Vessel timing, if that's still the way to build it, which I think it is, once you've got that up, it becomes really, really hard to slow this hero down.
And it does. I like the potential of this lane matchup as well. Like a Shaker versus Kotl matchup doesn't sound like the best fun for Mac, right? Like you can just keep clearing out the waves here as Armel. You're probably never going to be in the firing line of Mac. You have superior move speed to run away anyhow, so trying to land an enchant, it's not going to be easy for Mac. You do have the Slugger to play with at the least, if you can walk in and actually get a last hit from the constant spell spam of Armel. And seeing that it is a Kotl on Radiant side, it is a little bit easier to reach into your side camp as well. So I don't expect Armel to actually struggle whatsoever. I think Boom has to be a little bit cheeky here. Again, maybe try to go for the early very early blockage on that medium camp right by the tier 1, because that is how the Kotl tends to really ramp up its farm. Heck, even triangle control, I think, is going to be crucial for the side of Boom Esports, because you are running the Shadow Demon here. Right? There's potential for massive stacks to come in. You have a lot of heroes that can clear it out and really enjoy that flash farm, especially the Kotl with the tight time that you talked about. So we need to see Boom understand these map objectives and block them out early. Like, we kind of saw WS do that yesterday when he was blocking out the Ancient camp, or the large camp on the right side on Dire End, when he wasn't playing something like the Beastmaster. So there's a bunch of stuff you have to think about. That was Tino blocking, actually, on Execration. We have to see Boom kind of do the same. You have to block this camp right beside Armel's farm area, because this Kotl will find farm quite fast if you're not careful, and if you don't kind of set up for it, then that snowball start for the Kotl will just come online.
Something else we have to see, of course, is a quick pause before we can get this game underway. No explanation provided, but no explanation necessary. Very intrigued to see how this game goes. I mean, okay, maybe now we do need an explanation. Cox, what's going on? What's going on? What's the excuse? Oh, Mel. You know what? Mel, every time he's trash talked this SEA qualifier, he's won. He has backed up his words every time.
Oh, yeah. except maybe for that start, right? When they got 2-0'd.
What's Tim saying?
Tim's just saying, it's fine as long as we don't get beaten up by Talon again. You guys will do it for us, right? Armel's like, that's what Tim's. Armel said he'll be in charge of dealing with Bosku. He'll take care of Cuckoo for them.
Yes. Since we started casting, I feel like these qualifiers in SCA always go back to the TNC boys. You know, it's always...
Oh, yeah.
Somehow it always goes back to that one legendary TNC roster, you know? It's always that.
Oh, yeah. It really does go back there. And again, they've got... These guys are just... Oh, they're a bunch of characters, Mikey, you know? They're streamers. They do content. They get into the social media around the field. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but, you know, sometimes the trash talk gets overhand. And, you know, there's some beef with certain legendary players from other regions, you know? And it's all over news. I just see it all over the place. It's like, wow. It's like we've got the TMZ here or something. As they're trying to sneak around like paparazzis on the side of Cuckoos with their own smoke. A little bit of a later smoke. Boom, already hanging around mid. Their own smoke faded away. This could be a very nice flank angle for them to take. Mind you, it's not like Boom Esports level 1 is bad in fighting back. Not to see if they'll completely force us out on the side of Boom, but a nice ward to at least spot. And again, they weren't spotted out by any of the vision here on the smoke.
Here we go. I mean, they might find Tim's. Stun is going to land. We'll see if they've got the follow-up here. Tim's with the flame break, going to make it hard for them to finish him off, but they got the cogs. And that should be enough as they do secure first blood already for Armel. That's very concerning, because you're going to hear me saying that Armel needs to get a very fast earn and then hunt for earn charges immediately. And that's definitely going to help him get a very fast earn.
That it will. And again, because of that movement, because of how conservative Boom was, they didn't really manage to get a block on that medium camp on the right side. So you're going to be very happy here on Armel. Mid matchup is already set to be quite happy anyhow for your Keeper of the Light. You always have the blinding light if Mac does decide to try to run in. Once you get the levels, probably by level 3 or 4. You have the wave clear lined up for you here on Armel as well. And it's not like it's an easy job for Mac to walk up and look for enchant harassment. He can look for the denies consistently at the very least, but even lining up the Slugger with Armel standing so far back is not going to be an easy way of trying to equalize this lane. So I expect great tinks here for Armel, and a little bit of a struggle for Mac in trying to stop this. They did manage to eventually get a block out. Tim's did drop the sentry, so they do at least have that way of stopping it, and they did take care of the D-ward. It's time to see if Armel can kind of clear that out later on. We'll see how much it affects him. Taking a look at the other lanes, though, you've got FBZ and Tim's on that Beastmaster and the Batrider, as Bot is lining up. Just tosses out a nice unstable. Doesn't quite have acid spray, so kill potential isn't that high yet. But I like this aggressive potential here. Like, I was expecting Clockwork, perhaps, the lane in there. Instead, even a Shadow Demon, we've seen disruption combinations just lead to good rundowns. And because you're into Beastmaster and Batrider, this is a pretty damn good lane to just have your magic wand ready. The axe spam later on, the sticky napalm spam later on, does mean that it's actually maybe a little bit trickier for you to look for an early angle here on the side of Boom. At the very least, onto a bot, considering that he has that full wand up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, things are looking pretty good top lane. Of course, Cox and Jewel going to be up against Zhao and Jackie. Should be another interesting lane up at top lane. This is the one where I could certainly see some kills coming out from either side of this top lane. But, of course, for now, they'll just secure those initial level 2 before they really get going. Januar does hit his level 2 as well, so he probably is looking to get aggressive, but the creep wave is not really in a favorable position. They're probably not going to be able to get much out of that level 2 timing quite yet.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Courier lost as well for Jackie. Not going to feel very nice, but Jewel gets a nice timing on that one, just going for the creep pull away. It's one way to just avoid the Ogre level 2 power spike, is just don't let him actually hit you at all. Just pull creep waves constantly until the spike is over. It's always a nice way to do it. Meanwhile, of course, Armel still having a great old time in the mid lane, and I'm still just going to be keeping tabs on this guy, because it's so important to keep track of how the coddle goes with this urn. Because if you get the urn, it's great. But you've got to get those early charges as well. If you can't get the early charges, your game just stops.
Yep. Just kind of disappears. You're doing a great job in terms of CS on Mac at the very least. He is keeping it even. And this is also down to the fact that Armel hasn't really checked his camp. So he's not able to really get much in between the times he's shoving out the wave really hard. Should be able to see that it is warded up now and maybe get a D-ward his way. But nothing really to stop him just yet from that farm. And yeah, he'll see it now. He should be ready to clear. He still has the other camp to play with at the least. And he's doing a great job of just pulling and free farming himself. A bit of a steady start. A little bit of some aggression down bot.
Well, they're trying. Nothing really coming out of it, though. It's pretty hard to actually secure any kills down in this bottom lane, I feel like. You've probably actually got a higher chance of Ponyo and a bot getting a kill than you do FBZ and Tims. Just purely based off the fact that you've got a Shadow Demon who can spam those Shadow Poisons out. But in terms of slowing down a bot and killing the Alchemist, I don't see it really happening for Boom Esports in this laning phase.
No, really not. Again, you already had that full wand earlier. You're going to have a huge amount of pocket regen on hand for a bot. Even if you did fully commit, it's not going to be easiest of times. A very static game like this does tend to favor Kukuis because of just this great flash farm that a bot will have off the Alchemist. Like, yes, he's not really pulling ahead by a massive amount in terms of CS right now, but he really isn't being contested. You could argue the same for Jackie, who is also having a pretty free ride on the Gyrocopter. And his farm will escalate. It's just that early on, the Alchemist does scale very, very quick, especially once that Radiance timing is met. So I do feel like there's some onus on the side of Boom to actually look for that pressure early on. Still, I'm going to take things slow. We've got 5 minutes coming up. No early movements onto 6 just yet. Maybe a little bit more into 5:30. You'll start to see some emphasis on those mid power runes. And a good rune can open up this game for either side. For Armel or Mac to kind of get big play out. Again, the Shaker has been given quite a bit of leeway. Armel's not really able to bully, just kind of control the lane. Bit of a deep sneak around from Zhao and Tims.
Yeah, it does get spotted, though. And Ponyo's actually sticking around here. So Ponyo's going to give his life away just to kind of scout out exactly who's here. Hoping for a neutral deny, but will not get it. So nice little pickup for FBZ. Of course, they are going to miss out on the Abat kill that they really would have liked, but... Well, Bart's actually sticking around as well. He hasn't even backed off. He'll go right back to the small camp that he was trying to farm anyway. And he'll get away with it because nobody's noticed he just snuck back into the bot lane. So, well, there you go. FBZ's going to try and steal the medium camp in the meantime. Meanwhile, Armel did get that urn up just about a minute ago. Still hasn't chosen to make any rotations yet. Bottom lane, though, he might have an opportunity soon because FBZ's being jumped. TP away, FBZ will not get lucky. Cops the battery assault here from Jewel. Armel makes it just in time to get 2 urn charges as well, so that's going to feel really nice for him. And now he might get even more because Zhao's been caught out. And this is what you don't want to do. Against Mid-Keeper of the Light, you really want to avoid allowing him to get out of control by just handing him more and more charges.
Gonna get a little bit wild. We did hear Armel. He's hungry for that Tocino. Finds one of the brothers for himself. And it is starting to ramp up. I do appreciate that little move from Boom, right? They spot out these stacks. It forces a bot to kind of just go in, clear out, forces all of those rotations in, buying some space for Jackie. But you don't even really find the stacks here on FBZ. He does manage to take maybe 2, 3, 4 creeps. Not quite enough to really offset that. You are still having a very happy time here on the side of the Kukuis. 3-1 start. 1k lead standing their way. Not massive by any means, of course, and that tends to just be off the back of your Alchemist. But you are starting to hit those spikes now. The full Spirit Vessel not too far off for Armel. You are getting solo room out for Cox to steadily build into that level 6. And we've seen this from Cox. If there's no reason for him to leave the lane, he will just camp there until he has Solar Guardian. And, you know, just sit, camp, build up, get Blade Mail, get Ags, and that's where the game really starts to get a little bit complicated. I'm keen on seeing how the timings on Boom also pan out, right? Like, Tim's would say the blink timing down the line is going to be key to finding a way into these fights without overcommitting. Like, it's going to be your key access point into just solo pickoffs that can just help escalate, heck, even threatening onto a bot. Again, there's always the factor of Ponyo and his save. Always have to be sure as to whether or not you can safely get those kills, even with the potential blink timing lining up there. Still, Tim's in a little bit of danger.
Sure is. Still going to get the roar off onto the arc, but it won't really matter too much. Just stops the stun from flying in. Tim's still in pretty big danger. Here comes Zhao. Here comes an Echo Slam from Mac, taking down 2 of them. And he might even find a third, though Jewel does get away thanks to the Cogs. Cox in trouble. Cox still surviving, but does eventually go down. So Boom Esports, off the back of a very nice Echo Slam from Mac, do secure a great team fight. And that'll be the bottom tier 1 tower to go down.
That's a little bit of a rough one for Kukuis. Maybe slightly optimistic in trying to use that disruption into the unstable concoction play with a very late response out on Cox for the Solar Guardian. Now, great war from FBZ to just hold back. Getting that self-stun and the Alchemist really ruined the bot's time. Like, if he didn't, if he just got the unstable concoction a little bit later and didn't get self-stun, would have been a different result. Lots of space opening up for the side of Boom Esports now, and all of that happens while Jackie is solo farming. Like, they get the movement down bot. There's no pressure onto this Gyrocopter. No movement from the side of the Kukuis as well to try to pressure into that top lane. And you're playing an Alchemist draft where your Alch is still equally farmed with the enemy Gyro. Not the most pleasant of times right now for the Kukuis. They do hit a massive spike though. Spirit Vessel fully up and running on Armel. They just need to play off the back of this really strong Cotwell at this point. Maxed out Illuminate up and ready as well to look for the burst. I do appreciate the wards here from the side of the Kukuis as well. Just very good line being drawn across down bot into that tier 1 area. So they have a lot of wiggle room to play in that spot and a lot of space for a bot to feel safe. FBZ.
Oh, FBZ not getting out of this one, I don't think, John. He'll go down to Armel. Tim's going to chase down for a lasso attempt, but will not really be able to keep up with the Keeper of the Light. Nice easy pick off one of the Beastmaster here. I mean, I don't really think they can commit for the bottom tier 1 tower yet. It doesn't really seem like a Bart wants to anyway. I mean, Bart's got some farming to do. Like, he doesn't really want towers right now. He's still an even parity when it comes to farm with Jackie, which is not really great news when you're playing Alchemist. So certainly doesn't really have the time to be hitting towers right now.
No. Just needs to relax, needs to make use of these defensive wards, farm down bot, be comfy in that area. Even without the tier 1, he still has a lot of room to just play down there. This is, again, also giving some room out to Cox to build into that Blade Mail timing that he is steadily getting into with all the free space he's been given. Again, not really stopping Jackie's farm. Bottom net worth as well, but eventually this Dawnbreaker does become an issue. A bit of a smoke out from Boom. Mac does have his fresh blink up. And Echo Slam is ready if needed. They don't have the forward vision here on Boom, but they know where they've been farming. They know Armel's been hanging around near that mid set of camps. Issue is just finding that angle. Tier 1 still stands. Smoke is there, and that isn't spotted out by anyone on Boom. Joel does break it, but that also reveals Boom hanging around in this area near the tier 1 anyhow.
Well, Tim's going to get a lasso, but he's kind of trapped in the cogs, and it won't really work out in his favor. Still, Mac's going to blink in for an Echo Slam, but it's not going to pan out. It wasn't enough damage, and now Cox is here. Mac is down. Jackie also around the area, but Disruption's going to hold him down now, and Jackie's going to find himself in danger. No way out of this one. He is down. And Mac, I mean, it was a pretty interesting attempt to try and go for his Tim's also caught now by Jewel. Solar Bind gonna lock him down, and that should be another kill to come out. That was an interesting play from Mac, I gotta tell you, John. Like, jumping into the mid lane like that for a clockwork kill, committing your echo, and I mean, the mid tier 1 tower is still there. You know, if anything, you're up against the mid Coddle who can rotate and happily fight back every time.
I'm more curious about that play out from Tim's, right? Like, he was smoked. Both of their smokes broke. Joel's smoke and Tim's smoke broke by the tier 1. But you had the high ground vision from Tim's. He should have seen the clockwork. He should have known if the clockwork smoked, there's someone behind him, right by the tier 1. They just smoked in that area, and he forces the issue. Clockwork's not an easy target to just lasso away. The cogs causing issues, and it made that forced decision for Mac kick in. He's like, we've already committed lasso. We've got to try to find a way to make this pick off work and just back off. And they are punished severely. A 3k lead coming out for the side of the Kukuis off the back of a little bit of a fumble. And hats off to Kukuis. They sent something wrong. They smoked, but they hugged the tier 1 and it made a force error on the side of Boom. And again, this is all while a bot is still farming freely. Radiance is almost set to go 200 gold away. There's that timing we're looking for on Cox. Blade Mail up, Ags to follow. And once you hit that point, the missed chance on Solar Guardian is going to be painful for Jackie to have to play into. The added healing is just already somewhat ridiculous when you consider the Spirit Form Illuminates on hand. Plus Solar Guardian on top. It's almost like the synergy we were seeing yesterday where you had Egg and Solar Guardian with Sunray. That was too much sustain. This is going to be a lot of sustain as well. And Boom aren't quite ready for that level.
A hook shot mid lane. Tim's getting caught again. Demonic Purge was committed, so there's really no way out here for Tim's as Armel does secure another great kill for himself on the Coddle. Oh, it's classic Armel Coddle. You know, it's just hard when he takes off. It's very hard to slow the man down. And once you've got the Dagon up, it gets so much worse. You know, it's just so much damage with the Solar Bind. You'll see what Boom do to try and kind of get through this storm that is coming, but it's going to be really hard. Bart's gotten to the point right now where he's really starting to take off with the Radiance farm. And you've really just got to weather out the storm for the next 10-15 minutes now if you're Boom Esports. I don't think you're going to find them hunting too much at this stage. I think you are more so playing in a defensive position, hoping that you find a good team fight off the back of a mistake from Kukuis.
Yeah, they can't really force the issue. I mean, maybe once you hit something like, say, this blink timing on Tim's, you start to find a few more angles, right? It becomes easier for him to play the lasso game. You don't have to commit onto a clockwork, which is just very difficult if he manages to get the cogs off. And there is room to still cogs right as the blink lasso is about to come in. There's always a little bit of a window there for the clock to kind of just find a way to complicate things. So it's going to hinge on this timing for Tim's, and he's still about 1.1k away from that full blink up. You do have the Ags up on FBZ. There's a little bit more damage coming out here with him with the Drums of Slom, especially when he does roar. It should make clearing out these stacks quite fast. But the invasion's already begun from the side of Fukuis. Sneaking around, checking up top, setting some forward vision for themselves to keep track as to where Jackie's farming up. And again, they're hitting their spikes. Tier 1's gone. They haven't set up on the forward top jungle, but they have the information done, and they even managed to get the D-wards going. Boom just starting to lose some map control. Have to be so cautious, because I don't think you're also going to be forcing the issue too hard in Kukuis, to be fair. Like, outside of our mount still.
That's a good target. Max been caught. Solar Guardian out. Solar Guardian in, rather. And here we go. They go for a bit more now, trying to find Cox on this Dawnbreaker, but it's not going to be that easy as Tim's gets stunned up and he's down. That is not good news. Januel also caught. Will go down to boot. 3 gone for the side of Boom. Everybody from Kukuis will survive another day. And this game continues to get more and more challenging, more and more impossible for Boom. It's the one saving grace is Jackie's been farming. But he sure isn't out farming at the pace of what Kukuis is right now.
No. I mean, he just can't, right? Like, he's a lone gyrocopter. He's doing what he can in jungle. And they gave away stacks to FBZ rather than to Jackie as well. So they're not able to just try to accelerate that gyrocopter farm in the triangle. I'm just surprised Boom are also committing so hard in trying to bail out their heroes. Like, even though it's Mac caught out, even though it's your Shaker mid, you kind of just cut your losses, right? Like you talked about it a while ago, but you're not in a position to force fights yet on the side of Boom. Because Tims dies, blink timing stalled out again, all of these key timings that you're looking for on Boom to actually have a shot is just getting pushed further and further behind. And every minute you see it out to Kukuis, it's a massive return on investment for Kukuis, because that leaves room for this ag timing on Cox. He's only about one part away. He's just lacking the gold for the point booster at this point. And once he has that, I mean, the Solar Guardian's already ruining you in the middle of the team fights. Having a longer lasting, movable Solar Guardian on top with the mischance and healing is just going to be a little bit too much to deal with. They're also starting to set their sights here on Boom. Good scan out. Joel's just on the hunt. He's got the full Solar Crest, and he's feeling confident to just force FBZ away. Not going to be able to land the connection this time around, but there is room to just clear out one more tier 1 tower. Start the setup, perhaps, and try to set a position into the triangle. Steal some farm as Abat's looking to hunt.
Here we go. There goes Tims. Not really too much to speak about with that one. Top lane, they're on the hunt for Jackie, but they're going to find Januel instead. Armel will happily take his life away too. Just no slowing down with this style of draft. The Kukuis can just keep going as far as they want with this draft, and it's just nothing that Boom can really do yet to fight back. They've got to wait for so much more for Jackie to have online before they can even hope to fight back here. So Kukuis, I mean, it's just getting more and more impossible, and you kind of went over the Ags already for this Dawnbreaker, but it really does make any fight to come impossible if that Solar Guardian does come in. Like, who's Jackie gonna hit with 60% evasion on the enemy team?
Bots alone.
Uh-oh. Here we go. A Bart. This will be a big one, but there's your Solar Guardian coming in, and it is cancelled. Here we go again. They're still going to try, but Abat's healthy now. The rest of the squad is around as Cox now joining in the fight. Mac, Echo Slam committed, but it does nothing. Jackie needing to retreat, but gets caught by disruption here by Ponyo. Forced the BKB up, but the chase is still on here for Jackie. Can he get away? Oh, the hook! Joel from the side. Not allowing it. Jackie's down. It's getting worse. Abat will cut off Zhao. 3 down again here for Boom Esports. Armel getting a double kill out of this. Of all people, they try to kill Abat, but once the Chemical Rage is out, I'm not sure why they kept trying.
It's very optimistic from Boom, but desperate times call for desperate measures. They're just trying to find what they can. The only target presenting itself was Abat. Figured they could have gotten a lucky hit in the pinata, broken that nut open and gotten a lot of gold, but goes backwards their way. You know, this first item BKB for Jackie as well, it's going to cost him, because it's going to drain down to 6-second charge very quick. Oh?
Did Jules see him? No, he didn't. But Mac hasn't seen them either. Oh no, Mac! Mac! Yeah. He gets a blink away. Hookshot's actually on Zhao instead. So at least you get your Earthshaker out of there. It's not as big of a deal as it once was. It's fine. I say that, Abat's still chasing Mac. The Dawnbreaker vision actually giving him entrance back into this as Mac now trying to desperately get away. That is such unfortunate timing. The daytime hits, and then Cox just sees everyone on the map.
Yeah, we were talking about this being a very niche interaction, but hey, it pays off this time on the back end of a fight. Probably the perfect time for anyone to force a fight when you have a Dawnbreaker right before the break of dawn. Good punishment out from the side of Kukuis, leading to a very steady push up top. And for the side of Boom, again, when you think about Jackie having to go into BKB, I understand why. He feels like he needs to join his team. He needs to be able to stand his ground, get some damage out. But because you rushed this BKB early, again, your charge into 6 seconds is going to be faster. You don't have the axe to back it up. You don't have a lot of items to back up this BKB. It's not going to do you many favors in accelerating farm either. It certainly is more like almost a stopgap measure to try to stem the bleeding and just drag your pause 1 in. But there's just not much Jackie can contribute yet. He needs so much more. Even the Ags alone is not going to be enough. I think he needs that full Daedalus, maybe at least a Morbid Mask on top to try to match the sustain you're seeing here. on the side of Kukuis. They at least get access to an amp damage room, but they're forced to just pick it up on Tims. They do have that Batrider Blink ready. So they have a way of trying to look for bigger targets and trying to get their chain stun off. It does feel like you need the Force Staff. Like, even if you blink Lasso, as long as there's that Solar Guardian, it's still a problem.
If he's been caught, he's trying at least to get Jewel, but the Solar Guardian's not going to allow it. It's just so depressing. Between the heals of Armel and Cox, there's just no one you can kill. A double kill for Cox. And he only came in because he needed to. Like, he didn't even want to be there. It's just so hard to burst anyone down while Armel and Cox are around. It really is.
No Solar Guardian for Abad.
Echo committed, but Abad's got the chemical rage. Do they even have enough? They do. Alright, that's a huge kill. You love to see that.
A great read from Boom. They know Solar Guardian's down. It was committed onto FBZ. They have that angle to make that same play onto a bot, and it does pan out without the backup coming in from the side of the Kukui. So these do still have to be a little bit cautious. Again, they do manage to thwack the Pinata open this time around on Boom. Going to be very happy with that nice gold injection for themselves here. And you just have to be... You have to think twice for Cox, right? Like, yes, he saved Joel's life, but at the cost of a bot, certainly not something worthwhile in that usage of the Solar Guardian. So some caution is advised here for the side of Kukui. Still 20-5, 14k lead for Kukui. Is that one pick off not enough to really sway this game back Boom's way? You need a lot more to happen. Maybe need that kill to happen like 3 times more. If you can manage to whack a bot 3 times over when he's alone, then your fate starts to come back in. A little bit of a smoke play from the Kukuis, and they might find... Well, Jackie would be good, but Chow breaks it.
Oh, they got the rocket flare on Jackie. They know he's there. Jewel wants to go for a hook shot, but no, the creep wave. The worst part was he had an initial hook that he pump faked because he wasn't confident. Oh, Armel, though, he'll still get the solar bind anyway. Jackie might be forced to pop his BKB here. He'll try for a TP out. Oh! The blinding light. It kind of messed him up. I actually think if he didn't use blinding light, he would have had a kill there with the illuminate.
Yeah. Might have been it.
Anyway.
Maybe even just a TP cancel would have been nice.
Tims, he'll be okay. For now. Armel's still having a gander. But they're not going to find anyone. It's alright, everyone will survive here from Boom Esports this time around. Still a 15k advantage here. Bart's still farming out of his mind. But, you know, it's still not as bad as it could be for Boom. They're still in this game.
That they are. Again, they've got threats on the high ground. You can never underestimate what a repositioning spell like Lasso can do. You do have that ace up your sleeve. You've got the Force Staff coming out for Tims, which should be able to save them from the Solar Guardian, at least when looking for these solo pickoffs. Unfortunately for them, Roshan, it is being taken out by the side of the Kukuis. Tims is in the area to check, so at least he could try to be cheeky with his blink, but he doesn't have the rest of his team back him up. And they're not in position to try to run through. They can't really hope for a gate play right now either. So just going to be a freebie out for the side of Kukuis. A secondary light or a bot set to go. And for the side of Boom, you really got to think twice again as to how you take these fights. The ideal circumstance for Boom right now is they somehow waste Solar Guardian and play after that.
Tim's narrowly avoiding a stun hit from a bot, but Jules still having a hunt to see if he can find him. Random hook, won't work, that's okay. Doesn't really matter. They can just start looking towards that bottom tier 2 tower now, and that's exactly where Bart's going. I mean, I still think Boom at this stage, they are just arguably hoping for a good high ground defense to really pull their game back their way. Because right now, with the way things have gone, like, you're still 14k behind. You're not going to be feeling too good to try and fight back if you are fighting on the low ground. So maybe it's going to be all about waiting for Kukuis to try for a high ground attempt. Tims is still creep skipping down to that bottom lane, but Armel's coming in to try and hunt him down. Tims, he'll blink away, TP away, and he's going to be alright. Gets the creep wave on top, so he's happy. Abat though, FBZ, he'll get jumped. Abat doing a hell of a lot of damage. FBZ forced to roar and try to run, but the Solar Guardian coming in, going to cancel the TP out. Hook shot in. They'll even find Tims here on the Batrider. Tims trying to get away, but just can't do it. He'll lasso, but it's not going to be enough as Abat, though, dropping low, has lost the Aegis. That's one life. He'll blink out immediately. No chemical rage to speak of for another 30 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower
That should be enough for the high ground attempt, but Abat maybe doesn't think so. He's still sticking around.
Still need to wait out that rage, but even with the response on Tim's and FBZ, they don't quite have the roar and the lasso. There's a little bit of a window, maybe around 20 seconds, where you could try to force that if you wished here on a bot, but I'll take it easy. There's still a last outer tower from the side of Boom that they'd have to take care of. And there is damage starting to come in. You know, you can't underestimate how much Enchant Totem still does, even at this point in the game. And you do have the Ags up on Mac along with Blink. So he does have that added mobility to get in and out of these fights. Jackie as well does have the full Ag Scepter up and running on the Gyrocopter. And does have that casual Morbid Mask going for the Satanic first. So wanting a way to just stand his ground, match the regen capabilities on the side of Kukui's, and hope that he can just out-damage eventually once he gets a Daedalus up. You have some protection now for a bot, though. BKB is up and running for our Alchemist. So that same move is... It's still effective. I mean, you still have Roar and Lasso, but you're going to have to try to think about staggering it on the Alch. As a bot.
He's on a Jackie. Jackie's proven to be a little bit too tanky at the moment, so instead they're going to move on to Zhao, and now back towards Jackie with the Solar Guardian landing. Jackie in big trouble, does go down. He got the BKB off, but it was all too late, as now FBZ trying to fight back here, just going after a support kill. But can he TP away? He certainly cannot. Even Mac looking like he might be in danger. They don't have Hook, though, so Mac is going to be able to get out of there with the Enchant Totem Blink. But 4 down for the price of 1. It's just looking so tough. And with that, I mean, it's back to the mid-tier 2 tower, back to the high ground, down to the bottom lane. And boom. This is probably where they wanted to fight, but there's no buybacks right now, so they're just going to have to watch a tier 3 go.
They will. At the least, you have Slam ready on Mac, so not too much time left until a couple of the respawns are up. Lasso is still half a minute away, and make it a little bit tougher. But there is still that potential on the high ground. I mean, they lose a tier 3, the racks are still standing. Kukuis are showing a lot of respect for that play potential on the side of Boom. And you have to mind yourself just a tad bit in the Kukuis, right? Like, eventually there's a point where the scaling does start to kick in. Your burst damage on Armel starts to fade away just a tad bit. Although it is a little bit hard to try to match him when he does have Octarine anyhow. So his uptime is just 100% every single time he's spamming out the Illuminate. I think for the side of Boom, again, it's like you mentioned, high ground is still their best bet. They still have room to grow. I mean, Jackie, again, with a Satanic plus Daedalus, that's where things start to get spicy. You just can't afford to take too many risks into that point. You just have to kind of wait and see how much space the side of Kukuis are willing to give.
Looking at Mac. Mac going to take the stun here from a bot. A bit of damage already. No Chemical Rage popped yet. Mac could have just Enchant Totem out of there. Lasso, though, committed. They're going to try for the Shadow Demon pickup. Maybe they can start with this, but the Solar Guardian going to fly in, making it impossible to kill Ponyo. Solar Guardian stun won't really land on anything, but they are going to find Tim's with a Bart. Meanwhile, Mac jumping in, still trying for Ponyo, but Ponyo is just not dying, as now Mac needs to run away. They'll move on to Armel instead. They do get the Keeper of the Light. Maybe this is the fight Boom wanted. Maybe they can take this one. Jackie, can he get away from a Bart, though? That's the big problem. Jackie's trying to run. Zhao will help him out, but the stun will land here from Cox. Jackie's still trying to get away, but it's not enough. Jackie down again. They're still fighting, though. It's still not too bad for Boom. Abat about to wear out. In fact, he's ran out of Chemical Rage here. So he'll need to escape. Cox is still trying to fight on his own. But he should be going down. And that's actually a great team fight now for Boom Esports.
They just lose out a little bit. A couple of spells not connecting properly. I think the initial hook shot and Joel latching onto the Shadow Demon instead of anyone up forward kind of breaks up their ideal circumstance for the counter fight. So it's just a little bit wobbly afterwards. Boom makes use of the chaos well. They get the isolation they'd want. A bot's busy being kited around trying to get the chase, while Armel's being focused down in the side. And this BKB is nice on Armel, sure it is, but the physical output, especially if Mac is able to get on top of you, which he can now with that Ags Enchant Totem in the blink, this Keeper of Light still melts the physical output. Like, there is no armor coming in here for Armel. Nothing like a Shiva's, nothing like a casual Lotus, nothing to just help boost his durability to the right-click damage. So he is a sitting duck if there's room for Boom to sneak in, which there was. Again, they kind of got a little bit rattled there on the side of the Kukuis off the lasso. And with the hook shot failing true from Joel, it just caused chaos. A bot has to chase them around or not trapped in cogs for him to just poke and kill. And there was room for Mac to actually play. So you have to watch your backline here on the side of the Kukuis. You have to ensure that Armel just can't get focused down, because that is one big part of the sustain sort of draft you've made for yourself here. Still, for the side of Kukuis, they do hit the Ags timing up on Joel. You do have quite a fair bit more. A lot of vision coming out with a rocket flare, lots of utility coming out with the added benefits on the hook shot, and just a lot more can happen if you do manage to jump in with overclock with the battery assault and the cogs. Like the debuff immunity is going to be big, the attack speed is going to be nice as well. You can just help, it just helps you win harder on the side of Kukuis. For Boom's part, they did swing it back from a 20k advantage down to just around 16, 17. Their racks are still just slowly being shoved in. They've already lost the range. You're still happy and kind of doing this. Abot's looking for a play.
Well, he's jumping in, Jackie. Gonna be targeted. In fact, no, he goes for the Rex instead. He doesn't even want the gyrocopter. He just wants to take the melee barracks out. And he's kind of doing it too. They're not ready for the defense, so they will pop the roar before it does go down. Another hookshot jewels in. They found Zhao at least. The Ogre is down. Tim's also caught here by Cox, so Tim's is down a boot. On FBZ, they'll go. FBZ just deleted. Well, that's one way to do it, John. Just a bunch just jumping in. And it actually works. 3 down without buyback.
Big opening for the side of the Kukuis. Just straight onto another set of racks. There's not much you can really hope for from Mac and Jackie alone. And they'll just get ahead and go with the free objectives. Boom. I mean, they're going to get megged, for sure. They do have time to respawn. Respawns aren't the longest in the world. You can try to play into these megas, and you've got a gyrocopter, you've got a shaker who can deal with it to an extent. Mac doing what he can to make sure the creep waves don't come in. It does still feel like you have enough time here for Kukuis, though. Got the damage on a bot. And 2 respawns still yet to go. At the least you have Lasso ready when Tims comes back in, but they just call it. There's just no way.
Yeah, they're not saying it here. GG is called. Boom Esports will be dropping game 1 here to Kukuis, and oh boy, it's getting a bit spicy now. Could you imagine, Jonathan, a grand final where Kuku himself has to play up against a team named after himself? That's the reality we might be facing very, very soon here, as Kukuis are now 1 game away from securing grand finals against Talon. And Boom Esports, I mean, let me be fair, I think just that they weren't anticipating this style of draft where they were going to run into a mid-coddle. Because Armel did pop off, and it's so easy with mid-coddle, because if you hit the Spirit Vessel timings and you get the charges, you basically become unstoppable. And of course, Abat just played out of his mind on Alchemist. You know, he just farmed out of control. As for Boom, I think they really need to bring out something more spicy. These standard drafts that they've been bringing up, they have not been working whatsoever. I just got to say, it's just too easy to read, I think, for practically any team left. So, John, I'd love to ask you some more questions, but we do have to head to a break. Right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Boom Esports and Kukuis. We'll see you soon.
can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. Put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you doesn't be mine. And just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you doesn't be mine. And just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free. Together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second game of this best of 3 series for the lower bracket final between Boom Esports and Qualifiers, and it is MLP Dota and Jonix5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1 was a bit of a one-sided affair once again. Qualifiers, though, were the ones to be on the winning side of things, and well, Boom Esports still struggling here in the finals, trying to see how they can force us to a Game 3. What are you thinking, John? You didn't have much of a chance to talk about it after Game 1, but what's going wrong here? What do Boom need to change up?
I feel like this Gyrocopter idea on first pick just doesn't cut it, especially when it feels like there are higher priority heroes that have been left in these games. Like Alchemist, DK have been left untouched. You know, Dawnbreaker gets to be picked up by Cuckoos. I'm surprised the Gyrocopter still takes priority over those kinds of heroes. So I think you've got to reconsider what is a strong first pick here for the side of Boom Esports. They've got first pick all over again. So let's see what other ideas they have on hand. They do course correct though. They ban out the Dawnbreaker, which again was a massive issue from Cox. That healing is just ridiculous. Sure, Cox didn't really stop Jackie in lane, but that doesn't really matter. He wasn't slowing down too badly either. He got room to farm up. And as soon as he hit 6, he was going to have activity across the map anyhow. So I like this ban out from Boom. I'm wondering now if they'll do the same thing and just ban Armel heroes. The Puck Lina were banned out at this point early on, leaving that Alchemist in the pool for the side of Qualifiers to consider. There's so much to have to worry about for Boom. Again, they've got first pick overall. They could try to prioritize one of these stronger heroes for themselves, but they always have to think twice about what Qualifiers might want to do, because there's just a lot of strong heroes that Qualifiers have shown they can play to a very high level here.
I wonder if we see the Alchemist ban this game around as well. Like that was a bit of a shock to me that Alchemist made it through that deep into the draft. See if they do want to prioritize banning it out here on the side of Boom, or whether they think about taking it themselves, because they do have first pick on Boom, so they could just prioritize just first picking it if they do wish. It's another game as well, John, where Gyrocopter just has not worked for the team picking it. I feel like, you know, you're at that stage of the qualifiers now where Gyrocopter isn't just a guaranteed strong hero anymore. You know, you kind of find the answers towards a hero that does need a bit too much time to get online.
Yeah.
So we do see the Doom ban as well from Qualifiers. Boom Esports, one more to go. We still have the Alchemist. We still have Morphling. We've still got Lina. They will ban Morphling.
Oh, no.
Oh boy. Here we go again.
Why would you take this over Alina? Why would you take this over a DK? Why would you take this over the Alchemist? Like, they're all there. The Gyrocopter idea, I don't know. Like, I get why Boom does it. I get that. They could always flex it. I feel like if you were going to flex it, just give it to Zhao instead of Tim's. Not to say that Zhao has no impact as player. It's more that it's just a lousy 4. And it ends up feeling like Zhao is playing 4 anyhow. So I guess that's their idea there. But I just don't like this as a support. At least if Zhao Nuel plays it, he really loves to play his lane hard and fast. So Gyrocopter 5 could work. There goes the Alchemist again for Qualifiers. Boom Esports will have to ban Lina and Puck. Like, those are two heroes you cannot allow true as well for Qualifiers to have to consider, especially Lina. If you allow Armel Lina, I think you're just in for a world of hurt. That hero does too much. And you also have to consider stuff like the Bottle still as a pocket pick. Whether or not you want to respect ban that on Boom, we'll have to see. Shadow Demon as well from Ponyo is doing a lot of work. Good saves. A lot of stacks built up. That's the priority ban for them here. But yeah, will you take care of Lina? Will you take care of Puck? These heroes are still a massive nuisance to deal with. And we've seen just so much pop-ups there from Armel. It's the Lina to get taken care of. So Puck's there. Quap is there. You've got the Shaker Earth Spirit as well if you want to go that route here for Armel down the line. You still have your strong supports on hand. Like, say, Lion is still in the pool if you wanted to go that route. You have so many ways you could just dig in here for the side of Boom. And for Qualifiers, for the side of Qualifiers, and for the side of Boom, I don't know. Again, I much prefer seeing this Gyrocopter and Jackie than I do on Tim's or Zhao. But even that didn't have the best result. Here comes the Clockwork once again that we saw from Joel to a very excellent game last time. And it just feels like this hero does way too much. Like, you and I were talking about this when the latest patch came out, but the fact that they made it even easier for you to just ping-pong people the moment you get your cogs up was just baffling. And we're seeing why. Like, this here is It crushes. It doesn't necessarily crush lane, but it's fairly tanky that it can just kind of cop it while pulling and soaking EXP. And then eventually you hit level 6. You've got a good set of vision to kind of play around. You're highly aggressive. You don't need that many items to be online. It's just such a high value support. Again, contrast that with a Gyrocopter pick. It doesn't really feel like you're seeing the same impact. We'll go straight to their supports. Pugna Tusk is the call for Boom, so maybe this is a little bit more dynamic. You've got perhaps a Tusk coming out for Zhao with a Gyrocopter combination. That can be nice in terms of bullying out whatever Cox brings out. This Pugna is great in trying to get a push down as well, so you have some good early tempo on the side of Boom. This could tie into FBZ going back for that Beastmaster if he so wished. I like this. At the least, again, Gyrocopter on 1, even though Jack, you didn't have the best time last time, it's still better than seeing it on Tim's or Zhao, so I'll take it from the side of Boom.
Dire team
Kukui's gonna go for a Night Stalker pickup. I like it. I wonder if you want to run it back and just go mid-coddle again for Armel. Like, it's... In fairness, you don't know what you're up against. I mean, last game around, the Coddle versus Earthshaker matchup obviously was very favorable for Armel. Maybe they just wait for the last pick.
5 seconds remaining.
Could just choose another support here for Kukui's.
I feel like if you do leave at mid, you're not going to end up with all your big options, right? Like, you have the opportunity for the puck right here. You don't have Monkey King. It was banned out, so it could be a very free puck game. Like, you don't have the lockdown in Boom right now. So if you wanted something slippery like that, it's not going to make it through the last set of bans. You kind of have to weigh those options here for the Kukuis, which is leading to that slower sort of pick here. I wouldn't mind if they just pick Puck. I don't think it's as smooth for the Coddle this time around. We'll go with Lich first. So this is something we've been missing for a little bit in these qualifiers, but we have seen it really pop off in the last few in Wallahi and Dream League 25, even a little bit, not too much in Bangkok, for good reason. And I'm already liking what I'm seeing from Kukuis. We were talking about Sustain and Alchemist. Frost Armor and Alch is also pretty nasty once he has his ultimate up. Once he's regening up, like, that damage reduction is going to be big. Boom do go into the Bristle, so a very nice win condition for Dena on the offlane, and this Bristleback into Alchemist matchup is pretty good. Melee matchup, level 1 to 2 is a little bit more even, I'd say, because of the minus armor factor from the Alchemist, but by level 3 to 4, it should be somewhat manageable for the Bristleback. So I like seeing this come in from Boom. It's a change of pace. It's high tempo. You've got 2 nice win conditions lining up your way. And you don't really have natural Bristleback counters, right? Maybe some room for something cheeky on mid. Like, I don't necessarily think you'd want to do it, but Viper's there. Razor's there as well if you wanted to go for it, but it doesn't really feel good to have to run them in mid.
You can run Coddle again against Bristle.
Radiant team ban.
Like, the Spirit Vessel does make life very hard for Bristleback. Oh, we'll see. It's left for now. Boom, they've got one more ban. We'll see if they want to respect ban out the Keeper of the Light. I actually think it's probably the best way to go if it is left. Don't forget as well, you're up against the Pugner on top. So there's a lot of value for that Spirit Vessel this game. Certainly not going to be a very fun time if they do go back for the mid keeper, at least for Boom Esports. They probably already have somewhat of a plan though. Like, I'm sure that Max got an idea of what he would want to play if he did have to go up against that mid Coddle again. And the only issue is Boom Esports are going to have to make their final pick first. So Kukui's will have the advantage in what they're choosing. So you'll know if it's going to be a good mid-coddle game based on what... In fact, it does just get banned. They don't want to play against it. I don't blame them. I think there was just too much value this game again for it. Question is now, what does Armel want to pick? I just think any kind of fast tempo setting hero is going to be good. You know, you've got heroes like Quap, for example, which would probably just fit the bill.
Quap probably stands the best there. It has that high tempo. It can just insta-gib. Something like the Bristleback, the pure damage never goes out of scaling. There is a couple of funky things when you're playing into Netherward, but it's not like you have to worry about that too much in the early game anyhow. And I think that still fits in fine. I'm flabbergasted right now from what Boom has decided to bring out last pick. Tiny mid. This is one of those heroes as well that we haven't seen win yet, Mikey. With the
No.
Jar Copper. So with these two combined, that's a 0% win rate right there, unfortunately,
10
based on the
seconds
stats. Let's see if Boom can kind of drag a win out for these two
remaining.
heroes,
5
but
seconds remaining.
I
could-
don't know about that. Yeah, it's just a
You may
quap
now
like we were
select
talking
your
about.
hero.
I'm not sold. I'm really not sold here, Mikey. You were saying something?
Well, I was saying it's either going to be Quap or Pango. It does indeed end up being Quap. I like this from Cookies. Look, I like Boom Esports Draft better than Game 1. I'll give him that. The Mac Tiny, and I know you and I have been talking about this a lot over the last couple of days and how Tiny just has not performed. If it falls flat, like if your Blink Dagger timing's late or we see an Echo Saber Rush, I'm not going to be very happy. It's in my opinion, when you're playing mid Tiny, you've got to go very quick Blink Dagger. And you just got to get aggressive. Like, there's no two ways about it. You can't wait too long. I don't mind going for Echo Saber on these mid-tinies, but I feel as though if you don't go Blink first, it's just too hard by the time you get the Blink after Echo Saber to actually burst anyone down. That's kind of what we've been seeing. Like, it just... If you go Echo first, it's fine, but chances are, by the time you get Blink Dagger up, the Avalanche Toss combo is not going to be enough anymore to even kill these supports.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue. And you're already going to have to struggle a little bit in bursting down the supports, especially if they manage to get that Frost Shield going. The damage reduction is going to be quite nice. It's a layer of durability that Tiny might not be ready to try to burst down. So, at the least, there is that to worry about. We'll see as we do start to dig into this game. I think we're on the same page here, though. I mean, it's a better draft for Boom, but I like what Kukui's has a lot more. I think it's explosive, it's got good tempo, the Alchemist is not going to take too long to build up, and even if you're worried about Bristleback, Alchemist is also a good carrier of the Silver Edge. Abbat is saying that CML is missing Mac. Of course, our
Very
good old
nice.
Abbat loves to stir things up. And it
Yeah,
is
that's
fair. I
CML.
think it's been a while since the guys have hung out in Cebu, you know? Like, the old Cebu gang was what? CML, Mac, Natsumi was in that gang as well, along with Boomy, you know, the old Polaris boys. They haven't been together in Cebu a while, so I'm sure they miss each other, for sure.
Absolutely. I'm very forward to seeing if we're going to get a game 3 out of these two. You know, I still think this dire draft from Kukui's is pretty damn strong. The thing is, you've got so many things to worry about. Like, all 3 cores, if one of them pops off, it becomes a very scary game. You know, like, it doesn't matter which one. If Armel's having a good game, you're in trouble. If Cox is having a good game, you're in trouble. If Abat's having a good game, you're in trouble. Like, it's just a bit scary like that with these 3, this core lineup of Kukui's is any one of those can just carry the game if they get off to an amazing start.
Yeah. It's down to Boom to try to work stronger lanes out. I'm keen on seeing if they can get that done. I feel like it's a little bit counter-synergistic to go Bristleback Pugna, but again, there is still some play potential there. Tims did go for the level 1 Nether Ward as well, which is not the most common thing in the world. I'm keen on seeing what his ideas are in terms of just holding this. Maybe just stopping the spell spam from Ponyo. That is one way to kind of counteract the Lich, I suppose. Just makes it a little bit painful to try to kind of win out there and try to utilize your innates with that death charge. So it's also not too tough to kill it. So you have that.
Yeah,
Fascinating
I mean, that's
choice.
kind of the issue. I think it was literally against the Lich just to stop the Frostblast spam, but yeah, it is a bit too hard to take down, and obviously you don't want to give any extra gold away to a Bard either, so it's very important you get the denies off on that. Bottom lane, Cox being chased down for a little bit. See, John Newell and Jackie, they can get very aggressive here in this laning stage, and Cox is once again going to be chased down. Once that tag team is activated, Cox, alive for now, will make it out, but the initial levels of this lane, they are not going to be very fun if you are Kukuis.
No, certainly not. I mean, again, we were talking about the benefits of having this Night Rain facet. It does mean it's a little bit more playable for the Night Stalker. Like, this added move speed actually does allow him to live. Without this nighttime with Hunter and Night, he would just be dead. But level 1 to 2 are still the weaker points for that Night Stalker, so We'll have to see how much Cox can kind of find from this lane. You're already just pulling as well, as you tend to on Joel. You have mic issues again. As we have seen, no one can ever fix this mic. Armel saying, whose CS is this going to, Mac? And Mac is like, it should be his. For the deny and that creep or him.
No, they both missed. They literally both missed it.
Courier has been killed.
How embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Still, I mean, this mid lane as well for Armel should be pretty stable. Again, the threat coming out from Mac, it's there. There's some avalanche toss shenanigans. There's, some tree toss as well, but as long as Armel is ready with his blink and he's not too jittery with it, he's going to be fine. He's got good poke. He's got good range to constantly poke out with the Scream of Pain. Maybe a little bit more mana intensive for Armel, but he does still have his Water Rune access anyhow. It could be some shenanigans into the even just 4-minute Water Rune. We've seen some teams really emphasize denying one off, and that can kind of break the balance on this mid. But for now, a happy time for our Quap. And again, we're taking Gander bot. All you can really do right now in Joel is try to pull, try to soak EXP. It is leading to a very free ride for Jackie so far, but not much presence out from Cox, but that is to be expected with a Night Stalker. Again, you're not dying, but you still don't have the best laning presence here for the Night Stalker until maybe level 4. You will just have to cop the slower time. At the least, a bot is also getting quite a fair bit up top. Mind you, FBZ, once he hits level 3 or 4, that's when the threat can start to come in. A bot?
Or bot. I mean, he gets the Healing Lotus, but he's put himself in a pretty awkward position. Use the one charger, still in trouble. FBZ maybe just one more cool spray to get this job done, but no, the grasp is there. Ponyo will save, a bot will get salved up. But yeah, I mean, just a lot of emphasis on trying to get that Healing Lotus, almost costing the life of a bot. And you can't underestimate the Bristleback. Of course, he's got the level 2 cool spray. It's a lot of damage. And so, you can't get too excited here up against FBZ yet, not in this laning stage.
No. I appreciate that little play, though. Again, taking away some of this flash regen on hand for FBZ is pretty nice. Right? It prevents the Bristleback from looking for his own dive, so you had to take that risk yourself. And it does allow you to just sit back and farm. Mind you, you are wasting gold on regen, but your Alchemist isn't really slowing down too badly. There is room for Tims to start to stack, and they are able to come in to try to deny away a Water Rune, at the very least. So Tims should be able to secure one for Mac. Armel will still have his secured by Joel as well, but you're not taking one away from the other. It will lead to a lane where Mac still has something to play with. Your lead here on Armel isn't that big. Again, it's a little bit of a slower start. Not even first blood coming out yet. Just a lot of caution in these lanes again. I do like the forward vision being set up by Boom, so they can maybe spot when Armel is going for the bounty rune at some point. They could start to spot out stacks as well, if they can play off the back of it. And the big thing for Cuckoos is that the bot lane is just ultra slow. Like, this is slower than even the Dawnbreaker. And the one thing with Night Stalker having a slower start, I mean, the hero doesn't flash farm as quick. Does have stronger early spikes. Starting to make some movement down top here.
Ponyo probably looking to die. Stun will land from a bot, but won't matter. FBZ able to secure first blood on this Bristleback. Januel actually still around as well. Going to go for a shards out, and a bot getting trapped up in a very awkward position. Should be going down. And eventually, they will have his life, as Tims will be able to secure that one. Boom Esports off to a great start here, 2-0 their way.
They are. There's just no pressure right now from the side of Cuckoos. We talked about how important it was for the side of Boom to kind of look for that pressure early on, and they are making that big change quite nicely here. It is having a lot of impact, right? Like, you're tying in Armel in this matchup where he is getting a little bit more, but not enough to really look for the swings into the side lanes yet. Maybe off a Power Rune, you could start to hope for that. You are also slowing down a bot just a tad bit. I mean, you get a freebie on Tims. Doesn't really matter. You've done the damage. And just chasing away a bot from farming his camps. Already pressuring onto that tier 1. Getting that kill. Hell, you still have Zhao hanging around the area. There is a ward watching from Cuckoos, though. That same movement shouldn't be too successful here, but you can see that the onus is on Boom. Like, they are in control of this early game at the very least, and they are set up to contest these Power Runes. Mac gets lucky with a regen. Again, no play for Armel yet. And just a little bit of a slower time,
lane.
although Zhao?
Yeah, Zhao's been caught. Zhao will go down. Another kill to go the way of a bard. And this is really not what you want to be doing, is handing more kills over to the Alchemist. But that's exactly what's happening, as Tims Gonna have a quick pause, have a quick conversation with his support, his Januel support. Headset issue apparently is the issue here from Tim's. Always an audio issue. I tell you, John, again, in SEA Dota, the most required job is the audio engineer apparently.
Yeah.
Very, very high priority here for SEA Dota.
Gotta have the batteries ready. At least it isn't a long swap out here.
FBZ chases on. Cogs will not trap him in though.
Getting to
He's
that
having
point
a much
where...
better game here, FBZ.
And you are. You're getting to the point where the Bristleback is starting to take over a little bit. I mean, with a Bracer Null plus a Power Treads, there's enough mana regen to kind of go around. You're rushing into the Ags now for FBZ. You even get a rotation out from Mac to take this objective, and it doesn't take too long with Pugna on hand, even with just the level 2 Nether Blast here from Tim's. We'll find a nice quick tower take. No response out from Kukuis. They're shoving a bot away from his own small stacks, and that's going to be a big injection for FBZ, just stealing this away from the Alchemist. Bot can't allow it to go for free, but most of them do go to FBZ, and he does risk his life for that one on a bot. They've not been able to stack up too much either in the triangle. So recovery farm for the Alchemist isn't really there. And they've been a little bit busy in just trying to work the lanes. At least Ponyo does manage to steal one Wisdom, and will be able to take one more. The double Wisdom is going the way of Kukuis is a good way to compensate.
Bottom lane, Cox being chased down. Does pop the crippling fear, but it's not going to matter. They'll land the snowball. Cox will go down again. And this is the one thing. The Night Stalker lane has gone horrifically bad here for the side of Kukuis. Jackie's been having a fantastic time thanks to the support of Zhao. And I think Cox is going to have a lot of catching up to do this game. It has not been a good laning stage whatsoever.
It certainly hasn't. This timing on Echo Saber or even something like the Phylactery to help with the chase isn't going to be that sharp. Power Rune control again going the way of Boom. With a Haste Rune on hand, Mac should be ready to try to make a play. They're going to have some fantastic angles to look for themselves here. Cox is really not a hard target to go for. Is only a little bit off from the full level 6 though. So that would have been a nice spike to play, at least having the Dark Ascension to try to get out of dodge. Isn't quite there yet. See if they can try to hold back, but I like this aggressive posturing from Boom. We just have all the options open here right now.
Mac's got a haste rune up, so it's going to be pretty easy for him to at least secure one kill. The Ponyo did get the frost shot off in time, and now Mac forced to pop the haste and run. He'll be okay. He did not get trapped in those cogs. Cox still trying for a chase, but Mac with the haste rune thankfully going to be able to run away and not feed a lot of gold that Cox would have loved to take off him. And so with that, failed gank attempt doesn't really mean too much. No real sacrifice here for Boom. In fact, Mac is still sticking around, but just wants the banner rune before he heads out. And thankfully, I should add, by the way, John, Mac is rushing Blink, so we're not seeing some stupid Echo Saber build up first.
Yeah. I mean, it's the way he has to go, right? Like, I get the Echo Saber, but it's got to be Blink. And the issue is if you get Blink and you wait for Echo Saber afterwards anyway, I think that's going to be a little bit of a different story. So we'll have to see Mac keep that aggression into the Blink timing. Armel looking to start to make some plays onto softer targets.
Tim's will be the one to get caught. Mac is trying to move in, but realizes there's nothing he can do against 3 heroes. It's a nice easy pick up here for Armel. I believe that was his first of the game. And, I mean, I think if you're Boom Esports, like, your lanes have gone really well. There's no need to force anything here. Just keep allowing FBZ and Jackie the space to hit their mid-game timing, as Cox bottom lane, again, is just not safe. As soon as those shards land, you're in such big trouble.
There's just not much to do. They at least deny off the Arcane Rune from Ponyo. Is able to TP out as well, so you're not bleeding extra gold, but this Night Stalker, it's a bit concerning to have a slow start on the Night Stalker, right? His recovery process and farm isn't quick. His tempo is very much geared for early to mid-game, and even just this armlet being a little bit stalled out is going to cause some problems here for the side of the Kukuis. It's not like the last game where the Dawnbreaker will always have impact with Solar Guardian. Dark Ascension can be nice. But we saw Aurora with jabs on the Night Stalker. And he had a really strong early start. Start to taper off as the game scaled on. So your late game impact from this hero isn't particularly amazing. And you're not hitting that early game stride yet on Cox. So I have to see if he can start to try to drag his way from bottom network core. Very much behind even Mac, who's been a little bit more sacrificial on the Tiny. You are getting a lot of space out for a bot. Again, this Radiance timing is lining up to be pretty decent here on the Alchemist. And you are almost at the point where Armel feels comfortable with his full Dagon up. Just lacking the full Dagon recipe gold at this point. So some key spikes starting to line up here for the side of the Kukuis. Level 6 on the supports also starting to get available. Already have the hook shot not too far off from that Chain Frost. And this is probably the ace in the hole here for Kukuis, right? Like, it's the fact that your supports could really just 100 to 0 any heroes piled together. This is really great synergy. You pull the cogs into 2 heroes to get the bounce. You're going to be happy. Just need to find the targets now once those levels are up.
Hookshot is there. They're not propping Dark Ascension yet. They're just going for the old-fashioned way, and they've got the damage. It looks like Mac, though, still alive with the life drain, but the Sonic Wave going to get the job done. That's a great pick-off. Like, finding Mac going to be very, very handy for someone like Cox. Not that he got the gold for it, but even just the XP right now is probably going to feel very nice.
And it does. And just a little bit of that assist gold as well. Goes a long way.
I didn't realize this, John. Mac's actually about the same level as Cox. They're both level 8 now. Which I think is pretty concerning considering Cox has just not had a lane.
Yeah. And it's down to the fact that Mac's been leaving his mid lane, right? Like, he's not been camping the lane. Whereas for Cox, he's been dying, sure, but he's been able to solo soak bot for a long time. Joel was rotating onto mid to help with runes. And try to find things across the map and leaving his Night Stalker alone. And Cox hasn't been missing a lot of creep waves. So it's just down to that emphasis on early activity here from Mac. He's only half a level ahead. And the item difference is still meaningful, but and Cox is doing what he can to just find something. Still some big spikes now for Boom. Full Ags up on FBZ. A bit of a smoke out as well on the side of the Kukuis. They still have that Chain Frost ready, and Hook is off cooldown. If they isolate FBZ with a Chain Frost here, it could be a nice pick-off before he can really start to set off with the Ags, but it's only Shola right now over here.
And FBZ's got the Ags up. He, is more than happy to fight as a Bristle, but still wants the Bloodstone BKB before he really gets going. And it seems like they are actually going to wrap around and see if they can stall these this bit of farm away. So FBZ is actually losing all the farm. They are going to move into the Clockwork, taking down Jewel at the very least, but now the Chain Frost going to bounce between them. Still, it's not the greatest bounces. They do manage to split up. Mac almost going down, but not quite yet as Armel needs a way out. Does blink away. Now Jackie joining in the fight. FBZ still alive. Bart channeling a stunt to try and ensure that Ponyo will walk out. Somehow the only person to die was Jewel in that scenario.
It's a best case scenario for the side of Kukuis. I mean, ideally, you got a little bit more. If Joel just didn't die that quickly and got the cogs off, very different story with the Chain Frost. Mind you, you did go for the Growing Cold facet on Ponyo, so you don't have that lingering Chain Frost to try to give yourself some area denial in the middle of these fights. You are reliant on actually getting some good control out from the Clockwork. And for Boom, you're going to be happy enough. Your stacks were still taken by FBZ. You didn't lose any creeps. He has that Voodoo Mask up now, so his sustain starts to go true to roof on the Bristleback. They're hitting their key timings in stride on the side of Boom. They don't really have a meaningful lead, less than 1k, but you're playing into the Alchemist. The fact that you have a minuscule lead over an Alch draft is already rough news here for the side of the Kukuis. And Boom, I'll try to smoke up. Amp damage rune on Mac with the Blink Dagger set to go. Just need a good flank angle to find. Bot tier 1, the siege is not going quickly for Kukuis. There's a lot of time for Boom to respond to this one.
Well, Jewel's actually going to be spotted here by FBZ. FBZ just popping the Ag's Pool Spray, but it's actually barely not enough. Jewel looking for a hook shot away, but just can't find it. Everybody else will be able to get away. But FBZ, very, very potent right now on this Bristleback. They do not really want to have to try and force fights into it. Just seeing how fast he can kill people off with that Ags. Meanwhile, Jao does find Ponyo. They should be able to burst him down rather quick, and they will. Another nice set of great kills here for Boom Esports. They won't really be able to find many objectives off of this, but they are doing pretty good in just denying some areas of the map for farm here against Kukuis, and or even the Triangle farm now being stolen by FBZ.
Yeah, you're really just destroying the pacing that Kukuis wants. No recovery farm for themselves to find. This Alchemist, again, is farming up, but you're 2k behind overall. You've made great sacrifices on Armel and Cox just to get a bot to this point. And the investment isn't set to pay off just yet. And this off-lane Night Stalker pickup also, again, just hasn't shown its impact. Still, Let's see the side of the Kukuis look for that smoke. If they catch a little bit more here.
They really hope to. I mean, they're going to try for Zhao, but he jukes out the stun with the snowball. They want FBZ real bad, and FBZ's worth a lot of gold. And they've got him. 1k going to a bard as now Zhao also caught, does go down, and that's a big deal. That was a big deal. That was 1k worth of gold just from the bristleback kill, and it went directly towards the Alchemist.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see on Boom. Get a little bit overconfident in just playing that area. A great read from the smoke from the Kukuis. They smoke even behind their tier 2, so it's not spotted out by this forward ward from the side of Boom. And it's like what we were talking about a little bit earlier. It feels like the ace in the hole here for the side of Kukuis is just what your supports can do tied in with Armel, with his Dagon. Like that burst damage is still there. They didn't even have to expend the Chain Frost on Ponyo. So that's still set to go on the next team fight if it does break out. And you start to reel in that lead. Again, a minor lead at less than 1k to Kukuis with an Alchemist still doesn't feel great. But you've at least dragged the game back with a little bit of tempo on your own. Although Ponyo...
Danger here for Ponyo. Help is kind of incoming, but it's not going to be fast enough to try and save this Lich. So he's going to be just fine. Boom Esports back to work. Back to trying to dominate the map. They are still the stronger team right now. There's no two ways about that. It's still a matter of dealing with FBZ. That's going to be a huge issue here for Kukuis, unless he does make a mistake like last time. For now, though, Boom Esports still well and truly in control of this game too. Of course, Jackie has been allowed to free farm for quite a while now, so he's having a great old time on this gyrocopter. And it seems like they might start to set up top, but Abart's waiting there. Jackie's going to show himself. This could be very dangerous. Jackie's got no BKB yet. He's going to be forced to fight this one out with Zhao, but there's no help incoming. They're both just trapped between a rock and a hard place, and they're just down. This is what part confuses me. Like, you own most of the map. Why are you farming in the most dangerous position?
Yeah, they're farming pretty far forward, and I mean, they're not really showing this Lich respect, right? Like, Zhao's forced to try to go for the snowball save on two of them with nothing else around them. That is the one annoying thing about Tusk into Lich. If you're trying to bail someone out and Chain Frost is there, guess what? It's an easy time in the ping pong machine. Still, I'm Cox at least.
Cox actually going to get the Dark Ascension off and actually makes it out of there.
Whoa.
Oh, and it's getting worse. Tim's already down. FBZ going to try to fight back. Does take one support out. Should have another. So it's still a matter of we can't deal with FBZ properly.
Yeah, but you lose Jackie. You lose this good position. They were looking for that punish on Cox. Very quick with the Dark Ascension, the armor toggles.
He's got BKB. Like, if he needs to, he can use it. He doesn't need to. There's no way they kill him through that Chemical Rage with two heroes.
No.
He'll be alright.
Yeah, and again, he's starting to scale up. Going into that full Bloodthorn, going for the Orchid first, of course. That does start to make it a little bit simpler to go into FBZ. Although he is gunning for that BKB next. Looks like he might be bypassing the full Bloodthorn. Recognizing that he does need some debuff immunity here to last true. And that is going to help solve some problems that he's had in this game. 10-9, Boom again in a very good position still. They maintain a slight lead up against the Alchemist, which never feels good for the Alchemist draft. Side of Kukuis. And they're about to hit some big spikes of their own. The Shiva's Guard timing on Armel is going to help a ton in softening up these targets and providing some much needed survivability for the co-op, especially into the physical output that you have here with FBZ and the Bristle. With those quilt sprays coming in, with the flak cannons flying around, you are in desperate need of some armor here to just keep things going. You have the Echo Saber up and running as well for Mac, and he's kind of done his job with a blink anyhow. It's time to try to think about scaling, going into the BKB next. And again, for Boom, I don't think there's a lot of pressure. And it does feel like that pressure is on Kukuis to try to reel this game back ASAP. Because as soon as BKBs start to get finished up, things start to get a little bit rough. Like, you are seeing triple BKBs being farmed here on Boom. One already done on FBZ. Mac to follow along with Jackie. Jackie only lacking his recipe now as well. And it's at that point where it doesn't feel like you have enough here.
They are going to find a bot. Chemical Rage just wore off. Abart's still going to look for the fight. Again, still has his BKB available and does eventually pop it, so Zhao's going to go down. Tim's already very low as well. Here comes Cox with Dark Ascension to ensure they've got a bit more. Mac, he blinked into the Crippling Fear. He blinked into the Crippling Fear. He couldn't get the Avalanche toss combination. Here comes FBZ though. Oh, a nice toss in. Abat, he's just stuck in the corner. Sonic Wave going to create a little bit of space here, but Abat's got no time to heal up with the Chemical Rage. He'll go down. Is Mac looking for more? Going to find the Clockwork of Jewel. That'll be a triple kill for FBZ. A great team fight once again for Boom Esports. It's just all about FBZ here. So as soon as the bristle pops up, they just don't have the answers.
Now, I mean, they have some small solutions, right? Like they've got the Spirit Vessel to try to mitigate healing. They have no way of trying to really burst down FBZ, especially every time he pops that Bristleback active on or just turns his back around. And for the side of Kukuis, they had to expend a lot just to kill off the supports that were kind of poking in. Right, like you pop your BKB extra early on a bot. He doesn't have it once he's been trapped in that area. And it just makes things complicated. They also force that with Chemical Rage still on cooldown. Comes off a little bit later. No comfy time for a bot to turn it on. You also didn't wait for this timing on RML. Full Shiva's up now for our Quap, so a little bit more damage. They'll look to try to force it though.
They are going to try. Jackie's been caught. That's the big target you really want to start with if you can. RML does not have Sonic Wave, but it may not matter because Jackie's just down. It's really just that easy. Mac's going to jump in anyway. They do at least find Jewel, but Januel now also going to lose his life as they're going to go for the chase. Now for the rest. Still no Dark Ascension available, but Cox could not care. He's got nighttime anyway. They'll find the Tiny. They'll find Tim's to boot, but who are they aiming down? They'll go back for the Pugner first. Cox in trouble, but Chainfrost's going to bounce through. Mac in trouble now. They'll turn back onto the Tiny. FBZ's been completely ignored this whole team fight. They'll buy back from Zhao now, moving back in on a Cox. Armel's going to have his TP cancelled, but Zhao, has he gone too far? He needs FBZ to join in. Cox still running, still just trying to get away from this Tusk, but should eventually go down surely. He's trying to armlet toggle. It will not work out for him. They do get the Night Stalker, but it's at a very expensive cost. 4 down plus a buyback from Zhao. It's still a great fight here for the side of Kukuis.
It is. Maybe a couple of awkward things for Kukuis, like this, the choices in Chainfrost for Ponyo have been slightly awkward. He's not been able to get the Ice Fire down in time, and when he does, there's already that spacing coming in from Mac. If you manage to get the Chainfrost consistently on FBZ with Aspire, I think that, again, would have been a different story onto the Bristleback. But they did a great job in just isolating FBZ. That's all you need to do. Ignore the Bristleback, save it for last, try to kill everyone off first. Might be a little bit harder to do that with the full Aegis up on FBZ, but that's the way you have to play. It's just, you can't really afford to drain everything you have onto this hero that's just so hard to kill. You have to remove the system around it and try to dismantle the side of Boom in that way. 2k lead still standing for Kukuis, and not impressive with an Alchemist. Still in a good room here for the side of Boom Esports, but and you're hitting some nice spikes. You've got the Bloodthorn ready on a bot, and now he's going for the Silver Edge. Once you do get that Silver Edge here on the Alchemist, that's where things can be a little bit interesting playing into FBZ. He's not going to be as tanky as he'd expect himself to be, even with the Bloodstone, especially as the BKB starts to wear off at 7 seconds now for our Bristle. And there are windows to play here on the side of Kukuis. But again, for Boom, it's a bit of a simpler game so far. They don't have to think too hard about it as long as they're not giving open opportunities out to Kukuis. You are still hitting your big strides, right? Like this Gyrocopter is going to hit this Satanic timing for Jackie relatively soon. Is starting to dish damage after the Satanic into Daedalus. You're really happy at that point with how much you can kind of deal hurt here on the side of Boom Esports. That full Bloodstone for FBZ is up. Then he still has Aegis for a good amount of time. You are getting some tier 2 clear here, but the defense is coming in.
Avalanche toss. Abad actually very low already. Gonna pop the Chemical Rage BKB, trying to fight against Mac, but they've got him down with the Walrus Punch. So they will trade Mac and Januel for that, but they'll find Jewel. Abad unable to get the Chemical Rage off quick enough as Armel now barely TPing away. An even trade somewhat, but Abad going down's never going to feel good, and boom, they'll be pretty happy with that, I think.
That they should be. They hang on to the tier 2. They manage to get the big kill onto the Alchemist. They don't really need to risk too much to prevent some map space to be taken back by the side of the Kukuis. And the Kukuis, for their part, and all they can do is just kind of rinse it off and try to go again. Right? Like, again, it's been a little bit awkward in trying to look for these great Chain Frost angles. You do drag all the heroes down, but so you free up the top lane just a little bit more. You prevent any sort of foray into, say, further tier 2s just yet, into the high ground. You are stalling out as much as possible on this Aegis. So you're wasting time here on Kukuis. The issue is if you're wasting enough time. Because, again, there's still quite a fair bit of time on the Aegis with 2 minutes 40 left. And, again, as this game goes on, your damage starts to really come up on Jackie. Your level spikes, your talent spikes on FBZ start to become very relevant. Like, both of his level 25s are great, especially with seeing red. You could make the argument for the damage, but the spell lifesteal is more than likely the way to go, just to sustain true and dive like a maniac. And your output on Ermel is still pretty damn good, right? He's got the Kai, he's going for Kai's Sanj, going into the Octarine for some uptime. But my real issue lies in how much impact you can really expect from Cox, right? We're 26 minutes in at this point. The Crippling Fear is still strong, don't get me wrong, but you're playing that into BKBs now. How strong is it with some fresher BKBs on, say, Jackie and Mac? Probably not that effective. The FBZs is the one that's whittling down, but even he still has 7 seconds. You're not at the lowest charge yet. So your threat with coming in with Crippling Fear doesn't feel as big outside of picking off the backline, but even finding the backline hasn't been the simplest thing for Kukuis to consistently do. So I'm curious to see how Cox decides to itemize in terms of trying to keep himself relevant in the game. He's queuing up the Nullifier and the Blink Dagger, and that is one way to get into the back. That's one way to try to keep some control going and taking away the save that has been coming out from Tims every now and again with the decrep. You have some ways to counteract, but again, it just feels much more complicated for Kukuis. Unless
FBZ kind of alone right now. His team is making their way over, but FBZ, he'll survive. The Bloodstone will keep him alive. Keep in mind, he did have the Aegis anyway, but I would have thought maybe he would have been a little bit ill-advised to lose it while your team isn't even around.
That it would be. I mean, he does force out at least some spell usage. Chain Frost gone for a minute. So there's a little bit of an opening for you here on the side of Boom. And that is, again, a little bit of the ice in the hole here for the side of the Kukuis. You are seeing how challenging it can be with Growing Cold instead of the lasting freeze for the Chain Frost. Like, it's just fading away. If you manage to get continuous bounces into your Ice Bar, it just feels like FBZ should just be dead. But again, you're not seeing that opportunity. Even waste the Aegis life. One last outer tower here, but the side of Kukuis will actually look to force something out.
I mean, if they can kill FBZ, most of the problem's just gone, but he has 2 lives. So they can't really deal with him right now. Instead, they're wrapping around, but this fight already looks kind of over, as FBZ's actually just dealing with Ponyo on his own. Poor old Ponyo just going to get taken out very quickly here by FBZ. Bart's still hunting around. He's found Jackie on his own, so he's going to make the move in, trying to go after the gyrocopter. Jackie's going to be trapped in the cogs, but he'll get the BKB off and just try to retreat. Meanwhile, they'll move on to the Pugna, but it's complete chaos here in this fight. It's not looking good for the side of Kukuis now as FBZ. He'll start to get to work. Bart, though, he'll be protected here by the Glimmer Cape as the Chain Frost bouncing between the Spire and FBZ, but Bart is just still trying to run away, not giving the opening for FBZ to finish him off. It's 2 down for the price of nothing somehow. For Kukuis, Aegis expiring in 2 seconds. Mac's going to TP out. FBZ's been left behind though. Cox is going to see him, but they're still not confident in their ability to deal with the Bristleback. They'll just take the win and they'll come back another day.
That's very impressive in how the side of Kukuis hold out. It does cost them the buyback in Ponyo. Stalls out the Ags for the Lich. But very worthwhile to just remove the Aegis threat and waste a lot of time, prevent them from going for your last outer tower, giving you some reach into that top jungle, at the very least, some map control to play with. And again, you keep yourselves in the game here. Some key timings set to come out for about once he has that Silver Edge. I think you have ways of handling FBZ at that point. He is still a big threat, but he's not going to be as tanky as he is presenting himself in these fights. This is going to be a very, very big item spike for a bot to find for his team. And again, the game is starting to reach the point where there's a little bit more play on the side of Kukuis. It's still in Boom's advantage, and your net worth advantage is just ruining what Alchemist wants to do. See, the Kukuis out with the smoke, but so will Boom. This is going to be the Silver Edge reveal on a bot, though. This could be massive if you're not ready for it from the side of Boom.
Radiant
Oh, they're coming. BZ spotted again. Jewel. Hook shot out immediately. Does not want a bar of it. Mac now having a hunt around. Smoked up himself in this tiny. We'll have it broken by Jewel, but Jewel... Whoa, no toss back! No toss back. I think he may have lost vision there for a moment. Meanwhile, Jackie was jumped, forced to pop his own BKB, so... A very, very messy start to this engagement from both sides. The best you really get out of this is a BKB was forced from Jackie, but that's about it. Both sides will walk away with everybody alive. Still such a close game between these two sides. Even Dota Plus is currently just 3% ahead for Boom Esports, but you know, really nothing to write home about here. It's still anyone's game. So the next Roshan, of course, going to be ultra important for either team. And I wonder at one point this Bristleback starts to feel a little bit lackluster, because it really hasn't dropped off at all yet.
No. I think the Silver Edge timing is going to be key. We haven't seen it implemented yet. We haven't seen that break hit FBZ just quite yet, but once you do, I think that's where we'll see the extent of what FBZ can do without that durability.
Bart's really playing on the edge. Quick blink away, avoiding the avalanche that was coming. And he was completely alone that time around as well. Still, they'll head down towards the southern side of the map now. Boom Esports, they'll control the northern side. Of course, Roshan, we're going to find that in 10 seconds when it will be choosing to respawn. They will try for a quick Tormentor kill. And it's a long Roshan time.
A little bit more of a wait. Rather unfortunate, I suppose, for the side of Boom, as they are the ones pushing in right now. So they would have loved a little bit of a quicker Rosh, cover themselves up. The side of Kukuis, I mean, I want to kind of give them props. We haven't seen a game where Alchemist just doesn't have a massive network lead for his team, right? Like, you only have a 1k advantage on Kukuis. I think it's only gotten up to 3k, and the game has still felt playable. We've seen a lot of Alchemist games where you're at this kind of net worth gap between both sides, and it just feels atrocious for the Alchemist team. So they're holding out well, even with Boom having so much more farm under other cores outside of this Alchemist factor. They are playing their cards right on the side of Kukuis. They have lost their last outer tower, so the map is shrinking quite fast. And they are playing on the opposite side of the map. They're trying to avoid at the moment on the side of Boom Esports. We still need to see the angles, right? Like, how well can a bot look for this usage on the Silver Edge? And they'll find themselves a tier 2 down bot, which was where they were emphasizing a while ago. The steady siege has come in.
Well, the thing is, a bot's just trading tier 3s, and this is a better trade for Kukuis, because they're the ones behind right now. Avalanche tosses out onto a bot. He's taking a fair bit of damage here, just popping the Silver Edge to run, and he is going to be okay. But that is a successful defense by any stretch for Kukuis, because they do force the Boom Esports side back once again. And tier 3 tower-wise, they're pretty much on parity with the HP. So, nothing really changed. Though Armel getting caught by Mac, tossed back into Jackie. And the snowball is going to connect to the Walrus Punch, and Armel's gone. A big pick-off here, right before Roshan is set to spawn in 50 seconds.
That's a costly one for the side of Kukuis. They do have buyback ready, but you don't really want to have to commit it. And taking these fights outside of the base, very scrambled apart like this, is risky. They know they have to watch Roshan. They've got the rocket flare, at least from Joel, to keep track, and he is hanging by this area. You could try to contest for the team, at least snag it away or deny it off, if need be. But the side of Boom aren't going to be hanging around that long here. We'll go for the gate.
They know Jules there. They saw the rocket flare flying in from the corner. Mac pinged it out immediately, knowing that somebody's hiding around that area, and yeah, there you go. Mac, the hide-and-seek champion. We'll find Jewel. That'll be another death now for Kukuis right before Roshan respawns, and there we are. The big man's here. You do have buybacks on both those heroes, and in fairness, Armel is going to spawn in 13, but Abart's just taking tier 3 towers bottom. That's one way to stop them. Like, he's onto the range racks now. Mac's going to be around, but he's the only one around. That's not going to be enough to stop Abart. Range rack's gone. Roshan's still happening here, so Boom are committed. Tier 2 mid tower now under siege here by Kukuis. And even though they lose Roshan, they still get quite a bit out of it. Like, range racks isn't the biggest deal in the world, but, you know, just the fact that this creep wave is now going to constantly be forced in through the bottom lane, it gives them ways to play this game.
And it does. You're always going to have to course correct here on the side of Boom. You're also forced to give Jackie the Aegis instead of FBZ, which I guess at this point the damage output on the Gyrocopter is consistent now with the Daedalus up, but you don't have that fear factor in the Bristleback just kind of having so much presence. Again, it's going to be a matter of how well the side of Kukuis can kite around. Heck, again, they can kind of kill FBZ. We haven't seen it yet, but Silver Edge break is there. They just need to find a way if the fight does break out to kind of break FBZ. See a smoke out from Boom. The side of Kukuis hugging that bot area though, but a sneaky movement through the gate means there's a rear flank here.
FBZ stun in. A bot stuns himself though. That's a little bit concerning. Boomer trying to sneak in from the back, but
broken.
FBZ! He's still alive. The Bloodstone, it'll keep him up just barely. They couldn't finish the job. Hookshot is in, but it's off the mark. FBZ's still fine. Instead, they're going to move on to Mac, but here comes Boom from the back now, taking down Ponyo. Ponyo is gone, as FBZ is still being chased down here, and so is Mac into the tier 4 towers. Right in front of the fountain they'll go. They've got to be a little bit worried of the toss-back plays, though. They've got to get out of here. No. Abad getting stunned. His BKB wears off, and they are going down. How did FBZ survive that?
Alright, it's the Bloodstone. It's a Bloodstone Bristleback active. It's just a little bit too much. You get the break, but you didn't really get the Spirit Vessel off, and he still had a BKB to try to dispel. So a little bit tricky in mitigating that lifesteal coming in. And again, they had this beautiful rear flank from the side of Boom off that smoke into the gate. And as that fight dragged on, when they couldn't find that burst on FBZ, you had your angle set up for you here on the side of Boom. Great cleanup there. Kukuis as well, getting a little bit desperate to chase so far in while their rear flank was collapsing. And does cost them. They do have buybacks, again, ready to defend. They're going to have to find a way to do so, because it's not going to take too long for them to commit onto these objectives. They do have the damage to get this done quite fast.
And they do. Boom Esports will force out a glyph. Creep wave will be gone for now. They'll still be able to get through the backdoor protection for this tier 3 tower. They'll probably get through the racks as well. Suddenly one racks up his Boom. They'll go for a secondary one now. Abad's still about 20 seconds away from respawning. This time backdoor protection does kick in, but it still will not matter. In fact, it will. For now. They are not retreating yet though. They want a secondary barracks before they leave. Abad about to respawn. Boom about to leave the area. Nobody's been caught yet. Armel going to jump in and slow them down. A nice sonic wave out onto Jackie, as well as the hook shot now from Jewel moving in as a Bart. He does jump in for a stun. Nobody dead yet. Cox trying to go after the Pugner, but that's not going to work out either in his favor, as Max still being chased down here by a Bart, but a Bart's losing too much HP. He'll have to run north. Jackie looking for the fight now. He's more than confident in his ability to take it. It's FBZ chasing down a Bart, who does try to blink away. Boom still on the chase, looking for a little bit more. Cox in danger. FBZ back to work. Will move on to Armel, but Armel does blink away, taking down Mac with him. He'll try for a TP out, but it's not going to work. Armel is down, but he's got buyback available. A very chaotic fight here from both sides. Actually works out in the favor of Kukuis, but they might have to buy back now to defend this final lane of barracks.
They will. At the very least, they'll need a bot to come back in. They need to find a way to deal with Jackie. There's still a minute left in this Aegis. They haven't taken care of even one life.
Jewel, he's in. They're going to try and deal with the Aegis of the Gyrocopter first, but Jackie's a pretty tanky boy at the moment, so instead they'll move in onto the back. They'll take down Zhao. They've got the Aegis too. FBZ, how do you deal with that man? They'll break him up, but he pops the BKB, so you don't really have the damage output anymore. They'll move back in onto Jackie, but a Bart's just been shredded. A Bart just taking too many bullets here from Jackie. And that's got to be it for game 2 shortly. Boom Esports securing Mega Creeps. FBZ will get the tip. The John X Fire voice line's coming out as well. You love to see it, Jonathan. It seems like Boom have successfully forced us to a game 3. I can't really see the comeback without a buyback on a butt.
No, certainly not there. And he's just 400 gold away from having that as well. rather unfortunate timing for the side of Kukuis, but very well played out from the side of Boom. They course correct from game going quite well. Kukuis aren't calling it yet, but there is really no viable angle to stop this. Joel will try to be the hero, at the least, but there's just no way you stall long enough. And Boom will force us into game 3. So they find that win. Kukuis do get taken down a notch. And I have to say, the drafting from Boom, again, the Gyrocopter, it didn't really feel like the biggest deal. It felt like all of this was really hanging off the back of this free bristleback game they found for themselves on FBZ. Like, there was no contest, there was no natural break. The Silver Edge came out a little bit late, and a bot wasn't really able to utilize it onto FBZ successfully in most cases. I think for the side of Kukuis, this move into the Night Stalker just didn't pay off again. Like, the early game for Cox really wasn't there. His scaling into the late game, the hero just really doesn't have presence into that point. Crippling Fear just doesn't really do much outside of isolating the back, and they couldn't even find that backline consistently. So I'd like to see Kukuis have some different ideas for Cox in the offlane, but for the side of Boom, that's the kind of tempo we were looking for from this team. It finally kicks in. They managed to get a win on Gyrocopter and Tiny, which you and I weren't the biggest believers on. So I'd like to see them keep that pace up. I think it's just down to having these active cores, active supports that can work around and play around, say, the 6-minute timing into 10 a lot faster than we saw in game 1. If they keep that pace, they can put a stop to this Kukui's madness if they play it hard enough.
Oh, absolutely. A very, very strong performance here from Boom Esports. Props to FBZ for really carrying that game for his team. And we'll see what happens in game 3 of this lower bracket final. We'll head to a break first, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 3 between Boom Esports and Kukuis. We'll see you soon.
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like we know. Energy, feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream. Vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad about it. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow them away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, brightest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. All I need, understanding when I'm impatient. All I need, is a little love in lonely places.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our third game of this best of three lower bracket final between Boom Esports and Kukuis, and it is MLP, Dota, and John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We are into a game three. Boom Esports managing to fight back here up against Kukuis, kind of figuring out this alchemist that they had a lot of trouble with in game one. I wonder how this game three is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get a really nice aggressive draft on the side of Boom. I don't think that Bristleback's going to be sliding through once more. And just like the side of Boom is banning out that Drawn Breaker, FBZ's Bristleback is also a factor they have to consider now on the side of Kukuis. They haven't banned it out yet. And Boom does get first pick once more, as they tend to. So we'll see what their ideas are. This Gyrocopter first pick, while we're not the biggest fans, it's such a safe pickup. I think that's the value Boom gets. They're emphasizing just the stability for Jackie and allowing them to play with her draft elsewhere with something explosive for FBZ or Mac to come in. So they just kind of go that route. It's never going to be banned either because, well, it's just Gyrocopter. It's not necessarily the strongest here in the world right now, as we see the side of Kukuis banning out the Monkey King TA and the Doom on top of that Nyx. So they do leave the Bristleback in. Boom, for their part, they've left the Alchemist, they've left the DK, they've left the Morphling. Last time around, they banned the Morphling at this point. So I'm keen on seeing whether or not that same idea comes out here. As if they leave the Morphling and just pick up Gyrocopter, I think that is going to be a bot's hero just straight up. You are just going to pick the Morph. They'll ban the Terrorblade, so again, leave the Morph, go for the Gyrocopter. Will Kukuis want something like the Morphling? Because they have the option for it. Whether or not they want it is a different question, but it does feel like it matches up quite nicely into that. Even if it's forced into a support role, you're still going to have a grand old time. So I'm curious to see what ideas the side of Kukuis has, or if they'll go with the Alchemist again. Like, again, it's left in the pool. They'll probably be able to ban out the Bristleback themselves, or they could also opt to pick the Bristleback here now, ban to protect it. Like, say, just take care of some stuff like Viper and Razor, and you're kind of happy as well. There's a lot of directions Kukuis can go for, and they are taking a little bit more time. They will just opt for the Bristleback pickup, so as they snag it away, they can ban Viper, they can ban Razor, they can prevent any sort of annoying matchups for the Bristle here. And we have seen the power of the Bristle in yesterday's series with Talon and today's series in Game 2 just a while ago from Boom. This hero can get out of hand quite fast. Like, it felt like even with a bot hitting that Silver Edge timing, with the flash healing they had on the Bloodstone, it's just not enough. Like, you pop BKB on, you Bloodstone up, you're still not dying as a Bristle. So I want to see if Boom have their own ideas into how to stop that snowball effect from this hero.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. They go back for the Gyrocopter, so just wanting to run it back once again. Third game in a row with this hero being picked up in the first phase.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Couple more bans to come. We'll see the Morphling removed. Kukuis with their own final ban before we can continue. I mean, the Bristleback really proved to be ultra strong last game from FBZ. Obviously, we've seen FBZ pull off the Bristleback games quite a lot in the past. The Shadow Demon now going to be prioritized here from Kukuis. Not too surprising to see this hero popping up. Boom Esports, how are they going to respond, I wonder?
I mean, I feel like into a bristleback, you're actually kind of happy. Let's say a lion's kind of all right. You mana drain the bristle. When he has no mana, it's not a pleasant time to even just play the game as a bristleback. There's also like a cheeky Gyrocopter Diffusal down the line, but I don't know if you're going to go that crazy. A lion can just kind of do that for you for free. So there's that option. It has been a pretty high priority hero anyhow. There's stuff like the there's stuff like the Bat Rider that we've seen from Boom that they have enjoyed putting on John Uel or Tim's. So you do have those options. If you want Natural Break, Hoodwink's there as well. If you don't want to commit it on a Viper, Sharpshooter can help you there as well. And we'll just go with the Lion first into the Magnus pickup. So they've got some ways of displacing heavily here on the side of Boom Esports. It does leave some wiggle room for a Gyrocopter to go support, but likely not. Chances are you are just running a Jackie Gyro and something like the FBZ Magnus in this case. I am curious about how you feel about the Magnus going into the Shadow Demon though, right? Like, it doesn't feel amazing because you blink Skewer back, there's always Disruption to kind of save. So it's not going to be like the smoothest of rides for the Magnus. I think you have enough counteraction to feel comfy on Kukuis. And now you have this highly disruptive Earth Spirit as well that can rip into the backline. A bit early for the mid matchup. You don't necessarily see what you're playing up against here just yet for Armel, but for the most part, the Earth Spirit does feel pretty stable here for most matchups anyhow, as long as you take care of maybe the Quap and the Bands, and then you're pretty safe here on the Earth Spirit.
Well, you certainly are. Well, Boom Esports now. Fourth pickup, looking for another support by the seams of it.
Radiant team back.
Oh, they'll go for an Earthshaker pickup, so maybe not another support yet. Or it could be a Gyro support for all we know. I imagine the Earthshaker probably won't be a support pick though. Although, I suppose there is the off chance you could see Pos 4 Earthshaker coming out again, but I don't think it's that great.
No. Certainly not. Like, it still has impact, but you're likely just running it mid, right? It's one of the melee matchups that does crush the Earth Spirit. So this is going to be a little bit of a rougher time for Armel. And again, it was a very early Earth Spirit pickup as well to kind of go into the mid matchup. They tend to look for something favorable for Armel. So I want to see how much Mac can get out. It does look like a very strong wombo combo lineup already from the side of Boom. I would prefer if they just last pick a support. We'll see if Kukuis have the same idea or whether or not this Gyrocopter gets flexed. I think in this case, though, you're flexing Gyrocopter into 5. Right? You're likely running Tim's on Lion. You will have Zhao on Gyro, which honestly, I really don't mind too much. I think that lane still works out fine. I'm curious to see if that is the idea for Boom. Boom, for their part, do take care of that DK. They're taking care of some high-scaling heroes. And that you are looking for now on a bot. And Kukuis, for their part, are expecting a last pick carry. So, Lifestealer taken out. Infest vehicles are there in Magnus Shaker. What else do you have? I mean, there's stuff like Razor that could be annoying here if Boom decides to pick it up. Maybe something like Dusa could slide through for either side as well. You do have that option. I mean, Boom Esports has the Lion. You know, you do have that mana drain on Dusa gameplay. Peak gameplay in Dota 2. Could be one way to go about it if you don't ban it here on the side of Kukuis.
We'll see. Final banouts to come now. Kukui is still looking to potentially ban out more position 1s as they seem to believe the Gyrocopter support is coming. Which it does look that way. I mean, I still don't like it, but that's what it looks like.
There's a cheeky option here for the side of Boom. Something like a Jackie PA could work. It has a natural break. Yeah, the Deuce is the one banned out. So PA could kind of fit in for Boom. You've got the Magnus to kind of empower it, get some good damage going on. PA Gyrocopter 5 lane isn't that bad. Dagger to slow, Rocket Barrage chase down could be nice as well. I wouldn't mind it. I mean, and you don't necessarily want to buy your shard quickly on a PA, but it does make short work of a Bristleback. So you might not mind. It's not been the most popular hero, mind you. So probably in the very back of their heads here on the side of Boom Esports. And again, there's safer options if you want to just run down Bristle. Right? Like Razor is going to have a fun time up against Bristleback. It's likely Bristleback off lane here for Cox. So if you're on a Jackie Razor safe, which we have seen him play before, You have a lot of potential there. Instead, no, they banned a Razor themselves.
Dire
So
team
which way do you want to go? We'll go with the Undying. So let's just stick to a carry gyro. Nice and straightforward. In lane up against Bristle. It's not too bad. I love the early tempo they have on Boom. Like Undying Gyrocopter lane can be highly aggressive. A team fight into this setup, right? Like RP Slam with the Tombstone on top is pretty devastating for the side of Kukuis. And this is one way to really soften up Bristle. He is a strength hero. The spam coming out from the Undying, sapping away his strength is just not going to feel great. It is one way to kind of make that lane hellish for the Bristleback early on. What do you want in Kukuis now as your safe lane? Again, you don't have that Razor access. You do still have some pocket picks. Like, it doesn't look like an amazing Spectre game, but it's still in there. There's, again, PA is an option, but it hasn't felt amazing either. And you don't have the accelerants here for the PA as well, so it's not as safe. It's a little bit tricky to actually look for a good Abot here to close out.
They're going to think about this one. Final pickup for Kukuis. They're one game away from proceeding through to the grand finals here up against Talon. It's been a long journey for both these sides, but more so for Kukuis, I'd say.
choose your hero.
They are going to go for the Night Stalker pickup. Fair enough.
Okay. Alright, so they just flex the Bristle back into the safe lane. And just run the Night Stalker off for Cox again. I mean, you do have some good targets in the back that are going to be annoyed. Like, a Lion doesn't really have counterplay up against Crippling Fear. You get a lot of value there. Even, say, pre-BKB timings for FBZ and Mac can be quite brutal as well into the Night Stalker. So I'm keen on seeing Cox probably get a better lane. This is the one big thing that really slowed down Kukuis last time, is this Night Stalker had no game whatsoever. I want to see if they can course correct into game 3 here, whether or not they can actually give Cox a little bit of a quicker timing into maybe the same build-up we saw last time, like Armlet, SNY, and just kind of roll from there, because that stalled out start really left them very little room to play on the side of Kukuis. And it just led to this high tempo coming out from Boom. For Boom's part, their laning presence looks pretty damn good. Like, Undying Gyrocopter, again, can just run down. Like, Cox on the Night Stalker is not going to be enjoying that decay spam coming out. And it's very easy to soften up these targets for the chase down with the Afterburner. Even the off lane there for FBZ and Tams. Earth Spike with the Skewer back, so really easy combination to pull off. And disruptions there to annoy you, but there's a lot of ways of just putting this Bristleback out of position. And you have Lion Mana Drain, which will just kind of make the Bristleback annoyed in lane anyhow when he can't spam his spells. So I'm actually digging what we have here on the side of Boom. For the side of Kukuis, we need to see this Night Stalker work. That's the one part of this puzzle that I'm not completely sold on from their end.
We'll see how it pans out. Game number 3 now officially underway. A 5-man smoke to be popped immediately by Boom. Kukuis, see if they can make this draft work. It's going to be very, very interesting. Especially that pos one, a Bart Bristleback. I do have my doubts as well, but we shall see. What are they saying here, John?
On your wall, asking if they don't miss, if Cox isn't missing them yet. Cox is saying 5 subs for you, Zhao. Abad is saying
nice.
he doesn't miss the Zumba sessions they'd have. Zhao does miss it. Abad's asking for a sub now. Yeah, Zhao is like, we're in game. No subs.
No subs.
Oh, guys are just the content kings. You know, a while ago in our build up while waiting for the stream to go live, you know, our good old producer was testing stuff out. We had Kukuis versus Kukuis on screen for a moment, and I was like, that's not wrong. You can see it in the alt chat. It's only not the wrong concept there. It almost feels like the Kukuis gang up against themselves. See if this smoke from the Kukuis, though, will pan into anything. Wasn't spotted out by the ward, fortunately enough. But the side of Boom are hugging the right side of the map, so it doesn't feel like they'll really find too much for their effort. You do want to get off to as strong as a start as possible, because again, every single bit helps. Like, this acceleration to Ag's timing for a bot will do wonders. You really need some way for Cox to kind of kick off as well. Just going to be an even 2 for 2 in the bounties, so nothing too exciting. The wards are in good spots. Both sides kind of matching each other's wards. I love this Radiant ward from Boom. Just watching the ramp area watching for the pullbacks, and watching for potential rotations in from the Earth Spirit, which will be panning out later on anyhow for Armel. Tends to come out. This matchup for Armel on mid as well isn't that amazing. It's like Earth Spirit up against Shaker. Shaker tends to have a really good time here, as they will be able to just right-click harass, deny the creep wave. Armel always has the boulder smash at least catch up, and he should have a little bit of a decent time in rune control, but certainly is a lot easier for lane for Mac than he's been experiencing perhaps in the past few games.
Absolutely. See how Mac does do here. I mean, it should be a much easier time. Armel, we'll see what he does to try and deal with this laning phase. Definitely not going to be the easiest time in the world for him. Of course, the Earthshaker does always kind of win out against these melee matchups, so Armel probably going to be forced to just abuse Boulder Smash to try his best to win this one out. Apart from that, though, should be an okay time. You still have the Boulder Smash to abuse. So getting caught out of position here against Mac, not going to feel very nice, because you always will take quite a bit of harassment back their way. How are the side lanes going? I mean, top lane, FBZ and Ponyo are going to be up against Abat and Tims. I imagine Abat should have a pretty decent time in this laning phase.
It shouldn't be too bad. Again, there's some annoyances that can come out here for Abat. Like Tims can start to Mandarin later on, although he is barely able to TP out with his life intact. Is out at the tier 1, so we'll have to eat a ton of regen to stay in that game. Ponyo is the one to be picked off by FBZ. And rather unfortunate for Abat that he couldn't clean up first to get that first blood bonus. That little bit of a boon is big. And Tims gets to play with a mana drain. He has Essence Ether, so it's also doing chip damage onto a bot. And again, every single point of mana you lose on a Bristle is pretty massive and impacting your laning presence. You always have this further threat down the line of Earth Spike into Skewer back if the lane's too shoved out. And Bristleback has a natural tendency to shove a lane out, especially if he's trying to harass with a Quilt Spray. So this shouldn't be too rough for Boom. Again, a bot still has a lot of presence. He's got level 3 already in the Bristle. Level 2 Quilt Spray's threat is a lot higher. But you kind of have to just watch your positioning here as well, because you can be punished by the side of Boom quite nicely there in that Bristleback lane. And the last lane, of course, down bot, is where my doubts start to rise for Kukuis. This Night Stalker for Cox didn't have a great time last time around, isn't really having a great time right now either. Only 1 CS right now on the Night Stalker, a free lane for Jackie coming in. And this is just not what you want to see. And it's a rough lane for the Night Stalker. You're playing into Undying with the K-Spam. You're playing into this aggressive potential of a Rocket Barrage chase down, but Cox didn't have the highest impact last game. And if he's off to a slow start again, that doesn't really change. So I'm curious to see what the ideas are for Cox to actually have some impact here. But so far, it's just a free ride for Jackie. And, you know, this Gyrocopter, once it has Falcon Blade, can be hard to kick out of the lane. Farming pace can kick up into the Power Tread's timing, and you just kind of run from there. There's just no threat whatsoever on Jackie to slow down this farm early on.
No, there is not. Bit of a pull here from Jewel as well, just trying to give Cox the laning stage he would have liked last game. And so far for Cox, it is a bit of a better time. I mean, it was a slow start again, but, you know, just keep pulling the wave. Give him the initial XP. I don't think the lane is quite as dangerous as it was as well with the Tusk. Like, the Undying is still very annoying, but not as annoying, I don't think. So the kill potential should be a lot lower here against Cox, and well, we'll see what Zhao can do. I mean, it's not really that simple, but it should be a little bit better.
Radiant structures
Could
are
be.
fortified.
And they do have some time. They've got the vision on Zhao moving away, so Jackie is alone.
I mean, he is, but it's not going to end up in a kill. Just a lot of harassment here towards Jack. Top side, Ponyo's going to find Tims. Tim's going to go for a run, but Armel's going to be there to cut him off. And, well, that's very nice for Armel, because you already have a pretty hard matchup as is, but finding that kill definitely going to help his cause a little bit.
You can take what you can get here on the Earth Spirit. Mac already has that slight level advantage. Armel does at least hit 5. But you really need to get off on a stable start, because again, your offlane isn't really set to do so. You do get the opportunity to at least TP in and get the...
Sorry, I can't hear a word you're saying,
yeah.
John. The audio just went crazy.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I've just a little mute tab right there could fix the issues, so as it won't sort the issues out for Armel. Again, that 1 kill is important to find, but he needs a little bit more. This lane is still being crushed by Mac, and it is just set to go. The only lane that's going really well here for the side of the Kukuis is a bot's lane. He is free farming on that Bristle. Again, there is some threats that can come in. A lot of nuisances out from Tim's. No mana left for a bot, but they will get the entrapment here.
They will. But we're going to be able to find Tim's. A nice pickup here for a bot. He's having a very good lane as well in this Bristle. Like, it's not like he really needed these kind of kills to fly out, but it's certainly very welcome here for good old bot. And I think it's the last guy you want to be handing over free kills to right now as this man. It's not very advised.
Certainly not. And again, this timing for a bot to hit into the Ags is kind of key for the tempo on the side of Kukuis. It's what will open up this game in a meaningful way, as we saw from FBZ last time. And again, you're kind of set to have that ride here for a bot. My issue is that there's no one else to benefit off of that. They do manage to snag away the Lotus at the least on a bot, so he's got some flash mana to play with to threaten. Down mid, though.
Oh, they're going to find Mac, or rather Jewel here. Mac will be very happy with that. Jewel, what was he even doing there? Was he just trying to set up a kill, was he?
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, trying to get some relief out. Does get punished. They were looking to play into the haste, which Armel does pick up at the least. And Echo Slam being committed for a support kill, you're not too unhappy. It means there's no way you're clearing out, say, big stacks. There's a window where you can try to contest. There's a window where, and you could look for the clump up yourself. As a bot is starting to dive like a bit of a maniac here in Bristle.
Yeah, he certainly is a bot. Not finding Tim's yet, almost there. Armel, meanwhile, going after FBZ as Tim's still trying to run away, but a bot still just chasing him. You know, the tier 2 tower. But he is going to be blocked off. So, no kill to come out of that one. But FBZ does lose his life, which is probably arguably more important anyway.
Yeah. And again, you're getting some activity out for Armel. You even get solo activity out for Cox down bot. Getting that pick off onto Zhao is pretty good. And it is a bit of a better time for Cox in comparison to game 1. We aren't seeing that aggression that you'd expect. He has managed to get that spacing down from Joel constantly pulling. So he will hit that 6 spike where there is a threat with the Dark Ascension. And they're still emphasizing mid. Like, Ponyo just comes in, bottle TP, refill for Armel. Constantly playing off the back of this mid, trying to slow down Mac and maybe looking for openings. It's a little bit rough, though. Like, the side of Boom is also just keeping Zhao camped on this lane now, as well as there's no solo pickoff threat onto Jackie, and they still have these protective wards to watch the movement into that bot lane if any were to come out. But the Gyrocopter is still kind of having fun farming up. It's been a little bit slower for Jackie. But again, it's not really being forced out too hard. You still have massive stacks that will help you catch up later on as well. And again, for the side of Kukuis, it would be ideal if they could scout that and try to clear it out themselves. But Boom are still fairly secure in this area. No pressure onto tier 1 towers just yet. No deep wards coming out from the side of Kukuis. You are free to just kind of have that farm secured for yourself. Whereas for Kukuis, you don't really have the stacks built up in the triangle. Ancients aren't really built up. Large camps just slowly being poked down. And you have been really forced in hogging Armel on mid. He is not camping mid. They've given room for Joel to soak some EXP. But Armel's also not been able to find activity. Again, these defensive wards from Boom, you make it hard to find angles. They just hug the tier 1 on the side of Boom, go behind the tier 1 and farm. They'll try to force the issue just a tad bit on Kukuis, but they are just looking to pressure into a tier 1 take. On the side of Boom, will get the movement through the gate. A bot is by himself and is relatively far forward if they wanted to try to kill off him. But Scan should provide some window here.
They're moving in a bot. He will get caught by an RP. Tombstone dropped as well, but he's pretty damn tanky. They'll drop the cooldown on top. The bot's still going down. Eventually might fall, but Jules going to be there to try and help out. Zhao is sticking around hoping for a decay from a mile away, but he may not really find it as the bot does run south, completely avoids the decay that was incoming. They even took out Jackie while they were here, so a horrible fight here for Boom.
Ooh.
At least Zhao gets out, but you lost your Gyrocopter. That's going to feel horrible.
Yeah, and that was a very forced movement out from Boom, right? Like, it was from Kukuis making this long walk down bot, cutting through behind the tier 1, and then taking the gate. The scan was right on point from the side of Kukuis, because no one was showing bot, right? No one's coming in to clear out the creep wave, no one's defending, and no one was behind that tier 1. So, just gave the signal for them to start to TP in. Again, this accelerates a bot's timing into the Ags. Every single time you're not able to kill him, every single time he's just able to keep farming like a madman. 2 parts away from full Aghanims on our Bristle. On the side of Boom Esports, for their part, I mean, they've got their own spikes lined up here. Like, you've had a free time for Max so far. He has his courier waiting in the wings with his blink. So he wants to get that reveal in a big way without showing it to the side of Kukuis. But the Kukuis should be aware it's ready to go. And that's going to be one thing that can launch Boom into a more aggressive time. As we have another headset issue for the side of Boom Esports. Gary, what's wrong with your headsets there?
Yeah, it's always a headset issue. There must be some really bad headsets they keep buying, John, I'll tell you. Hate to be a headset sponsor for either of these SEA teams, I'll tell you what. It's maybe that's why we can't get any headset sponsors, John. Just none of them want to borrow this. None of them want to be part of it.
Oh, yeah. At least it's a quick fix. And again, for the side of Kukuis, 2-5, less than 1k lead. You're hitting your strides. You're about to hit Armlet as well on Cox. He's got free reign bot. These are starting to come in to try to punish, though. Just a quick crippling fear makes it a little bit hard. Not even able to really find the deny yet. We'll get it eventually. But they are forcing the issues in the right side. Like, even if you lose Ponyo here, you're kind of glad. Because, again, it's not coming out to a bot. It's not coming out to Armel. It's onto this bot lane. You still find the objective, and you're still maintaining the tempo. In fact, they're looking for inways up top here. Relatively deep. If you can find FBZ, would have been nice.
Or not. FBZ is going to be okay. He's just fine. You know, a bit of a tough time already for Boom. Like, the start of this game's gone pretty damn well for Kukuis. Not to say it's gone too badly for Boom, because they do have a blink now on Mac, and Mac is still top of the net worth board, but certainly not the smoothest start to the game, because you start to fear about how well a bot's doing. We saw this last game. Like, this Bristleback, once the Ags is up, becomes a nuisance, gets the Bloodstone, then becomes unkillable. You don't want to allow him to get to that stage. If you can avoid it, you know, not very fun.
It's really not.
We'll see if they can stop it.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of effort. And there's still some opportunities. The Bristleback doesn't have the highest HP as of yet, at the very least. At the same time, a bot did go all in on Bristleback, not even getting the value point from Nasal Goo. So, he is a little bit tankier if that back is turned. And Boom are trying to clump around, still constantly looking for that pressure up top, but they need to take care of this objective first, and the bot just bails out. Right, like, he has a good read. I think a little bit of that movement through the mid-river was spotted out by the wards. So he just has that game sense to leave and farm elsewhere. And again, this is when you're really strong on the side of Boom. You've got the Echo Saber already up in FBZ. Like you were mentioning there, the blink for Mac a while ago that he was hiding away is just clearly seen. His blink reveal as well onto Cox wasn't quick enough with a crippling fear. They're able to start pressuring bot. And Jackie doesn't get caught out by the roll, but you can see just how confident Kukuis are in crossing the river and just applying pressure that way. Side of Boom. I mean, you're still, again, you're not doing bad. It does feel like some of that early impact we were expecting from lane didn't really materialize. And now you're starting to play into the timings of Kukuis. Blade Mail fully up for Armel. Armlet for Cox is flying in now as well. And we have seen how durable the Night Stalker can be once that's up. You've got your level 6s up in your supports. You've got the hookshot ready to go on Joel. And we've seen how great those hookshots have been. They're starting to set up for a defense up top. They've got the Invis rune active on Armel. So he can scout out here. Can find a good angle, they could finally start to find some pickoffs.
See if they can make it work. Echo Slam committed. Mac, he's going to make the jump in, but Disruption is there onto the clockwork, so they can't even find that yet. Mac, he's in the middle of nowhere now. Mac is down. Jewel will not go down himself as FBZ also caught. Hookshot in. He's got no escape out of this. Oh, another horrible fight here for Boom, and the Kukui is there, just always ready for it.
They were really great patience from Armel, right? Like, he was scouting out with that Invis rune. He doesn't pop until Mac actually is the one to commit onto the clockwork. Like, Mac initiates, you get the angle out for yourself on Kukuis, you have the ace up your sleeve. And again, you get that jump you're looking for. This is starting to go a little bit sideways for Boom. You lose your 2 tempo cores quite quick. You are buying space for Jackie. And he is still set for a decent timing on the Ags. But now you've got to deal with a bot's Ags already being up. With all of that durability and damage that it provides, with all of the durability you have just from the armlet on Cox. And you have to be a little bit concerned about this on the side of Boom Esports. There is faith into scaling late game. I guess there are ways to try to mitigate the output of this bristle. Whether or not it will be enough, I mean, we'll have to see. As from the side of Kukuis, it wasn't enough in the last game, for sure. Maybe Boom has a better idea onto how to handle that. 2-7, less than 1k lead for the side of Kukuis. And they managed to take a tier 1 tower off the back of that. They are still in a interesting position for Joel. They're starting to collapse here. This could be a good angle for a big hook shot.
Just Zhao's going to be okay, though. Yeah. I mean, they're still looking around here, Boom Esports, seeing if they can find a way to force a fight. Looks like the fight's not really coming, though. So, Boom, I mean, they're still trying to get as active as possible here, but not really seeing the opening. They do spot Ponyo, but it's just Zhao there. He can't really hold down the SD by himself, so instead, the gank attempt not really going to pan out.
Again, you're happy enough to play this farm game on the side of Kukuis. I mean, as you approach that full Bloodstone timing on a bot, it just becomes a little bit hard, really hard to control the Bristlots we saw in the last game. You have the Veil coming out on Armel as well, all done into that Shivas. So some more magic damage should consistently be applied. And the scan spots the smoke yet again from Boom. And Kuku is just having a great idea every single time. When no one's showing from Boom, they know the angles they're taking on these smokes. They've got the wards to kind of watch these off angles as well. They might still be able to try to rotate down bot, but the tier 1 stands, so you can't really die for anything further. They do have an opportunity for Roshan if they wished, but Jackie's not even in that picture. So chances are you're just not going to be able to take Roche, of course, with the heroes you have on hand. And this stall game, again, is just playing into Kuku's master plan. Stalling out to hit that key timing on a bot, getting that recovery process on Cox, and getting bigger on Armel, who would magnetize once you have the Shivas up on the stepping stone. It's going to be a hell lot of damage. Like, no one's going for early BKBs just yet on the side of Boom, so the Veil is always going to be effective.
That it will be. Arc Ascension pop. Looks like Kukuis want to go again. They're going to spot out Tims. Tims will get slowed up by the Boulder Smash of Armel, so hard for him to get out. But a nice skill back play from FBZ at the very least going to allow them to trade with Jewel if they can, but they cannot. Jewel will survive. Zhao the one to go down here to Abad as they continue chasing forward. FBZ also caught out, has no chance of survival. They're even going to catch back on the Earthshaker. This is such a horrible fight. This is such a big problem here for Boom. They'll move into the tier 1 mid tower, but what an absolute disaster of a fight. Kukui is just having their number here. And I mean, if you're Boom, it's back to the drawing board. It's looking like a pretty tough game at the moment.
What it is. There's just so many angles for the side of Kukuis to take, right? When they initiate, you can always kind of start with Armel. You don't have to. You could go with Joel first. You have the save coming in from Ponyo. These disruptions from the backline are just causing so many issues. And your backline jump on Boom, it's not fully ready. You went Harpoon on FBZ, so you don't have the Blink. You have the Blink on Mac, but he doesn't have the Ags up yet, so he doesn't have that Ultra Mobility to try to find that backline. And you don't have the Blink on Tim's up either. He opted for the Cloak pickup, trying to go for the Glimmer Cape defense instead of offense here for the Lion. It's just hard to look for angles in. Abad going a little bit ham here, though.
He certainly is. Fish finger out Abad. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was just saying Boom are having a pretty rough time, but Abad just sacrificing himself for no apparent reason. Just trying to find a quick pick off of the Tims, but that's a massive miss from Abad. Could have just been farming this whole time, but no. He had to go die, and well, now Jackie, he's probably going to overtake in net worth. Not that that means he's going to be able to fight the Bristle yet, but certainly gives Boom some kind of confidence here in this game 3.
That it does. It's a pretty big gold swing to just toss out for no apparent reason. Doesn't even deny area control away. Kukuis will have to try to compensate for it. We'll go for a smoke play out with Ponyo, Joel, and Armel. And they still have some angles to take here.
Roll in. They're going to find the Shaker. Mac will go down. Nice start again. Mac's a pretty big deal to just take out like that. Chase is on. They'd love Jackie. Roll's going to be a little bit short, but Jackie's still being slowed up. Here is Zhao going to drop the tombstone, trying to protect. Jewel trying to get within range to catch that gyrocopter, but instead they're just going to have to focus on the tombstone and deal with the Undying. But here comes the turnaround now as Jackie, he'll drop the call down, does take down Jewel, but Abad wants to continue chasing. He'll get the goo out. You've got Cox there as well, so this gyrocopter still being targeted. FBZ will at least drag Cox away, but it won't really matter. Jackie's already been lost. Now Abad can move right onto Tim's, takes down the Lion. Januel is still alive, but surely not for long. Zarmel will roll in, though he is a very tanky Undying right now, so maybe not so much the idea to try and keep going, as FBZ now back on the hunt, looking maybe towards Armel, but misses the skewer. And Armel going to be okay to roll out of there and retreat. So another good team fight here for the side of Cuckoos.
A little bit of a dicey affair, but Boom just not able to find that angle in. And it's complicated by the fact that, again, FBZ is very reliant on just Harpoon skewers to try to put someone out of position. He's trying to go for the BKB into the Yasha Sanj instead of the Yasha Kaya for that added cast speed. A little bit different here on our Magnus, trying to opt for that durability, which can still be fine. But again, it's this lack of blink, I feel, that's causing issues. Like a lack of blink on your line, a lack of blink on your Magnus that leaves Mac as your sole source of like counterplay. And that's easier said than done when you don't have the bodies to jump in to follow through. Especially when consider again how mobile the side of Cuckoos are. You've got a Clockwork, you've got an Earth Spirit. They can be all across the map in very short order. And they have the damage to kind of back them up. Especially with Cox, with the Dark Ascension. He can keep track. At the least, you have the Ags up for Mac, so you have the Enchant Totem to help you jump in and out, along with the Blink. So you can also start to look for more consistent angles as well in the Shaker. But you're starting to reach that point where a bot is just uncontrollable. Like, he's just lacking the point booster now for that full Bloodstone. Has it up. And this is the point where things are scary. As Boom would have known from the last game, as FUZ would fully understand. The one thing you have on hand here is that there's no BKB yet on a bot. So he can be controlled and kited around. You just have to be very smart with your burst window here on the side of Boom off of this smoke if they find an angle in.
You sure do. Boom Esports smoked up looking to get that big jump in. Armel may show himself. He will not though, just a boulder smash to clear out the creep wave. And so far this smoke not really amounting to much.
Feels like every smoke Boom has tried just hasn't panned out to anything. The Cuckoos have such a good read as to what Boom's trying to do. Every single time no one's showing on the map, they just play it so safe, so defensive here on the side of Cuckoos. They're smoke up themselves and they're drawing straight lines onto Roshan, which doesn't take too long when you have as much farm as you do on a bot. They'll have a nice objective for themselves to take. Mind you, they don't have like forward wards to watch Boom coming into the pit. So it can be a little bit awkward for them to kind of hold that position. But Boom are still a little bit far out to try to play it. Like, they do have Slam, they have RP, they have everything you could possibly throw into that Roche pit. But they're just slow on the uptake. And it's Cuckoos to just snag this away with no contest. Secondary life to come out here for a bot. Straight PPs down bot. They want to find FBZ while it happens as well.
See if they can. Bottom lane, jump is in. They've already found the Magnus. FBZ just trying to find a skewer play out of here, but it's looking very tough as he'll pop the RP. Oh boy. Not quite what I expected. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you're probably dead, but he pops it. It'll be down for another 100 seconds as Aegis now has been picked up by a bot. Just goes ahead and takes care of it himself. And Boom, I mean, they're not out of the game yet, but they're 8k behind now in net worth. It does feel like Cuckoos are just well and truly in very strong control of this game, number 3. Boom, I mean, they're going to try and make something happen mid lane, but you just see how much they have to commit. Echo plus Finger, they'll secure Jules' life, but it's just desperation right now from Boom.
That it is. And you can take what you can get, considering the state of the game, but that's 3 of your big ultimates just down. So you don't have RP, you don't have Echo Slime, you don't have Finger to threaten into the next fight, into these 2 lives of a bot. Still has the full 4 minutes left on that Aegis, again, very fresh on hand. With a 7k advantage on Cuckoos, they can just start to clean out these outer towers. Bot gonna be shoved in by a bot. Again, he's going for Sanjin Yasha. Try to have some stat res of his own and a lot more durability as well. Not even caring for something like the BKB in this kind of game. And for the side of Boom, you're going to have a BKB on Jackie soon, at the least. So you can stand and hold your ground now on this gyrocopter. Maybe something like Daedalus can come out here. It does feel like you want the break option to be up on the side of Boom, and it feels like you've got some great Silver Edge carriers. Like Mac could be one. Jackie isn't the shabbiest carrier of Silver Edge as well, if you have any concern about this Bristle. Because we have seen a bot die before, but it just feels like it takes a massive commitment to get it done. The break would just simplify that process if you could find it.
A hook off the mark here from Jewel. Unable to quite catch Tim's or Jackie. Very desperate times here for Boom. Just no clear way of being able to force a good fight against Kukuis at the moment. They're just well within their power spike with this draft. BKB is starting to be worked on, of course. Mac and Jackie both going for their own. In fact, Jackie's already got his. The Silver Edge obviously could be a game changer, as now Bart is going to find Tim's once again. More than happy to just move in. Mel will clean up. See if they want to go after Zhao or Jackie, but they are a bit too deep. A bit too far past the tier 2 mid tower now. So they will just leave them be. But again, you're just truly in control. Like, Abart's uncontestable at the moment. Especially with the double lives up. Maybe with the Silver Edge, like you mentioned, Johnny, it could be the game changer here for Jackie, but even that's going to be tough, because we saw it last game. Like, you get a BKB, you know, you just wait for the Silver Edge to be used, BKB up, and you're really not that afraid anymore afterwards.
No, certainly aren't. I mean, again, a bot in this case doesn't have something like a BKB, but even just the stat res, a lower duration break could still ruin you. Lower duration stuns on the Hex and the Earth Spike still provides a lot of opportunities for a bot to just play around. So you don't mind that at all. I think some creative tools, again, it's stuff like Diffusal, but I don't know if you really have room to try to mess around like that. They're trying to go for like Diffusal Gyrocopter, as is the legend, to just stop the Bristle. It feels like that timing's just gone. Try on Harpoon to Ponyo, but that disruption save again is just there. Missing out again, even on the simple support pickups. It's not simple whatsoever.
They've got another BKB now. Max got his own just in time for this fight, so it could be decent timing here as Jewel is going to get bursted down straight off the bat. Still, Cox trying to move on to FBZ, but will back off. There's now a Bart moving in, going after Zhao. Can't quite finish the job yet. Keep in mind, Age is still up as Mac now jumping in. A big Echo Slam. He'll take down Ponyo. Now the RP onto Armel. They've got the Earth Spirit controlled up. Armel is gone. It's a great fight for Boom, but a Bart is the big problem. Can they deal with the Bristleback? Cox will find a double kill. Chase is on now for Jackie. Jackie trying to run. FBZ is by him to try and help out. And it seems like they're going to be allowed to get away as Boom do take a pretty good fight.
And that's honestly the best case scenario. Again, you're...
I mean, he's still going here, Abart, but looks like Boom, they just don't want to deal with him.
I mean, they're doing the right thing. They're completely ignoring a bot. The same thing that we saw Kukuis do in the last game, where they just tried to ignore FBZ, is still effective up against this Bristle. Like, that's the one thing. If you just don't give the Bristle an angle in, and you just ignore him, you kill everyone else. Everyone else is still, you know, your opponents aren't 5 Bristlebacks, so they will still die. A little bit reckless from the side of Kukuis as well. Their initiation angles weren't great. Joel maybe jumping the gun a little bit, getting that hook shot in before the rest of his team was really right on top of him to back that up. And the side of Boom have ridden through this point nicely. Aegis has expired. No secondary life now for a bot. He is working onto that BKB farm. So that's where things can change. Even with, say, this eventual build-up into Silver Edge and Satanic for Jackie, just having that debuff immunity on a bot means he has less to care about. The only thing you have to be scared of at that point is really the RP of FBZ, if he can catch him out in it. And even then, if you catch him, then Ponyo, if he's outside of it, will always have disruption as well to play with, especially as he starts to farm into that blink spike now on that Shadow Demon. So a lot of things that can still come out here for Kukuis. For Boom Spartan, they're hanging on. They need a lot more of those kinds of fights to go their way. And the key thing is they have to break the fight up in a way that the bristleback's not in the center of it, right? Like if you start to drag Kukui's back, or you drag this bristleback too far forward and everyone else is left behind, then that's where your opening is on the side of Boom. We'll see another attempt with a smoke, and none of their smokes have been successful so far. So we'll have to see if they can actually work an angle out. A bot is a little bit forward here, again, away from his team, so he wouldn't be the worst target in a vacuum to fight 1v5. But it's still the bristle. They want something softer here.
Jewel gonna get caught again. Ponyo's around. Disruption will be there to buy a bit of time. The rest of Kukuis are slowly moving. Here's the Echo! Doesn't do anything! Kinda whiffed here by Mac. Now Cox to move in. Tim's is gone. They do get Ponyo in the end, but is it gonna matter? Mac's still trying to fight. In fact, Armel's down. Armel is down. It's a good fight so far for Boom. If they can get everyone else out of there, but FBZ's been left behind. RP will be popped. He'll try to fight this one out by himself, taking Jewel with him. FBZ still alone, will have to die. And so it's not the worst fight for either team. Armel, though, getting caught, making things a little bit awkward. And Boom, it seems like the gold change does go in their favor.
And it does. I mean, every single time you're equalizing this game on the side of Boom, it just spells good tidings for you. Armel, again, jumping the gun a little bit. Same thing goes for Mac. With that missed slam, he was just trying to look for that secure on the clock, just fails miserably, and you don't have that follow-through for, again, tying in with the combination on RP. We haven't seen these big linkages on Boom in this entire game. There is a lot of pressure on them. It was like, what, their fourth smoke? They just really want to find something off of it. They'll have to eat the clockwork. You managed to hit your spike now on a bot, though. BKB up on that bristle. So less of a care to have going into these team fights now on this tanky target. I feel like you start to, again, question whether or not Boom can actually ignore the bristle if the fight breaks out in that manner. It's just down to how well can you, again, split this fight up. And whether or not Armel overextends. That feels like one other thing that's been happening. Cox has been playing a great game, although he's a little bit far forward now as well.
Won't really matter, though. In fact, hookshot in from Jewel. He wants to force another fight. Kukui's is coming in. Jewel is actually perfectly fine as Tim's is the one to get caught now on the Lion. Not dead yet with the Glimmer Cape, but surely very, very soon will Tim's go down. Zhao also in a very awkward position. Meanwhile, Abad just chasing down Jackie. Has found the gyrocopter, but the BKB is going to be forced out. FBZ, a big drag back. Abad is gone. FBZ getting the drag back into the T3 tower. They'll lose their support duo, but they do find the position 1 bristle. It's a good trade for Boom.
It's a massive win for Boom. Again, the side of Kukui's just split apart in that fight. A bot's chasing targets by himself. The rest of the team's looking elsewhere, trying to punish this Undying for going into the Tombstone and all that. Huh?
Uh-oh. He was not expecting them to be hunting around the triangle. That's a big loss. FBZ, though, still have the RP, and he does pop it looking for Armel. Armel cannot roll away. But that's a good trade now for Kukui's, although they might lose Ponyo on top. And they will. FBZ really popping off in this second and third game. Even Jewel getting caught now. Finger committed, they'll get him.
Oh, that is trouble for the side of Kukui's, as Roshan is back up at this timing now as well. At the least, you don't have Jackie around to try to pick that up. But they are getting a little bit enthusiastic on the side of the Kukui's. Again, they have to kind of be able to connect with a bot. It all kind of stems to the fact that he was just isolated trying to chase Jackie while everyone else was on different targets. And now Roche is open for the taking. Even without Jackie, you've got right-click damage coming through with Mac and FBZ. It's not going to take too long for them to find us with the banner on hand. And a secondary life to play with on FBZ. It looks like they might hand it to. Or just leave it in. FBZ will take it in the end. A bot not able to really sneak in time. And now Boom has a lifeline. 4 or 5k lead for the side of Kukui's. Not massive by any means at 34 minutes in. A lot of that riding on a bot. You've kind of slowed down severely on Armel. Cox is still keeping up to an extent. Has his BKB to grow into. A bot is trying to go into more physical resist. Like just going for full assault. Curious can maybe simplify the process. Plays nicely with the Warpath, seeing red as well. Facet on hand. But I don't know, it feels like Kukui's is just being a little bit sloppy. And that is being punished by Boom. Mind you, not that it's been clean from Boom, with, you know, Jackie dying there a while ago as well.
Radiant are
But it does feel like it's costlier for Kukuis to not be on top of their game. Like, they have to make this Aegis kind of useless on Boom. They can't afford to cede ground across. If you manage to lose maybe just a tier 2 tower or 2, you're kind of fine. But you do feel that swing back. And again, it's reaching that point where maybe the Night Stalker pick starts to taper off a little bit. Maybe the Earth Spirit starts to taper off, although he can still be relevant as well. But it just becomes a lot more complicated, whereas the team fight for Boom is pretty straightforward. You have RP, you have skewer back plays, you have slam for big clump ups. It's much easier to think about how to find the angles here for Boom. And it's much simpler for them to just ignore a bot in comparison to how Kukuis have to play here.
Dire's top tower
that it
is
is.
under attack.
Boom Esports not sticking around too long for the tier 2 yet. Still looking for a creep wave, as it seems like Kukuis are going to smoke up. What do they find first? FBZ going to be spotted. They'll make the jump in onto the Undying instead, but they won't be able to burst him down. Bart, meanwhile, running right towards Jackie, trying to go for the Gyrocopter man fight, not working out in their favor. FBZ and the Echo, the RP committed to boot. Armel, he's in trouble, trying to find a roll out of there, but it's not going to work out in his favor. Armel is in danger and he's gone. Bart still trying to fight as Cox does find Mac. FBZ being left behind does also go down as Jackie trying to TP away, barely makes it. Just barely. But FBZ will be left behind. Aegis is gone. He will die. Ultra kill for a Bart now.
Dire's top
I mean, you would have loved to see Jackie die as well if you were Kukuis, but just almost like half a second off getting those final clicks in. And nevertheless, they are fighting back.
That they are. That was just a huge mess of a fight as well for the side of Boom. This time around, they managed to get that actual RP Echo Slam combo. It's just, they're already cut off by the clockwork. You did get the proper isolation you'd want here for a bot. He's able to stay outside of that entire mess and just spam out the quilts, spam out the bristleback active and the hairball. And the side of Boom were just too clumped together. This time they could not ignore a bot, but they had to face the front line elsewhere on the side of the Kukuis. 7k lead coming back on Kukuis. They completely nullify that Aegis, which we were just talking about. Had to happen if they wanted to maintain control in this game. And they can start to... I don't know if you can fully think about the high ground. Buybacks are still there. Echo Slam's half a minute away. Or Echo Slam is back up. RP is a half a minute away. And you always have the skewer back plays that can still be scary for a bot. You're also very close to the full silver edge now for Jackie, which... a bot might not mind, but he has to be very smart with his BKB use as well. They will at least get the 1 Rack's advantage here on the side of Kukuis. And that does leave one lane, and that is always under pressure now, and that Boom will always have to rectify. So, a lot of back and forth, a very close game tree, but Kukuis still hang in on control. They get the big spike on Armel as well, full Octarine up. So more spell
Jackie.
spam to come in.
They won't be able to catch the Gyrocopter, the Shadow Blade allowing Jackie to get away.
Radiant's top
5-man smoke now, they want to try and get something done, and they do see a Bart. They might just drag him into the tier 3s. And they will. A Bart already losing most of his HP pool, can't get the Bloodstone off. A Bart is down. Oh boy, he is gone. A Bart just playing so confidently out of position. There's no need to play so far forward like that.
I think he was waiting for his team to get in position, and to be fair, it does feel like this time around, I don't think that play is unjustified. Like, say, if you managed to get a disruption save on Ponyo, that game would have been different. That fight would have been different. You'd have the angle to re-engage on the side of the Kukuis, but your Shadow Demon was just a little bit too far. Has the Eye of the Vizier, doesn't have anything like the Aether Lens or the Blink up yet. Has it now for that flash save, but I don't think they calculated that properly on the side of Kukuis. So, punishment to come out from Boom. Gold lead swings back down to just 4k, and they lose that tempo to look for another high ground opening. No buyback on a bot either for 40 seconds. So, a little bit of a window here for Boom to get things going. We'll find a tier 2 on mid. There's still a tier 1 bot they have to handle. So, the damage they're doing on the map, not as big as you'd want it to be. But it is certainly leading into a little bit more of time. Like, they get some forward wards down. Triangle vision is set up here by the side of Boom. Next Roche we'll see in about 2 minutes when it will be back up. So you will have that. And you have your flash save ready now on the side of Boom. Blink up on Zhao with his shard. He's going to be able to get the tombstone saves onto his allies now as well, complicating things for the side of the Kukuis. Damage coming in now for Jackie as well with that Daedalus, along with that full Silver Edge. So again, it's a matter of trying to find a bailout for a bot. He is trying to go into an Aeon Disc. It's necessary. If they're going to commit this much onto him, have the Aeon Disc, turn around, wait for it to fade, pop your Bloodstone on, and kind of reset. Could be the way to go, is to look for a smoke out here in Kukuis.
They will. Mid lane. Not finding anyone yet. Jewel looking for a hook shot in. Cox is just going to jump in with the blink. And Zhao already almost down. Mac, meanwhile, getting an Echo Slam, can finish off the job here against Ponyo. Meanwhile, Jackie, half HP on the gyrocopter. Still trying to survive as Cox now godlike, finding a double kill. Jackie needing a way out. He's got no Satanic. He's got no BKB. They'll instead focus down FBZ as the bot will continue to take care of the gyrocopter. Jackie trying to fight, but just can't make it. There's no buybacks either, but they'll find a bot. A bot will go down. Mac will TP out. It's still going to be full wiped here from Boom. And there is time for them to go high ground if they realize the buybacks are not there. But they will have to do it without a bot.
It's a scary situation to kind of force that, but they'll have to try. A little bit strange for him, but he was broken, right? He was broken. He was standing his ground up against Jackie, but he wasn't right-clicking. He was trying to use his bristleback while broken. I don't think he realized that he still had a broken window there. He wasn't doing as much, and we're talking about small margins, but small margins are what what matters in Dota at this point with such high-level teams. So they will look to force the issue here on the side of Kukuis, and they'll find out very quickly that there are no buybacks. They do have a little bit of a window to try to force things in. There is some damage coming in here from Cox anyhow. See if Mac can try to put in some work. He does have the slam ready again. He did get the refresh off.
Oh, nice hook. Jewel from a mile away, landing the hook onto Zhao. Zhao will go down. Another one down here for Boom Esports, as Kokui is now very, very close to securing this best of 3 lower bracket final. They'll get 1 racks up. Jackie will be available in 13 seconds, so probably not going to be able to stick around for any more. That bottom lane will be left, but they are 2 racks up now for Kukui's. Boom Esports not out of this game yet, but I mean, they've really got to kind of buckle down here. It's been very tough. Couple of fights here and there, most of them being off the back of FBZ, I feel like. Like, FBZ's the guy that's really setting up these great fights for his team. But it has started to prove to be quite challenging.
And it has. There's so much pressure on FBZ to just look for these Harpoon skewer backs. And he's playing without the blink as well, which has been pretty impressive that he's still finding angles. A bot.
Yeah, a bot. Still playing around with Jackie. He's buying time for his team to get there. A bot them. Has he waited too long? The Silver Edge break is out. The Echo Slam committed. A bot is down. No BKB ever came off, but he buys back. He's back into the fight. Tim's is gone. Cox will take care of him. Chase continues now for FBZ. Hook. Oh, it's barely off the mark, but it doesn't matter. Jewel gets him with the cogs. Silences out. FBZ down. 90 seconds without the Magnus, and that is massive. I actually can't see a defense happening without this Magnus up.
No. And no angle in. No double slam as well for 100 seconds. We'll have at least 1 slam coming back up soon. And Cox is putting in the work after a bot cops everything. And it's just tricky for him to find the angle or find the timing to use that BKB. And they are finding windows to burst down the Bristle. But it's like what we were talking about. It costs so much to kill the Bristle that everyone else is free to play their game. Still trying Jackie is on the defense here.
He's got to give it a crack. I mean, this is the last game they have. But Mega Creeps will be incoming any moment now. And there you go. And now the game becomes infinitely more challenging for Boom Esports. Mega Creeps are abound. The game is not yet over, but it's maybe like a max 10% chance of being able to pull off a comeback here for Boom Esports. As well, now Roshan's started as well by Bart, so Bart gonna make life even more challenging. Aegis up, Aghanim's Blessing, and Roshan Banner all available with this Roshan. Nice and easy. I mean, they're just... Kukuis again, they've had a great run throughout these qualifiers. They'll hand over the Ags Blessing here to Ponyo. And that's going to be very nice as well. Just giving those demonic cleanse and purge charges always going to be very, very nice. In particular for this bristleback. You know, just being able to get that demonic cleanse going on the bristle going to feel really good.
It will. I mean, again, a bot's been putting himself in the firing line, so he is the one that you will want to constantly try to bail out here. Has the secondary life to back up his buyback as well, and the Kukuis will go for the last smoke. If they find the angle in, this could be the end for the side of Boom Esports after a pretty rough time in the past day. And it's just facing off against Talon again, now going into Kukuis, who feels like they've got their number. A bot starting to go in. Here's a bristle.
Here's out Jewel, a very nice hook landing on 2 heroes. They're trying to burst him down. Disruption will buy some time for Jewel to sign survivors. Now Mac commits the echo. It's really only on Ponyo, and he actually refreshes it. Commits it again. The second one was whiffed though. And Mac, he's going to try and BKB Ogre Seal Toad him out of there. He will barely make it. Meanwhile, the grab ally, I believe, in the tombstone, so Tim's is still alive. Not for long though, surely. In fact, he is. Glimmercape will save his life as a Bart looking to retreat. Keep in mind, he still has his secondary life. But now Boom Esports, they've smoked up. They want to try and punish. But they aren't going to really be able to catch anyone, it seems, as well, the rest of Kukuis just retreat immediately.
So it's a little bit awkward to force that fight. Just because you don't have that BKB up and running on a bot. Doesn't really want to push the envelope too hard. Slam is back up again. You did have level 25 on Mac, so with the Octarine, that cooldown, not that long. Just 40-second wait. RP on hand as well. High ground threat is there for Boom, and the side of Kukuis, they'll have to get a little bit of a reset. They've gotten Mega Creeps their way. They're in the advantage. There's no reason to take massive risks. But it does feel like they didn't find as much as they could have on the high ground. And now you're reaching the point where you're going to start to see more to come in here. Like Jackie's just looking to farm into the full Divine Rapier. That's when things can really start to get spicy. Even a Bristleback, once he's broken, is not going to be able to survive that kind of output. You at least have additional saves coming out here for Kukuis. Have that full Ags up on Armel with the Enchant Remnant. So he can't just scoop in and save a bot, save anyone who's in trouble. And that's going to also complicate things for the side of Boom. Momentum to be taken, and just safety nets here for the side of Kukuis. Shard comes out for Armel as well. And the side of Boom, well, it kind of hinges on this gambit. If this full Divine on Jackie will pay off, if you can even find the gold for it. Not too far off from that, but again, it's a massive risk. It's do or die now for Boom. You are at that point where the Divine is necessary. It's just a matter of, again, can you kite a bot? Can you actually get the angles with his slam, with his RP that you're looking for? It's just so difficult for Boom. There's just not a lot of wiggle room left here, Mike.
Here we go. Divine Rapier on Jackie. The all-in play. Cox, hexed up. That's a good start. If they can somehow deal with the Night Stalker, but Cox is okay. So just finger him, but he won't really go down. There's another hook shot. That's a perfect block from Jewel. He's put him in a very awkward predicament now. Nowhere to go for the side of Boom. They've got to try and fight back here up against the Bart. They'll have their entry back to the base now, but they're still trying to just deal with the Bart at the moment as Jackie, he's lost half his HP. He'll have to BKB up. Echo Slam committed, but nobody's dying yet. Jackie's still just trying to survive through this as FBZ and Tim's are both gone down. And now another Echo from Mac, but it does nothing. Mac will run. Jackie's been left behind. They really can't afford to let him go. He'll try, but he is gone. Divine on the deck. No buyback available. Cox will take the Divine for himself. It's got to be over. This has to be it.
There it is. There should be no way. I mean, to be fair, on the side of Kukuis, they are 2 heroes down. They're not the healthiest as well. And you still have to respect the skewer back potential. Respect that low cooldown slam. You've got your own Silver Edge on Mac as well to try to break through here on a bot. Age is not the longest timer as well. You lose the Divine, but you are buying time. It's just that I don't know if you have anything to do in that time with your Gyrocopter at this point. The damage is gone. You got the full Abyssal Blade up for Cox. He's doing a good 600, 700 damage per right click before reductions. So if you're worried about the Bristle, you definitely have to be worried about Cox now, as he's looking pretty damn big here. And the side of Boom, I mean, they're staying, right? It's not done. The endgame push hasn't come out. They're showing a lot of respect on the side of Kukuis. It just feels like, I don't know, like, it just feels so difficult for Boom to look for this endgame state. Right? Like, to look for that big RP, that big slam. Even if you do get them, the follow-through damage now from Jackie, it's just not there without the Divine. There's just a lot of issues for Boom that I don't know if they have enough farm to kind of compensate. Maybe if the game drags on for like 5 to 10 more minutes, if we hit tier 5s perhaps, you could start to equalize a little bit more, like try to farm your second Divine up, but I don't know if you're going to give them that much time here on the side of the Kukuis either.
I don't know either, John. We'll find out very, very soon. They're still in it. Not over yet for Boom, but 35k advantage. 95% chance of winning this one for Kukuis. Not going to make things easy. They'll go through the bottom lane. Hox has been an absolute menace. 12-0-16 on the Night Stalker now with the Divine Rapier up. Making life much more challenging for the other team.
Your nightmare continues.
They're probably maybe just going to wait for that next Roshan here on the Kukuis. I mean, there's no real rush. Again, you potentially give an opening out to farm a second Divine on Jackie. But into Mega Creeps, it's really not that much gold anyhow. No one's going to be dipping outside inside of Boom, so you're not going to be able to get a kill advantage just yet. And yeah, you're just set to chill. The question is whether or not it reaches 60. I think if it reaches 60, Kukuis might be playing around a little bit too much into that point, waiting for tier 5, so likely not.
Not Ben. Here we go. They're going to see Mac first. Mac in big danger. Immediately, Cox just rushing right onto the Earthshaker. FPZ getting a nice RP, but the BKB's not going to allow him to skewer them into the fountain. Still, they'll try for Jewel. Zhao is gone. There's your Echo doing absolutely nothing here from Mac, so Mac might just be going down, and does. He'll buy back into the team fight. FPZ's going to look for some skewer plays into the fountain if he wants to defend this. The Ancient's already less than half HP. Cox is just taking it down. The Glyph will be forced out. They've got a bit more time to try and find a way to stop this attack coming in from Kukuis, but they've lost Jackie. No. They have lost everything, and the game's over. Kukuis have done it, Jonathan. They are going to the grand final as a part of us. Who's the problem? Who's the problem? Oh, boy. What a spicy way to end. Who is the problem indeed, John X Fire? We probably shouldn't answer that question, but there certainly was a problem in Boom Esports, I would say, as Kukuis have made it through to the grand final. John, this is a stack of streamers, John. This is what everyone... They keep going, wait, hold, the streamer stack made it to the grand final? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. The streamer stack has made it to the grand final, where they will verse the person they've named their own team after, John X Fire. The disciples. The disciples, the Kukuis, they've now, their last matchup, the final boss is Master Cuckoo himself. What a way, what a storyline to end off these SEA close qualifiers for ESL One Raleigh. John, talk to me about it. What the hell just happened?
Look, Boom, just a little bit flustered after playing that series yesterday to come in. We heard Armel. He wanted some tocino. He's had his tocino. He's eaten the brothers up. And
he has.
I mean, to be fair, we were talking about this in the pre-match. I did say Boom's a stronger team, but in the grand finals, if you want some surprises for Talon, it's Kukuis who'll probably surprise him. Because let's face it, I mean, no diss to Boom, but they're 7-0 to Talon right now. Right? So Kukuis, they might be able to do it. They hang out with Cuckoo all the time. These guys talk every single time they stream together to play a whole bunch of games together. They know what goes inside Cuckoo's brain. So they have some ideas, and it's going to be fun to see this because it's not just Cuckoo, it's Natsumi as well. They love to pick on good old Natsumi. Even they just love calling him whatever they want to call him. And I think it's going to be a very exciting match now into our best of 5. This one now, Mike, I can see going into 5 games. It could be a slugfest to come out. A little bit of a classic Rambulan, just a little bit. We've got some honorary Pinoys on hand, of course, and it should be fun. I think Kukuis have been surprising. Honestly, after seeing them get 2-0'd by Boom at the start, I didn't have my hopes up. I thought, okay, Boom is in form. Kukuis, Armel told me their last-minute stack. Maybe they don't get that far this time. But they managed to get revenge on Boom. Armel's hungry. And they've got some chicken lined up next in Talon, Mikey.
Oh boy, now I'm excited. I can't wait to see how this all does pan out. Of course, shout out to Boom Esports, John. A good run, but clearly some changes need to be made, at least in terms of strategy or drafting or something. I'm sure Mushi will be having a very deep look as to what happened to his team here today. Apart from that, though, again, we are going to head off to a break, I believe, and right after that break, we'll have a grand final ready for you between the streamer stack that is Kukuis and Master Cuckoo himself. We'll be right back after a break.
Dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going strong and feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side.
Serotonin slowly, sequin in the light, empowering your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here. take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the lights, empowering your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide. No way, I'll regret the first time with you. And baby, you make a moment every time I lay eyes on you. But do we care? Do we dare? Keeping this going. Let's live in the moment, yeah. I want to know. Keep this on the low. Between the two of us. Every time I try to find.
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
Try to stop the flame.
Never discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride. The day we woke up, lying in a pool of shame. Tears and makeup printed on a pillowcase. It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie. Every time I try to find.
Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
Try to stop the flame.
Never discipline melts away.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the ride.
Talking my, I've been working all year getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Cause I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching, in it, distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like willow. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you're on your knees, yeah. Not my fault I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give it face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, open put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it.
Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles.
You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reasonable, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Like a moth to the flame, I'm attracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stare fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that
yeah. I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder
2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, look can strain your blue eyes. Makes me feel better. Better than this. Better than that. Better than anything I ever had. Better than this. Better than that. Better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Earth is suffering, trouble is rising, mountains are melting. There's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise. It's now do or die. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late. Raise the sirens now before it's too late. Break the silence now before it's too late. Raise the sirens
can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. to call me. Promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away, pulling me I can feel it in my blood, down my veins like a melody. I can feel it, so alive, running high. I can finally breathe high. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Ooh, the day that boy walked my way. Won't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you doesn't be mine. And just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, made me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you doesn't be mine. And just a moment in time.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our next series and our final series of the day. It's the grand finals between the side of Kukuis and, of course, Talon. And as you can tell, John and I were not quite ready for the intro because I think our producer forgot to unmute his mic. Jonathan, my green screen's a little bit off the mic. I might just fix that on camera now. Why not just break the fourth wall completely?
Oh yeah, break that fourth wall like we're breaking records here. We've got Talon up against Kukuis. We've got Kuku up against his boys. And we've got quite the series lined up for us here. These guys have faced off against each other in some form for the past year, you know, since the inception of Kukuis, all the way back to when they were called Darling. These guys have been fighting pretty high end. And again, there's been a lot of jokes about the fate of the old Alphon teams in, say, Geek Fam, where you had Cox, you had Jing, you had Mac. You know, these guys all struggling to get the LAN wins last year, like LAN entrances last year. But they always made it to grand final. So we'll see if the problem was Cox or if the problem was Alphon. That's also another storyline in this beautiful, disastrous series that we will get underway. Of course, there's a lot of surprises here, and we were talking about it in the pregame in that lower bracket final. When it came down to this, we expected Boom to be the better team than Kukuis, but we expect Kukuis to surprise Talon. So let's see if that will hold up here up against Talon. Of course, I did ask the boys what their thoughts were. Cuckoo again gave me a peace symbol. This is all he said. Y with parentheses. And Armel told me killing our godfather today is the goal. So they will have a target painted at Cuckoo's back. We'll see if they'll manage to get that done. And it should be fun to watch and draft, right? Like last series, we saw a lot of the bristleback being high impact.
Hold on. I'm gonna call you out, John, because you've upset me.
What?
You said the words, "Is Cox the problem or was Alphon the problem?" I thought you were setting me up for the easiest joke of my life, and then you kept talking. And I got so upset, because there was an easy joke to be made there with Alphon and Cox, Jonathan. I'm sure you could imagine where I was going to go with it. Obviously, you've ruined the joke completely now. So I guess thank you for not allowing me to potentially cancel both of us here on the grand finals of SEA Close Qualifiers. But I'm a bit upset, John. I you know how I like throwing these silly jokes in. Go on.
We've got a lot of room for a good amount of low-hanging fruit jokes with Cox later on, all right? There's going to be a bunch. There's just so much. Cox is going to be playing a lot here. We'll have to be dealing with a lot of Cox here, all right, Mikey? That's all it is. There's a lot of chances. You see? It's natural.
You made an unintended joke with the low-hanging fruit anyway, John. Yeah, I'll just let you know. Talon?
Yeah.
First pick sniper here, Jonathan. That's a bit yucky.
It is yucky, but it does work for Mikado, and it's a very stable lane to come in. I'm wondering if that's the way we'll go. There is some flex for Jokam to run it, or even Cuckoo, right? Running it into the Timbersaw lane with Scattershot is pretty damn good. Like, it is very painful for a Timbersaw in lane to kind of deal with all of that magical damage. I am curious if Kukuis will ban something like the Bristle or the Lycan, because that Alpha Wolf was insane. Mind you, it doesn't maybe feel as good to play Lycan into the Timbersaw. The Wolves will die to the magical damage you have on the Timb. So it's not as easy of a process to just hit level 6 on your Wolves, run around with Hightail and Torture supports. Maybe not going to be out in this game. So I'm keen on seeing if Kukuis will ban something like, say, DK, Morphling in the pool. And again, that big pickup in the Bristleback is still there as well. So there's still a lot of things that Kukuis will have to worry about. Lena's available as well. And again, if Talon's looking to flex Sniper, you could still have room for a Mikoto Lena. Same thing goes for Kukuis if it's left in the pool. You have room for the Armel Lena here as well. So Talon will have to think twice into that one. Kukuis will prioritize that Doom. I'm a little bit surprised they banned out the Gyrocopter, as I feel like Talon wouldn't be the one to fall into that kind of same draft idea as Boom would, but the TA and the Monkey King are pretty bog standard bans. And again, no Dawnbreaker or Nyx Assassin shenanigans here from Talon being banned out. They are really taking their time on Kukuis. I'd say if you're really not sure what to ban, either Morphling or Bristle is probably safe. Maybe a Shadow Demon if you're worried about that. And they'll take care of the Night Stalker instead, which we saw Cox use to great effect last time around. So no WS Night Stalker, but Bristleback option open, Morphling, Lena, all of these big heroes, even Shadow Demon again, still available. Kukuis are allowing quite a fair bit through here.
That they are. One more ban to go. They'll get rid of the Earth Spirit here for Armel. Right into the Clockwork, of course. This hero not going to be being removed from the meta anytime soon, I hope. You know, I was thinking this as well in the earlier series. Do you think they're going to nerf Clockwork? Because I feel like the hero's in a good spot. I don't think it's really that required to nerf him.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's not super broken. It's strong when you can play it right, but it's not like a be-all, end-all. I can see maybe some slight adjustments, so, but not like a complete nerf. I feel like they even buffed him, right? Like last time around on the pull on the cogs. I don't expect it to be touched down too hard. I like this from Kukuis, though. Straight into the Morphling. So you have this highly mobile, highly durable win condition lining up for yourself. And Talon don't really have the room for a hard stun support unless they'll just commit to mid sniper at this point. You could maybe go for some like Lion on your end. Maybe even some like Shadow Shaman, which is less popular, but certainly still up there. And trying to pin down the Morph, as Clockwork is not going to be able to do that by himself. Kukuis will also pick up Tusk. So you could end up with a strong Morphling Tusk lane lined up for yourself. Lots of damage that can come in. A good save option as well on Kukuis. Love to see that one coming out. And it just ties in this draft nicely. Like, you don't have any direct weaknesses here in Kukuis. You already have a save. You have some ways of initiating as well. You have a good win condition on hand. Whereas for Talon, it's a little bit more open. And there are holds coming out. I really want to see if they'll find a way to try to manage this Morphling. And a Morphling in a free game can be very, very scary. It just feels like it's going to be relatively free if you don't get that hard lockdown in here for Talon.
I'm very intrigued to see what does happen. Talon, third pick for themselves now. I really would love to see that Lycan come back out. It's not as good of a game though. Like against Morph Timber Tusk, probably not really that advised to do the whole Alpha Wolf thing. But you know, I'm sure sometime in this best of 5 grand final we'll have the pleasure of seeing that once again from WS. WS probably arguably I think is the best offlaner in SEA right now as well, John. I've kind of been saying it for I want to say the past 12 months, but he's one of those offlaners where you got to really pay attention to what he's up to. He's very reminiscent in some sense of geez, what? I can't believe I'm forgetting the name, John. The offlane of Tundra back 33. You remember when 33 plays, you just don't know what's going to happen. You know, I'm not saying WS is on that level yet, but I'm saying he gives you that impression of you just don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah. He's very creative, and again, his mechanics are rock solid. I think maybe in terms of hero pool, it's certainly not in the way that 33 was, but just in the way he plays, I think it's just kind of crazy. Talon's digging really deep into the reserve time here to pick this next hero up. Maybe trying to pick your poison here, some way to hold down. Oh. Well, I guess we go next game now. I think it's done. It's cooked. I mean, look.
I literally alt-tabbed for a second. I heard you say, oh boy, and I thought, wait, they didn't choose AM, did they? And, you know,
10 seconds.
John, how many times am I going to have to say this? I hate going, you know, I hate going on these rants, John. Because I know there's some players in the viewers, some of the viewers like AM. This hero is so bad. I don't care if Talon wins this game 1. This hero is so bad, I'm actually upset they even bothered to draft it. I'm upset. Where's talent management? They need to have a chat with the players. Who drafted this hero?
I don't know. It's Cuckoo. Cuckoo's fault. Every single time, it's probably Cuckoo's fault. You know, he's there. They have March. You know, March is probably telling him, Cuckoo, this is bad. You know, we played together. You know how bad AM is. It's like, I want the AM. I think the AM is a good hero for Natsumi. Then Natsumi is just there sitting quietly. Doesn't speak much. He's just like, nods. Yeah, I can play AM. I can play AM. And, well, I mean, look, let's justify this. Let's try to justify this pick. AM into Morphling is probably not that bad. Then again, you give Morphling a free blink. And, well, okay, they double down on Kukuis. You have the Kotl as well, so there's another thing to kind of Mana Void bomb on top. So there's a couple of things you could do. It's just...
Allow me to just kind of put in there as well, like the disclaimer I always have to make with these accents you put on John. John X Fire is Filipino. He's not American, so this is just so everyone's aware. John is not, you know, making fun of the Filipino people because he is one of them.
Yeah. You know, the accent comes out a little bit more when I'm at home anyway. But I'll bring the passport out later. We don't need to care. Still, you know, Master Cuckoo again. This is like. How many qualifiers did we do with TNC where Master Cuckoo would bring out the Venomancer in a best of 5, Mike?
Oh,
this is it.
Don't get me too excited, John. Don't get me excited. So, you know how I feel about the Venomancer, but if it's Master Cuckoo, if Master Cuckoo decides it's a Veno game, I will support him. You know, I'll never support Anti-Mage, but the Veno, I'll give... What is it, John?
Mikey, what if this was a WS Anti-Mage? Off-lane into the Morphling.
Okay, you know what?
Wouldn't that be exciting?
If it's AM off-lane, I'll accept it. I will accept AM off-lane. Only because it'll do well against the Morph, it'll do well against the Timber, even the Kotl, you know, just having that Mana Void burst, I think that's fine. If it's a pos 1, I'm not happy. Even if it wins, I don't care. I'm not taking what I said back. This hero's garbage. It's trash. It shouldn't be picked up.
No, it really shouldn't. There's no reason outside of the offlane. And I think the offlane AM presents some interesting possibilities. Vanguard Rush, maybe not the best, but I think just staying on Vanguard and Diffusal perhaps, or like Echo Saber Diffusal, this hero can become a menace. Like, it is actually a very decent harpoon carrier. It is a great way of, again, bursting down this Morphling even quicker because he's just not going to have mana. It's a good way of trying to isolate away this Keeper of the Light. It makes a lot of sense, but it looks like Kukuis are expecting it just for Natsumi, as they are banning out some big WS offlane here, so they'll get the Pugna on their side for Kukuis. High tempo coming out already. Right, so you've got this way of topping up your Timbersaw and Morphling. You've got the Chakra spam for all of these heroes to play with. You've got this high-tempo push with Wave Clear that the Kotl and Tim will provide with the push of the Pugna. And, of course, you have this crazy Solar Bind plus Decrep play on Kukuis that will just make short work of any hero. Even the Anti-Mage with his counterspell resistance. It's still going to soften him up by a fair amount. So, I love this doubling down on Kukuis. It is very high-tempo as well. But you're not completely locked to that tempo, right? Like, the Morphling will still have a game. Oh my lord.
Okay, here we go again. I mean, I did say I'd love to see it. You know what? Against the Pugna Kotl, it could actually be really disgusting. And Alpha Wolves will come out from WS. Now, in case you weren't watching yesterday, we'll go over this probably 1,000 times while this game's happening. But you're in for a very fun time in case you haven't seen this before with Lycan. These wolves are so stupid, and you're about to see why. Well, once he hits those max level wolves, it is just impossible to go up against for like the next 5-10 minutes if you're a support.
Oh yeah, it's a complete nightmare. At least you do have Decrep, right? So Ponyo at least has a window where he can run away. He has some way of running out, so it's not the worst in the world.
The wolves need like a dispel or something, John. That's what they need.
They need a mini nullifier. Actually, that would be way too busted. But this should be fun.
No, it wouldn't.
Sure.
Yeah, you know what?
You know what you need? You need Recon.
That's right. That's what Necro used to be able to purge and dispel.
Yep.
You see, Jonathan? Now you're thinking. Now you're getting paid for your worth. Well done.
You know who's really thinking? Natsumi's thinking this game is not going to be fun while he's playing that AM. Laning into the Timbersaw is not going to feel great. No, he's just going to get Whirling Death Whirling Death down by Cox. And your lane duo is fine, though. I have to hand it. Like, Lich AM is a fine lane. You will go to Mage Bane's Mirror instead, so to spell reflect on allies. He's switching around. He can't figure out what he'd want to do in this hero, because quite frankly, I don't think anyone knows how to make this hero really work, but we'll have to see if Natsumi has something in mind. I am curious, because if Natsumi goes off to a fine laning start, he can farm into this point where maybe a decent Battle Fury timing, or if he's going for a fighting AM build, SNY comes out fine, although, again, likely you're not going this route. You get a good timing on Battle Fury, you farm up a Storm, and I think the key thing is really the mid lane of...
What is it?
Wait, if the key thing's the mid lane of Mikado not getting crushed. I just got messaged back by Cox late again after draft, and he says, I'm gonna wreck Alphon. Alright, so that is the words of Cox himself.
No gyro equals
Jules.
look at the win probability, John. Look at it. Win probability 53% already. Like, we just got into the game. 53% already for Kukuis, and that's pure. I guarantee it's because they chose AM. I guarantee.
Yep. Yeah, it's a draft difference. We have
Proud Daddy here.
Natsumi's asking, no trash talking, please. And Abat is like, your hero is better than mine. Do not trash talk, please.
Okay.
Kuku's saying, I'm so proud of you, my kids. My children have gone so far.
And Armel,
and
killing you today is our goal, Godfather. I gotta say this again. Armel has been trash talking every series, but every single series, he has pulled off the track. He has backed it up.
Oh yeah, you know, Armel saying, Abat saying that Cox is still looking for the coach. I can't believe they even got WS to join and say, let's see who's right. Like, out of all the people, we've never seen WS do that, you know, and he's actually typing out. So everyone's in high spirits. This is a good match.
It's the classic Filipino influence coming in here onto WS. Poor guy. Yeah, you work under Cuckoo long enough, John, you're going to get there eventually. There's no two ways about that. Let's see, game 1 of a best of 5. You know, this is not going to be as simple as a quick best of 3. Plenty of games. I think most people that are viewing this game right now would look at this and think, Talon, surely.
Seconds to battle.
Natsumi, be careful, sir. Well, what's he saying now, John?
Natsumi says, that's so noisy with voice lines. Cox says, it's just for you.
Okay.
And Cox said, it's because you get ticked off.
I've got to say it. Like, I think most people viewing this match would assume that Talon should 3-0 Kukuis, right? Like, can we both agree that if you were a betting man, Jonathan, and you had to choose the scoreline, would you go 3-0?
I would expect a 3-0. Actually, I would maybe say 3-1.
If you had to bet. If you had to bet your life savings right now. You have no choice.
It's so scary. It's so scary. 3-0. If it was Boom, I would say so. And that's not a diss at Boom. It's just a historic trend. I think this one is just too wild. It's just too crazy. It's just too... Talon probably prepped for Boom. You know, chances are they actually did prep for Boom more than they did for Kukui. So that could be a factor as well. And I think it can be a bit scary. Like, they're trying stuff out like AM. I don't think either way this is going to be 3-0. So, it's hard to say. I would say 3-1. If you were forced by gunpoint to make a bet, 3-1 would probably be maybe a more sane bet. Still, we've got a less sane mid matchup as we were taking a look at the Sniper versus the Kotl lane. And this is pretty fine for Armel. His camp wasn't blocked, so he's going to have access to some good farm down the line. Nothing to really slow that down. Mikado doesn't go for the scatter shot as well. Just stays on the ghillie suit mid. So it's a very bog standard sniper play. He can still zone out and farm up. Quite fine keeping his distance. But it's going to be a very slow tempo lane that theoretically should favor Armel just because of the camp access again. So you don't have that edge on Talon blocking off early. We can take a look at the other lanes. Up top, you've got the dreaded anti-mage of Natsumi, along with Cuckoo and the Lich. Up against Joel and Cox. And this lane for Cox is going to ramp up by the time he hits level 3. Like, your damage will start to scale up. You are doing pure damage onto the AM, so it's not like Counterspell will do much anyhow to stop this magic, to stop this pure damage from coming in. I'm just wondering what Natsumi will be looking to go for. The last time we saw an AM, I think we saw a 1-3-1 build-up as well, emphasizing Blink rather than, say, Mana Break Harassment. So it ended up just really being a slow farming sort of game with no aggression. I do feel like when you have a Lich on hand with AM, there is some aggressive plays that can come out once levels are in. Same thing can't really be said for a bot. Like, he has a very stable lane lined up for himself here on that Morphling. Right? There's no easy ways to keep a bot pinned down. You have Clockwork and Lich. You don't really have the best ways to stop a bot from just jumping around. I think that's going to be an issue down the line. Even in lane, we've seen WS play the Alpha Wolves before. It is cool, but it's not like you get the benefits of it until you're like level 7, level 8. So in lane, it's pretty bog standard. Your wolves aren't doing anything extra. And theoretically, this is just fine for a bot. Free farm lane for the Morphling. Going to be important to set up. I don't see any way of you slowing down a bot anytime soon as well. Like, even Mikado rotating isn't really a threat. But that is one thing that Talon's draft is susceptible to. Just giving a lot of space out to this Morph. I don't know if you're going to get early enough activity on Natsumi to try to contest that Morph fighter. Because AM still tends to go Battle Fury. You don't tend to see that experimentation with S and Y or stuff like that.
Top lane, they are trying onto Natsumi. Grasp from Cuckoo going to make it hard, but Natsumi 5 seconds away from being able to have Blink up, but they can't get the kill. Slows from Cuckoo with the Frost Blast proving to be enough to allow Natsumi a way out of there. But already the aggression towards the AM coming out from Kukuis. They won't find any first blood yet though, neither side. Of course, mid lane, I just wanted to have a look back here, John. Makoto's having a very good time. 21-11 compared to the 12-0 of Armel's Keeper of the Light. And like last game, the timing for Keeper is extremely important. Like, you need to get a very quick earn. You need to find charges pretty much immediately off the back of that earn. And then you need a fast Spirit Vessel time. And if you can't get those 3 conditions, your hero just dies.
Does. I'm a little bit surprised Mikado is getting so much out of this lane as well. He does have the 1 rate band, as they will manage to burst down Bosku at least. Again, the target's on his back, and they rotate Ponyo up to harass out Natsumi. A bit of a
Still
rough
blink.
time top.
He's got blink, but Jules waiting for him to blink. Look at this. He's waiting. Natsumi, what are you going to do, sir? There's a lot of time being wasted here for this AM. So he's going to blink north. The shards are going to be off the mark, and he does salve up. So he'll be okay. Cuckoo will be there to protect. But I love the emphasis up at this top lane. Just do not allow Natsumi to have a free time. And of course, take the head straight off Cuckoo if you can, as they are going to grasp up Cox. But it's a Timbersaw. He doesn't have reactive armor, but once his mana is gone, you don't really have enough damage.
No. You are at least slowing down just a little bit, but it's a rough start for Natsumi. Bottom in terms of CS. And again, for an AM, it's just a slow process back in. I'm still wondering if Natsumi will want Battle Fear or something more active. I think you can look at like WS to actually be your win condition along with Mikado. So you can afford to actually go for a more skirmishy anti-mage. And he is going for something like the Orb Corrosion right now. So there is some early potential here for the AM just with that, especially once heroes are out of mana. I'm just wondering if it's an all-in move for Natsumi. Still keeping that aggression up top though.
Cuckoo again, going to be targeted, is gone. Natsumi trying to at least get Jewel taken out with him, but he's taking a bit of harassment himself. Cox is out of mana though, a nice snowball. He's going to buy some time, so back towards Jokam they'll go. But everyone's out of mana. And I don't think Natsumi's going to be feeling too confident to move in right now. At least you do have Makoto. Does make a nice quick rotation on the sniper. And easy assassinate kill onto Jewel. So you do get a bit of a trade-up.
You do. And again, it's a lot of pressure up top, but you're also freeing up space where WS isn't under any kill threat. You know, without a laning partner here for a bot, he is free farming, but you aren't slowing down the Morphling. Again, you've been crushing that mid lane on Mikado. The stacks have been taken by Rimmel, but it is warded up now by Mikado as well, so you shouldn't be able to restack and try to catch up and farm. And just a lot of emphasis top. I mean, we heard Armel. They were painting and targeting Kuki's back. They are gunning for Natsuki more, although.
There was some pings towards Makoto, but they don't really have the numbers here to really hope for the kill. You've got Earn Up though on Armel, and here we go. Like you need to get these charges ASAP. Makoto, probably the wrong target though, in fairness. Like, you don't really have the greatest gap close for the sniper. I'd expect Armel to maybe rotate down bottom and try for WS instead. And he is indeed doing that right now. Pings are coming out towards the Lycan. Jewel's going to be there, but WS, realizing what's happening, does retreat back to the tier 1 tower. And I suppose this is one of the things, like, against Talon, they're going to have the foresight to know exactly how Armel wants to play this. So they are not giving the openings over for him to get those initial earn charges that he really, really, really wants.
Yeah, and again, it's a matter of, are you applying enough pressure? Because WS, he's been free farming for a little bit. He's kind of keeping up in build up. Natsumi, despite the pressure, and he is lagging behind both these heroes are, but not in a massive way that really offsets this game. And the key thing is that Mikado is just able to ramp up. Double rate band already up, power treads already up. Just needing a little bit more, going for the Maelstrom here for Mikado. So this early sniper tempo is going to come in. And for Talon, their greatest weakness is this point, right? Like from laning phase into maybe 15 to 20 minutes, this lineup is a little bit weaker, quite a fair bit weaker. So we'll see if Cuckoo can capitalize on that. They will try with a smoke on Armel and Ponyo. Remember, this combination with, say, Solar Bind coming in plus Decrep can lead to some very nasty kills. Have to be a bit cautious on Talon here.
You absolutely do. Here comes Armel. WS pretty out of position right now. Jewel gonna have shards to throw at him, and this should be a definite kill. And there's those earn charges we talked about. Armel's got it. At least WS does manage to buy the Midas, which is the exact same build we saw yesterday from WS. So Midas is up for him before he does go down. But more importantly for Cookie is they do hit the conditions they're looking for Armel. He just needs to hit the Spirit Vessel timing, but that's a lot simpler than the other two conditions. And with that, already it seems like they're off to a good start here, this Radiant team.
And they are. Again, outside of mid lane, everything else has gone smoothly for them. They've applied pressure onto the anti-mage. So this ramp up for Natsumi's held back. WS, and it's a slower start when you do go Alpha Wolf. There's really not much to go for until you're like level 7. And they are still keeping that pressure. Like, they're getting the free shove in. They're cutting off WS every single time. Maybe a little bit deep now.
Very, very deep, but the TP rotation is not going to really amount to anything. But able to walk out. And these TPs just kind of feel almost wasted here as Again, they're unable to really punish for the tower abuse that Qualifiers were providing. Kind of thing with the draft as well of Talon, like, the one man that's had a really good time is Makoto, but everyone else is a little bit on the slower side when it comes to the net worth department. And it does come back to the fact that you have an AM Lycan that are going to take a little bit more time to be online, as we do see Cuckoo going down once again top lane. And now, of course, Qualifiers, they just want to take the T1 top tower because they can.
You've got that free push with Ponyo on hand. With the Nether Blast, he doesn't quite have the mana, but got enough to just poke and prod. There is room for WS to get the same thing done down bot, but again, a bot is there to still hold his ground. Does opt for the Dragonlance buildup instead of something like the Vlad's here. A rather interesting diversion as well, even over like the Yasha Manta Rush. Will want to have a little bit more stats, have a little bit more reach on the Morph, which is fair enough when you're up against something like the Sniper. 4-1 start, all the activity in the world coming out here for the Kukuis, as they are kind of setting that tempo up. Now it's just a matter of keeping that pressure, because there is still a lot of jungle space for the side of Talon to sit back in. Right, there's still room for WS to play in the jungle. The triangle is still fairly secure. They have one sneaky ward behind the tier 1, which is nice on Kukui's end, but nothing to spot the triangle itself. Nothing to spot up top. And that is room that Talon will just take quite happily. The side of the Kukuis, of course. Again, you're not going to be too disappointed in the slow game. You might miss some of that early strong tempo that Armel has with a full Spirit Vessel up, which is probably the one thing they'd want to play off of. They are still keeping gears locked in for that bot tier 1. Maybe that could lead into more aggressive wards into that triangle. Still not finding kill opportunities yet. Even the Shard's not quite connecting onto WS for an opportunity. I mean, again, this is good movement out from Kukuis, but considering that the network lead isn't really growing, Talon is somehow keeping pace with farm. Like, they are still rather efficient through the camps. They still have triangle, as we've been saying. And Mikado is still given free reign. So, there are still some shining points here, despite being a slower
nice
game.
cogs from Jokam. Very nice cogs from Jokam. Jewel just has no way out of this one. Insanity though, a Bart gonna jump in, but a nice hook shot away from Jokam as well. Hitting that level 6 mark, immediately getting the escape. A Bart still trying here as he does have Armel with the Spirit Vessel up, but WS gets the Wolf Form off in time. Still the run away, but the waveform not actually gonna connect with WS.
Ooh.
He's still gonna die, but it's at the cost of a Bart. Oh, very deep dive in from a Bart. That's a big kill to give back the way of Talon. I think WS, he's okay with that. He doesn't mind dying if it means you find the Morphling.
Yeah, you get some much needed activity, much needed punishment out from Talon's end. And the deep dives from the side of Kukuis doesn't amount to much. In fact, might be a little bit more. Don't really have the full complement of damage without mana on Mikado though, so it's a little bit harder to find this follow-up. But again, you keep things even. It is slowly pulling ahead for the Kukuis just off of this added map control they have. I would say one interesting aspect that we haven't really talked about here, Mikey. If a bot turns into WS, he does get the Facet, right? So surely he gets his own Alpha Wolves. Could be interesting. Not the most meaningful thing in the world, but is something that could happen down the line. Let's see.
I guess so. They have found Cox here. Makoto doing a lot of damage. Does take him out, but can Makoto get away? Shard's gonna lock him in. Jewel just keeping up the Makoto now with the double kill. Still just man fight against the side of Kukuias, but he will die to Armel. Still the chase is on now for the Keeper of the Light as Armel needs a way out of this. He'll run directly south, but it's not gonna matter by the looks of it because Natsumi will have enough damage and control. They'll even move on to Jewel now. Jewel will be okay, but pretty big losses now for Kukuias. As Talon able to find a 3-for-1 trade off the back of that death of Makoto. Hell, Jewel, I mean, he's still around, but it won't matter. It seems like Talon just want to retreat now, knowing that the heroes are respawning. Man, Makoto Sniper, it's such an issue when this man plays this hero. He's just farmed too quick. He dominated the lane, and now with the Maelstrom up, he's just hitting too hard.
And he is. Double Wraith Bands plus Maelstrom up is just so high in terms of that early output for the Sniper. And all of this movement is just so beneficial to Talon. The fact that Natsumi's able to actually join in these fights is such a big deal as they get another hookshot off.
They do. Jokam gonna find Ponyo. Ponyo will go down very quickly. Things are starting to get a little bit scary because now you've got the level 5 wolves.
bottom tower is
We get the level 6 wolves rather soon, and the stupidity starts very soon from WS. Just one more level.
Yeah. You gotta love that hightail. You gotta love that hamstring as well. Fun stuff. And again, the key thing that I think is just enabling this from Talon is how willing Natsumi is actually to join in these fights. He knows there's a lot of value with Mana Void. When you're up against a Morphling, there's a lot of value in the Mana Drain, and there's a good target to blow. A good target to blow up in the Keeper of the Light as well. And with the AM joining in, it just allows WS to keep playing passive. Sit back, farm with the Midas, build into that point where you start to hit like a truck, you're really scaling up, and you're still getting that progression on Natsumi for the Battlefield, which, to be fair, isn't fast. You know, there's still bottom network cores here on Natsumi and WS, but they are playing around in this slower point in the game for themselves quite fine. And building their foundation off of Mikado, who does have that full Mjolnir at 15 minutes in. Double rate band Mjolnir, power treads up on a sniper. That is ridiculous.
That's huge, man. It's too much. Natsumi. With the blink away. Still in trouble, though. Hook shot and Chain Frost is going to be committed. Natsumi now having the space to escape here as the Chain Frost is creating all kinds of havoc. Cox, he's going to go down to Makoto. They'll lose Jewel to boot. Makoto showing up to save the day here for Talon. As Ponyo almost dies to an assassinate. He'll be alright. Remember that time Makoto was a free agent and nobody was picking him up? And we were just like sitting there like, how is Makoto a free agent? Like, of all people, how is he free?
Yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of, remember that moment when the Savage stack split off from Talon and Mikado ended up on Bleed, and it's like, how is Bleed losing with this guy? I just didn't understand that. You know, Mikado's been consistent in all that time.
Might have been you know, maybe some of the players were a little bit upset with not getting paid, John. That might have had something to do with it.
Well, I mean, you know, everyone's kind of upset not being paid about certain things, Michael Phoenix. You know, Southeast Asia is not a happy place.
Shout out to E-Pulse. Good to see those guys leaving. Ponyo.
I love Sniper.
Yeah. That's another combo we didn't talk about, right? The Wolves giving vision for Makoto to just kill you from a mile away. That's something we haven't talked about yet, but that's also here.
It's such a rare synergy, but it is such a good one as well. And, you know, these wolves do damage. Like, the max level wolves of WS will actually drop these supports low enough for the Assassinate to clean up. So you have to be very cautious on the side of Kukui's. Smoke out from Talon. Of course, Mikado is looking to line up a shot again.
Yeah, Ponyo, it's so hard for this Pugner because he just gets assassinated from a mile away, loses over half his HP, and then they just walk in and clean up. It's not a great sign so far for Kukuyas. Like, you do have a Bart with a full butterfly up now, and the Morphling is still having a very good time, right? But it's I don't know if it's good enough, is my thing. Like, I think Makoto's just gotten so much out of this game already. And you don't exactly have the greatest jump for Makoto either. Like, you've got Cox and the Timber, you've got a Tusk. That's pretty much all you've got to try and close the gap. And right now, neither of those heroes are able to survive if Makoto just turns around and just hits them.
Yeah, not quite. They're... they have to drop wards for this.
It's lovely. These wolves are so stupid. This right-click build from WS, it's got to be the new best thing that we're going to see. Because the farm rate, when you rush Midas and you just jungle with these wolves, like, the farm rate is so ridiculous. This top lane, haven't lost anyone yet. There goes Jokan. Wolves are incoming, though. Ponyo, you've got to run. He's alright.
I mean, they have the magical clear for it. They've got the clear for the wolves. You know, they've got AoE magical damage, so it isn't as troublesome as we saw yesterday for Boom Esports at the very least. And they've got a little bit of an opening here on the side of Kukui's. Into the Roche they go. Have some decent damage coming in. Again, if with a bot and the butterfly, this is not going to take too long whatsoever. Some key timings for Talon lining up, though. Kuku already has his blink. Not too far away from the shard. And again, I prefer this Frostbound coming out on him for the Chain Frost, it's been a lot more effective. There's been some rebounces coming in that just make it so awkward for Kukuis to engage. This Aegis is an opportunity for the side of Kukuis, though, to try to apply that pressure. Talon isn't fully ready yet. Yes, you've got the Battle Fury up on Natsumi, but he needs a Manta, he needs the Ags. And then he's going to need an MKB if he really wants to be a nuisance to a bot. So a lot more farm needs to come in. Heck, even WS as well. Echo Saber's up. It's a start. It's not fully set. And this is when Kukui should be looking to kind of utilize his early tempo advantage, right? Because, again, you don't have a network advantage, sure, but you've locked in at least the progression of 2 of the cores on Talon that there should be some confidence here. They'll smoke and try to sneak around, but it's on the side of the map that Talon is not even bothering in anyhow, as there's a random tip for Natsumi, as he's just sitting back and farm, maybe calling that move out. And the side of Kukui's, there is pressure here. Because if this game just keeps stalling, again, at some point, Kotl's damage starts to fade away a little bit. The Pugna starts to become a non-issue outside of the healing factor that it does provide. You haven't really cleared a mid-tier 1, which is another hurting point here for Kukui's. So the triangle's been under Talon's control for a little bit too long. They'll just get to work onto the tier 2 bot, but there is some time for Talon to try to respond if they so wish, and some of those TPs will come in. Mind you, again, Kuku does have that blink. Doesn't quite have the shard. Doesn't have that free time to just toss Chain Frost out. I'll be happy enough to give away the tier 2. You are getting some objective advantage, including the Tormentor as well. But Talon aren't giving them kickoff opportunities, which is really how that snowball is set to kick off. And again, they're doing a fine job of just getting what they can. Split push begins from Natsumi. The room out for WS to get into the next item. I'm wondering if he's going to go for the Harpoon or something like the AC first in this case. There's also a very good opportunity to go for the Ags in this kind of game. Biting Natsumi once he's got a few items up can be devastating as well. We talked about that potential in yesterday's series from Talon. Didn't even last long enough to hit that point. It's always a possibility when you have an AM on hand here.
Crazy, crazy times. Slight net worth lead for Talon. Dota Plus actually at a 50-50 right now, John. That's a very even game here between these two sides. You love to see it as Ponyo runs, sir. Oh, Ponyo, not like this. He's gonna have life train them. He's alright. Tips out to WS. Oh, this is what this stupid facet does. It just... Oh, I can't wait to queue a pub, John. After this grand final, I'm queuing like an offlane. I'm doing this to people.
It just looks so ridiculous. It is very fun. And it's kind of shocking that... Oh, yeah. Let's keep fighting him.
I could cast this all day, John.
Oh my god!
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you want some free MMR, log on to Dota 2 right now. Pick like an offlane and take the Alpha Wolf facet. You're welcome.
Who needs a nullifier? You just need to keep going. Cox?
Oh, Cox. He's okay. Makoto's still going at it, but this time with level 3 reactive armor, it's not going to be that easy, especially with the Aghanim Scepter up, as now Makoto has been snowballed by Jewel. They're going to move in, but can they burst him down? Armel's trying to move in, but there's not too much damage going on to Makoto still. They do almost get there, and they've got him. They have got him, but they've lost Cox. They've lost the Aegis as well on this Morphling. Natsumi going to try again for a Bart. A Bart, though, just going to morph and blink away with the AM form, as they might look to just move back in onto WS, who is slowly running out of wolf form, but he has just enough time to run back towards the base, so instead they'll try for Joe Cam. And Joe Cam they should have. He's got no way out of this one. So 3 for 1. The whole key to this is, if you kill Makoto, the fight's basically guaranteed to be a win for Kukuyas.
Yeah, you're not in a position where the damage output on Natsumi or WS can compensate for that loss in the sniper, and Mikado is playing highly aggressive, not able to get himself out of dodge in the nick of time, and some good punishment this time coming out from Kukui. That's set to become even easier to find, with a blink fully done on Joel now as well. So, gonna be easier to find these angles into that backline. They reel back the lead their way very slightly, and the lead hasn't really swung either direction too hard. The side of Talon will need to just recuperate. At the least, they take care of that Aegis spike from a bot. but they need to kind of find their own solutions to that evasion. They're not able to really leverage damage onto him in that secondary life. The misses are just causing a few issues here for Natsumi. His Ags still about 2 parts away. So still a ways to go in terms of the gold build up, about 1.3k gold, I think, in farm. And at the least once that's up, you can be a nuisance, but you still have to deal with that EHP.
Oh boy, that's a big one. Armel getting caught out now down to the bottom lane. Natsumi making quick work of him. Meanwhile, top lane, another fight to break out. They've got a Bart. Hookshot was in. They'll root him up as well. A Bart, does he have a way out? He doesn't seem to. He had waveform on cooldown at the time, so he had no escape. And once the mana is gone, the mana is gone. There's no more play for the Morphling. It's 3 down. Price of nothing here for Talon. And Cookie is maybe getting just a little bit excited.
They are. Just overextending a tad bit. Even managed to snipe a nice courier here from Jokam. And the Ags of Natsumi is pretty much finished up, I do believe, at this point. Yeah, it is. He's got the 3 parts coming out. So the Blink Fragments are there. The nuisance from the Anti-Mage starts to kick in. Again, your hard carry in WS is already online on top of all of that. Free shard out for WS as well. I'm really curious about those summoned wolves on the creep wave. I don't know if they get the bonuses. That's going to be the interesting part to see, just because we rarely see this. Not like you control them anyhow, but it would be hilarious if they did. Again, the Blink Fragments are up, so slowly but surely the tools are coming together. Skadi next for Natsumi. And then maybe just, again, Evasion Pierce necessary. Mikado is going for that MKB on his end. Try to deal with that. WS into his own BKB. And a 6k lead for Talon. This is not good news for the side of the Kukuis. Mind you, again, they have this great scaling set on Abat. He has the Daedalus set to go once he gets enough gold. Not too far off from that Demon Edge into a BKB. You are going back for the E-Blade on Armel, so some saving options from all of this physical output that Talon is looking to pump out is going to get some work done. I think the big game changer here for the side of Kukuis is actually something like Joel's Ags. Like, if you can get that Ags, you can get the kickback on Mikato. The game does simplify a fair bit. It's like you said, this sniper is still a significant amount of your DPS right now on Talon's end. All you need is just a smooth way to jump into the backline and reposition him. And Joel will eventually have that, but it is a long journey into that Ag still at this moment.
They're gonna hold up top again here, Cookie is. Natsumi's around the corner. They will retreat. Instead, now Talon pushing down the bottom tier 2 tower. Natsumi officially top of the net worth board, looking very, very intimidating at the moment on this AM. Talon smoked up. As 3, looking to go through the twin gates. Cookies are all there, and they've got vision on the high ground of the twin gates, so they're going to see if it's being used. Counter smoke now from Cookies. They do also have the Ethereal Blade now built up on Armel, so plenty more damage from this Keeper of the Light. Nice way to control this WS Lycan and the AM as well, if you do manage to get him before the counter spell kicks in. But the smoke, it's not really amounting to too much. They're just going to keep forcing in that top tier 2 tower. Hope that Talon come to them instead. And of course, the Bart, in the meantime, he'll just casually take the tier 2. I mean, he's hitting like an absolute truck at the moment.
You at least clear that tower out, and they can start to set up for that next Roche, but Talon are still in position with their own smoke.
Oh. Jump in, hookshot is there. They at least caught Ponyo. Ponyo is down. A nice start to this fight for Talon. Natsumi's coming through the twin gates. They'll see the AM soon. Oh no, they found a Bart. They found a Bart. Cuckoo doing it himself. A Bart trying to TP cannot do it.
God.
Oh, it's a big deal. Losing the Morphling once again. And well, there couldn't be a worse time, John. Roshan is available and Talon, they are right by the pit.
It's not going to take too long for them to melt this one out. They've got the damage with all of their cores on hand. The side of Kukuis can't really hope to try to contest without the Morphling. They're just going to have to try to give that one away. Secondary life coming out for Mikado would be big. Even for Natsumi's not too bad. And you are going to have some issues here on the side of the Kukuis. This Ag's upgraded Blink from Natsumi is actually super devastating for a bot. It's actually a really good counter for the Morph. He'll never get mana back. There's just no way he's going to regen. They do blow up Jokam in exchange for the Aegis. That's one tiny win coming out here for the side of Kukuis. But again, the secondary life on the sniper just complicates this game. The biggest success for Kukuis is if they can isolate that backline.
They're going to find Cuckoo at least. Not really a great trade considering you did lose just the Aegis to Talon, but they'll take something. So at this point, it's looking very hard to shut Talon down. All 3 cores at the top of the net worth board. Obviously, Talon had a bit of a rougher start to this game, but that was to be expected with their draft. Now that all their 3 cores are at the top of the net worth, it is looking very hard for Kukuias to make a real big 5v5 go their way. They'll have to try and rely on pickoffs, I think, to make this game kind of swing back in their favor.
Ponyo.
And you look at... What's that, John?
No, he was draining away. At least he has the Force Staff out. Oh.
Oh,
okay.
Ponyo.
He's sick. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking around like, who's getting eaten by wolves right now?
Yeah, it's a bit dicey. He was trying to top up good old Cox, but if he wasn't careful, the wolves would have just had him. Always got to be on your toes. I mean, look at the sentries around here from the side of Kukuis. Watching that top jungle, they have some defensive sentries down bot as well, just to make sure they're not being tracked. Talon off with another smoke. Another attempt out. They have that full Spirit Vessel on Jokam to help mitigate some of that regen and sustainability, of course, coming out from Kukuis. The scan does spot them out. So the Kukuis, again, getting some good reads, should be able to back off away from danger. And the Talon still have a lot of time on this Aegis to get things done. They just need to kind of stabilize these lanes. And for the Kukuis, all they need to do is try to keep stalling out. Because eventually you'll hit Ag's timing on Joel. Eventually you'll become this massive, massive hero in a bot. Once he has the Satanic, he can just sustain through. Mind you, you do already have that full Scotty up on Natsumi. How effective a Satanic would be, probably not as much as you'd want it to be. Kukuis now with her own smoke. See if they can find an angle. The Wolves are starting to scout forward, not really finding anything, but does at least spot Armel. That should reveal enough about where they're playing, along with all of the spell use out from Cock. So the smoke is very telegraphed now on the side of Kukuis, and also it doesn't amount to much, but Talon have an opportunity to push top. Again, that creep wave is just shoved in, and they can just slowly poke with Mikado. Really nothing much to stop it unless the side of Kukuis decide to mass TT, but they'll just let that outer tower control go away. Again, they've done a great job of getting outer towers anyhow. Like, no outer towers left to Talon. One outer tower left for the side of Kukuis after the fact. And it's not likely you'll force high ground this quick anyhow. So just get what you can here on Kukuis. I am a little bit concerned about what you expect out from Armel at this point. Yes, he has that E-Blade, like you were saying. Disarming out the Lycan or the AM can be nice. But it does feel like your output starts to disappear, and it's more about control. Armel's going to try to go into the Lincolns, into that site of Vice. At that point, you do have some nice, easy ways of pinning down the AM or even isolating away WS, or heck, even following through if you do catch Mikado. And that utility starts to come in. But again, all your damage is starting to get pumped into a bot, and to an extent, Cox as well. We'll have to see if that tempo can still be matched, considering how much Talon is also getting out as this game scales on.
On Mikado, he'll just focus on the tier 2 mid tower on his own now. His team will be nearby. Harpoon fully completed now on WS to boot, so even more control and damage here from the Lycan. Very, very tough game here for Kukuias to try and turn around, that's for sure. Like, they are still split pushing the bottom lane, but it's not going to mean too much. Top lane. Looks like Jokam's on the hunt to see if he can find Ponyo, and he does catch him. Very nice hook. Because the Wolves are just constantly scouting the map, trying to get vision of any easy pickoffs, and well, that's exactly what we're seeing here from Talon. Just finding another easy one for themselves.
Did you know the Lycan Shard Wolf? It has hamstring.
Of course it does.
You can't control them, sure, but a random hamstring while you're clearing out the wave and then suddenly the real wolves come out could lead to some funny circumstances.
Could be.
Why did he have... At least they don't have Hightail.
I mean, you can't control them, so I suppose there's no point for the Hightail. But yeah, it's definitely funny. You know, we'll see how he... For now, I don't think Talon need any more bonuses, let's be frank, John. They're 9k ahead right now. complete control of this game. Abart is still third in net worth. Like, this Morphling is still somewhat scary, but they've had his number for quite a while now. They've been able to control him quite easily. It's not really too concerning here at all for Talon, this Morphling farm. And well, Talon, naturally, as they always do, they'll take their sweet time. They're not in any kind of rush. They'll wait out probably the next Roshan before they get going. Plenty more farm to be had anyway on their 3-core lineup.
This is giving time for Kukuis to farm on exorbitant amount of control. Side of Vice already up on Cox. Again, we're looking at the E-Blade plus the side of Vice being finished up on Armel. He has his Lincolns coming in. He's very safe from that Man of Void coming out on Natsumi. And let's see if Talon can line something up with the smoke. Same smoke comes out from Kukuis though. So some smoke on smoke action. No forward wards to watch either smoke. No scans left either. So chances are someone will have to die here. Issue is, if you find a bigger one on Kukuis or on Talon. Sumi's presenting himself as a target up front, but he's a hard target to pin down. Not the easiest thing in the world.
He's got a full butterfly up on Natsumi as well, so even more challenging to try and kill off. As Abart's going to waveform forward. Natsumi, he's going to make the jump in on Jewel. They'll try for the Tusk first, and Jewel, he does have a Ghost Scepter, so he's going to survive for now as they continue for more with a nice hook shot. They'll catch Cox in the cogs. Jewel will finally go down. Meanwhile, Abart, he does catch off Cuckoo, but they'll lose Ponyo in the meantime. Buyback is out from Jewel. But they buy back, and the rest of Kukuyas, they just immediately retreat. They just don't want this fight any longer. So the buyback kind of just wasted here for Jewel. And in fact, this could be even more to come, because Abart was showing in the mid lane. Talon are unable to catch him this time. But Talon, they're definitely out for blood right now. They know that they can't really be contested in these fights. Looking for even more. They'll head through the Radiant jungle down towards the bottom lane. If Jokam can just catch someone with a hook shot, it should be a guaranteed kill, because he has Natsumi right behind him. Will they fight in this area? I mean, there is some nice vision on the high ground here for the side of Kukuyas, and well, the Wolves will scout out that they are around. But Talon, they seem like they're... Oh, in fact, I say they're going to retreat. Natsumi's cutting them off from the back, from the southern side now. They're kind of surrounded here, Kukuyas. Cuckoo's coming in from the top. He's going to show himself to Cox. They'll move in. Hex is out into the Lich. The Glimmer Cape was committed at the very least, so Cuckoo is actually not dead yet. Now the cavalry is incoming. They're getting cut from every single side here. Kukuyas really need to get the hell out. They're on to Cox now. Natsumi trying to deal with the Timbersaw, but Cox, he does get the reactive armor off in time. But he's going to jump in. Cuckoo is down. Meanwhile, Jewel will die back immediately on the Tusk as Cuckoo. He's going to buy back on that Lich, and now Natsumi, he's onto Abart. He wants the Morphling. Natsumi cancelling off the TP of Cox. Well, in fact, not cancelling the TP, but just doing a lot of damage with the Mana Void. We'll take him out as they found 3 for nothing. Well, I suppose they can say 3 for 1 because they did get Cuckoo, but that's really all they got.
It's not enough to really compensate for that from the side of Kukuis. And it all boils down to just that beautiful envelopment out from Talon. They don't pierce into that area of vision. They knew something was up with a rocket flare vision. That they were just camping around a cliff. And they find a longer flank. Anyway, rather interesting that the side of Fukui still forced that movement together. Because they also saw on the edge. They saw Jokam starting to back off. They knew the ward was there. They knew there was a chance to regroup. And they just kind of took the wrong bet here on the side of Kukuis. 13k lead coming out for Talon. That's the side of Kukuis.
Nah, he's alright. There's no Basher. No Mana Void, no Basher on Natsumi. Oh, Abart.
He queues it up right after.
Scouted. The Wolves are onto him. Jokam's waiting. But nobody nearby to help Jokam. And immediately, Natsumi just buys out a Basher. So he was not happy with not being able to get Armel. Just immediately buys out a Basher afterwards. And now things become infinitely more challenging if you are Kokuyas.
Yeah, it's already a very difficult game. This game kind of hinges on you getting really good control off. Like the side of Vice has to connect. You want that secondary side of Vice as well on Armel. You need to get this control in. It's going to be key to look for that burst window. Joel's been stuck in progression for his Ags as well for a long time. Still 2 parts away. And still a ways off from getting gold for any of that. So the kickback potential isn't really there. Whereas for Talon, I mean, you are kind of getting to the point where you're fully slotted up, right? Mikado has that 1 slot left from the Wraith Band. He will go into the Lincoln, so he's not going to be a viable side of Vice target any longer. you've got WS who could still toss out the boots or the Midas. So maybe the Assault Curious could start to come in for him as well. Maybe even the Ags. Again, he could kind of double down and just bite Natsumi. That could be and that would be a nightmare to deal with on the side of the Kukuis if you're not too careful. Roshan is back up. Talon have control of the pit. No forward vision here from Kukuis, but they should know something's up. They do have a scan ready to go to scout that area if they wanted to contest. Talon not completely going all in though. They know that this is going to be the big fight, and the Wolves are giving some good vision here.
Here we go. Big fight. If Kukuyas can win this one out, they turn the game back on its head. Not very easy to get it done though as Cox immediately jumped. Just destroyed here by Natsumi. Onto more. Armel also getting bashed up. Needs the 4-staff away, trying for the TP out, but he's not going to make it. They've just got so much damage. I think it's about time to call it maybe, to be honest with you, John. So you just can't see it anymore.
No, you really can't. The fact that Talon rode through the laning phase as well as they did, considering they drafted the AM, the top lane was just not under any pressure. I think that's your biggest issue in this game, along with WS just having a free ride to farm down bot. And the fact that Natsumi was finding some openings to just TP in and make some plays certainly led to that prolonged spike from Kukuis where they couldn't really capitalize on Armel getting that quick Spirit Vessel. High ground begins. They don't even need the Roshan. It doesn't last too long here to clear out these objectives either. And a bot against the world just isn't enough. They need Armel. They need Cox. You saw how fast Cox just melted. Like, he feels like a very soft target right now. It's a bot.
God. A bot. He just died to 2 supports, John. Cuckoo will get the tips. Chain Frost bouncing everywhere. GG is called.
Jeez.
My goodness. I mean, they said they want the head of Cuckoo here today, John, but Cuckoo had a different idea. Just showing that even your carry's not good enough to go up against me.
That he is.
Well.
I mean, we heard, we saw the chat. We got some of the messages from the players. We saw Armel all chat. Our goal is to kill the Godfather today. To be fair, they were killing Cuckoo quite a fair bit in the early game, right? Like, he had a target painted on his back. But Cuckoo just says peace. Cuckoo says peace because Natsumi farms, because WS farms, because Mikado somehow curb stomps Armel in lane with a sniper, which, I mean, yes, it's an easier lane for sniper, but you expect the Kotl to kind of have a little bit more presence, especially since his medium camp, large camp, was left open. He hit that timing with Urn, he hit that timing with Spirit Vessel. It just didn't feel like Kukuis could capitalize. And when they were, again, they were painting that target on Kukui's back. Who cares if the Lich dies? No one cares. There was some pressure onto WS. They were trying to make that lane slow. It was slow, but he did hit Midas fairly quick anyhow, and the farm was just flowing. I think Kukuis, when they see this kind of really slow draft from Talon, they have to be ready to really just snowball. I think they didn't manage to hit those early spikes we were looking for. Despite having the timings on Armel, the movements just didn't line up this time around here, Mike.
And that makes me really upset, John, because we just had to witness an anti-mage winning the game, which always pisses me off. Nevertheless, though, that is going to be game 1 in the books. Of course, it is a best of 5, so plenty of opportunity for Kukuyas to try and make try to even out the scoreboard in game number 2. As for Talon, I suppose you just don't change anything. They still looked very, very clean. I don't know what Kukuyas can do in this next draft to give themselves a bit of an advantage. We'll wait and see. Maybe you've just got to respect ban out that sniper. Because maybe, had it not been for Makoto having a really good lane and just finding those very early picks and just stopping all the good ganks that were coming, that could have been a different game. But that sniper having such a dominant laning phase and having a maelstrom at like 8 minutes or something, it was a bit too much. Still, we'll head off to a break. Right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 of this best of 5 grand final between Kukuyas and, of course, Talon Esports.
Shaping my own will with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm finna real free, protecting my energy. I gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on. Getting off the curb as I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Reason about the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad, don't be mad. I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules. Cards close to the chest, and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Look, yeah, my name stay in the mouth. Legs got broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles. You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising up all the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, nah, I make the rules.
attracted when the doubt starts saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our second game of this best of 5 grand final here between Kukuyas and Talon. Talon taking game one, convincing fashion as well, Jonathan. I mean, I appreciate the attempt that was made by Kukuyas, but unfortunately they were read quite easily by the side of Talon, who still look pretty uncontestable, if you ask me, here in these qualifiers. What would you like to see changed up, John? If we're going to even out the series 1-1, what are we changing to make that happen?
It's hard to say what really went wrong in the draft. I mean, it's not like you expect yourself to lose to the Anti-Mage and the Lycan, but it does feel like the playstyle of Kukui slowed down a little bit too much with what tempo we expected him to play with. Talon just had a really good read, mind you. They had such good game sense to dodge out these ganks that were coming in, while Natsumi and WS were still kind of farming up. So I think the key thing might actually be to ban out that Lycan, because I think that Lycan is doing too much work from WS. Even though it's slower in lane, it didn't really pressure a bot in terms of stopping him from farming. He was also just farming up a storm in WS, and he was bottom net for it, but he still hit that Midas timing, and then he's just scouting around with wolves. He's making sure that the smokes aren't effective. He's ensuring the supports have to spend thousands of gold on sentries everywhere. So it is a worthwhile ban. I'm curious to see if that's the way Kukuis will adjust and what Talon will bring out for us, because they've been running some crazy stuff. This AM to deal with Morphling, I didn't believe in it at first, but it looked pretty amazing in that last game. And, well, AM's actually a hero, apparently, in some situations, Mikey. It actually does work. Who would have figured?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to give the hero credit, John. I'm not going to do it. Talon are the heavy favorites in this grand final, John. That's what I'm thinking to myself. AM's getting 0 credit from me. You know what? If Talon win with it 3 games in a row, I'll give it credit. If they win 3 times in a row. If they draft it again and again and they win, I'll give it a little bit of credit. Until then, you ain't getting crap out of me.
I don't know if Talon's going to be that crazy, especially since they don't have that access to the sniper. They'll ban out the Dusa and they'll pick up the Doom now for Talon. So they start off with our WS offlane very early on. We're not going to get the Lycan shenanigans coming in, but this does protect you up against stuff like the DK, the Alchemist, the Morphling. Just removing that healing factor on the Doom itself, it's already feeling good. Kukuis will go into the Bristle, so they've got that massive win condition we've seen them play in times prior in that last series. It looked amazing on a bot. I'm wondering which way Talon will go to try to manage this hero. It does feel like you have some options. I think we saw Boom try to go for like a Lion to mana drain away. You do have options, again, that used to naturally be favorable against Bristleback. Stuff like Razor, stuff like Viper. Viper maybe not the most popular, but certainly is an option if you really felt inclined for it. PA with her innate break as well on the shard could be one way. We'll see down the line. Talon did ban out the Lion, so they're not going to have a way... Well, they're not going to have the Lion to drain the Bristle, but they also don't have to worry about the Bristle getting topped up now. There are a couple of great lane combinations for Kukuis as well, right? Like Bristleback plus Lich could be a really interesting way to go about things if Kukuis will want to double down on that heavy laning presence. Can be one way to get that done. So I'm keen on seeing what Talon will ban out. There's still stuff in the pool like the Lina, like Puck, like Quap, available for both Armel and Mikato. So our mid pools are really wide open as well. And again, Alchemist, DK are still on hand for both sides to consider if it's just left alone here.
Shall see. Final ban to come before we can see some more picks incoming. Bristleback certainly proving to be a very popular pick throughout these SEA qualifiers thus far. Seems like every team just kind of goes back to this hero if they're off to a bad start in their series. So Kokuya is just going to try and show that this hero is as broken as they assume it is to be. Never really like it playing into Doom, but it doesn't really matter too much. We've seen it beat Doom multiple times, so it's fine. This is Kokuya's final ban to come. They'll get rid of the Morphling themselves, that's fair enough. And we're going to go right into the Shadow Demon, which is really not too surprising.
It's been a very high impact hero. It does remove that possibility of just getting a break on Talon's side as well from the support position. You have some good saves for the Bristle. Even stalling out the Doom when it is popped onto Bristle can be a massive thing in just finding your openings in these fights, in a very prolonged fight. So I like that from Kukois. Of course, it also builds up some nice stacks that Bristleback will enjoy if things are going slow. So I'm wondering which way Talon goes now. Again, the draft is fairly open. Lena's still there. Although, again, it's a little bit early for these core picks to come in. We'll go with a Muerta instead, which is a nice way of having some repositional tools, a good silence on hand, a lot of magical damage on hand as well on the ultimate. And there is some flex. Natsumi could play it on safe, although it's not been popular. It's more than likely we got Jokam on the Muerta. And a Muerta Doom lane is pretty annoying at the least. Right? Like, there's a lot of good long-range poke. If you get a good creep on WS by his level 3 on Devour, there's just a lot to tie in with the calling and the dead shot. So I like this coming out from Talon. It's a little bit more activity on the off lane. It's a little bit more poke and pressure onto a bot, and they should be able to impact his farm in a meaningful way. As they'll also go back for Cuckoo's Lich, which did do a ton of work. That Chain Frost, again, having that way of bouncing back on an isolated hero, it is pretty devastating. And it's just this blink rush with a shard that enables you to even look for solo plays if the map is open up enough for it. So can't fault Talon for that. The damage reduction is pretty damn good as well into the Bristleback. So you really don't mind this from Talon whatsoever.
You absolutely do not. Like, Kukois, how are they going to respond to this, I wonder. Like the think tank for them. Really just another support to come out, I'm sure. All the popular supports kind of banned out, but they go for a puck instead. So the Armor puck making its appearance here in this game number 2.
Yep. I like it, mainly because you don't have the hard lockdown in these supports. Right? You've got the calling silence, you've got the gaze. That's really it, outside of maybe committing Doom, which you don't necessarily want to do. A little bit of a surprise pick as well for Kukois going into the Elder Titan. They do have one big support that can soften up all of these targets on Talon quite nicely. And it does tie in for some good team fight. I think this works really nice with a Bristleback, although that does require the ET to be himself up front. But it does provide some good opportunities for some really quick burst plays with the Bristleback shards. So there is a lot of play there. Talon will go into Tiny. So it's looking like we're getting a Mikado Tiny on the mid lane, which is maybe a little bit surprising. Again, the Tiny mid hasn't felt like the most amazing hero. Boom did make it work a while ago. I'm keen on seeing if perhaps this mid lane matchup of Tiny versus Puck can be a little bit nicer. Mind you, it's not the easiest matchup for the Tiny. He does have good cleave damage to kind of poke out, but it can also just be fine for the Puck. As long as you phase shift away the bigger sources of damage, you're kind of happy as a Puck here overall. I am keen on seeing, there's some room to flex on Talon, right? You could flex Muerta safe or Tiny safe and run either one as support as well. So it is a little bit more open to close out in this draft, but it does look like Kukois are expecting that. They show some anticipated respect for something like the Lena ban. I'm wondering if something like the Quap would be consideration. Monkey King was already banned out as well, so you don't have to worry about that terrifying matchup for the Puck. But yeah, Kukois are keeping that flex in mind here at the very least.
They are. Final bans to come. Lena removed, Timbersaw removed, Kukois one more ban to go.
Talon's turn to ban.
Get rid of the Alchemist as well, which has made it all the way to this point. Still a position 1 lacking here for Talon.
DK is still open if Talon wants to take it. And they could actually flex DK into mid and again run Muerta a Tiny 1. Which feels like it could be the way to go. With either one on pause 4 afterwards. I think there is some leeway to get that done. Heck, even a Tiny Lich lane with a Tiny 1 does look pretty good on paper. You have some mid still available here for Mikado into the Puck. Like, we haven't seen much of the Spirit Brothers, but Ember doesn't look too bad into a Puck matchup. That lane matchup can work fine. Again, there's a Queen of Pain matchup. There's not much lockdown here from Kukois, so I would say even something like Storm Spirit wouldn't be too bad for Talon. If you're looking to flex Muerta or Tiny away. storm mid with how mobile it is and how little control you have in Kukui's could be one way. They banned the Night Stalker offlane option for Cox here. And it's time for Talon to show their cards. Time for Master Cuckoo to reveal which way he wants to take this draft. Close out with the DK. Alright, so again, they can do flex on this. This could be Natsumi DK. It could be Mikato DK. And you run Natsumi Taimi or Natsumi Muerta. Just to kind of get a stable lane on mid. And you're not crushing the puck either way. But you can at least give a better lane out for the Muerta or the Tiny if you do decide to go that route. I'm curious which way it'll go. Because I feel like DK or Tiny mid is both kind of fine. Both options seem alright. So I wouldn't mind either way. I do feel like DK1 is maybe a little bit better because of how fast you can farm. In contrast to the slight pressure you have on DK2 where you kind of need to go blink. You want to show up around the map and that will sap away from your own inertia as well. For Kukui's, the options left for Cox in the offlane, not too wide. It has been a very targeted offlane set of bans here with the Beastmaster and such. There's still something like the Enigma, although we haven't really seen too much of it. I think it's only been FBZ we've been seeing picking that up in these qualifiers at the very least. But that option for teamfights available. Maybe something like a Tidehunter could be fine here as well. Again, assuming that you're not running the Cox Bristleback here. And we'll just run the Bot Bristle. Now, I think the Tide provides you some good team fight. Ties in nicely with, say, your Dream Coil control. Minus armor to play with a Bristleback on hand is already very nice as well. Might be just a little bit more passive, but if you're expecting to lane into Tiny or DK, Tidehunter does fairly fine into that lane matchup.
It certainly does. Oh, pickup is here. Cookies. What do they want? Offlane or carry? More than likely offlane. It's going to be a TB. Can't believe this hero is still in the pool. Kind of completely forgot it was there. And it's going to be a safe lane TB that we're looking at. Cox going to take the offlane Bristleback for himself. Interesting. I actually don't mind the TB pick at all. I think it's actually quite nice here against what Talon have drafted. Feels like it could be a pretty good game for it.
And it can. I think your presence early on with Reflection's going to be nice. The only source of magical damage you have on Talon that can really burst you is like this early timing on the Tiny for the Blink Avalanche Toss, and Cuckoo with his Frostbound Chain Frost as well could be a couple of the things. So it shouldn't be too rough for a bot. I'm keen on seeing how well they work this lane. I do want to see some up-tempo on Kukui's, because Talon, with this kind of draft, do look like they're, again, going to take their time. Right? You've got Doom off lane, you've got DK safe. Both of these heroes will need space to just build up. The only one with early tempo here is going to be that Tiny of Mikato. And he does have the backing of a Lich Muerta for him. It's not too bad in trying to look for early kills. But these two other cores are just not going to be contributing too much. So that's going to be the window for Kukui's to play hard and fast. We tend to see stuff like Terrorblade rotating onto the mid for a siege with Metamorphosis at maybe around 7-8 minutes. I kind of want to see that kind of idea for tempo and Kukui's. If not a movement mid, then gate movement across the map. And just try to tie in with, say, the Bristleback of Cox. Like, just slow the game, or kind of speed the game up for the side of Kukui's, and punish Talon for, again, going where they love to go, into a little bit more of a mid-game, late-game tempo, mid to late-game kind of tempo, not really so much on the early game. I do like the lanes you have lined up here on the side of Kukui's. The Terrorblade just doesn't feel like it's going to be threatened. You have all of this illusion spam to play with on your side on top of things. And again, you have some great save potential with Joel on that Shadow Demon. We have seen this hero just ruin a lot of teamfight engagements. It even just, again, stalling out Doom feels awful for the Doom when you're trying to pin down someone big. So I like what I'm seeing coming out here from the side of Kukui's. I think there's a lot of space for them to actually play the game this time around in comparison to game one.
Certainly feels that way. Well, what's the chat, Jonathan? What are they saying this time?
Fox is just saying, "Don't tip me, Kuya Dags." And Natsumi's obviously just saying, yeah, Jing is the problem. Poor Jing, he's not even in this Kukui stack, and he still gets thrown under the bus.
He's the problem, John. Yeah, that's why he's not part of the stack. He was the problem. Shout out to Jing. Natsumi narrowly avoiding the gank attempt that was incoming here from Kokuyas.
30 seconds.
Vision down. They might see Natsumi if he keeps running to the west. Oh, and they do.
Oh.
He breaks the smoke, but he doesn't see him. He doesn't know. Oh, what a shame. He could have just hung by the tier 1 tower, but he decided to head to the west, and he was caught underneath the vision that was just placed. So first blood secured already for Cookies.
Nice little start there for the Dire side. Talon should still be getting away with some extra runes, but that's a big trade-off just for the extra rune to give that first blood up. At the very least, it's on to Ponyo, but they are still in position to try to look for more here.
Oh, nice body blocks from Ponyo. It's a lot of damage here on Makoto, and it's going to be another kill. This time, Jewel will be the one to take it on the Shadow Demon. But already 2-0 here for Kukuyas. They've started this game on fire.
And that's what we want to see. I want to see that momentum coming out from Kukuyas. Play the lanes hard and aggressive, hit this early timing, and punish Talon, because we saw Talon in the last game. They were a little bit slower. They weren't willing to go for all of these openings themselves. They were just waiting for the Kukuyas to maybe get a little bit sloppy. And I feel like if Kukuyas just clean up their initiation a little bit more, they've got a lot of openings for themselves. So a nice start already to kick off 0-2. We're taking a gander up top, of course. We do have Jokam and WS trying to play poke onto Ponyo and Abat. And this is a decent enough lane for WS. Mind you, once Metamorphosis is up, this can get a little bit dicey. Especially, again, tying in with, say, Natural Order when that is up. There is a lot of output that you can play with here on the side of Kukuyas. But for WS, this should just be a farming lane anyhow. Unless you manage to get the dead shot all the way back. It is a little bit harder for you to see that space onto a bot to just melt him. As you have a tick body in that Elder Titan to just throw forward and kind of dissuade him here on the side of Talon. So we'll see if just how much farm WS gets. If he does decide to go for Devour a little bit earlier as well. Though, there's that dead shot
he's taking
combination.
a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage on a bot top lane. Now, he'll be okay to survive through it, but gotta be very cautious about that dead shot dragging you back. Again, I appreciate the aggression here from Talon at this top side, just making sure Bart can't have a good game, because it is a good TB game. If you can get off to a good start, if you can buy some space here for a Bart, this should be a very good game for him, just based off the hero matchups he has on the side of Talon.
Yeah. Kind of works out. It kind of makes it hard for WS to play the game because he has to think about dooming a Bristle or dooming the Terrorblade. We'll see how that choice pans out later on. Of course, the other side lanes down bot, you do have Cox on that Bristle with Joel around. In this lane for the Bristle, early levels aren't the best. There's some good ranged poke here from Kuku and Natsumi. And Natsumi is fairly durable as well on the DK, of course. A little bit of extra armor that the early Quilt Sprays aren't really a threat. They have some good amount of slows and poke. And Cox doesn't have the healthiest amount of mana, although he does have a massive amount of wand charges at the least. It's surprising Natsumi forced this one pretty hard here.
Cox is okay, Natsumi not so much. They're still chasing, they've got him. Another great pickup here for Kuku is Kuku can only do so much to keep his DK alive that time around. Once again, is the aggression so far paying off for this Dire side of things?
I'm just surprised Natsumi's looking to play so hard and fast in that lane. I get the pressure of wanting to play into the Bristleback while it's a little bit softer, but he did have that massive amount of wand charges on hand. Like, you were not going to be able to burst that down no matter what. And it just makes it a little bit tougher. You hit level 3, level 2 quilts are up, more damage. That can be a threat now onto Natsumi. And Joel also has 18 charges onto 1, so has enough to keep spamming out these Shadow Poison stacks. That magic damage can pierce through quite well. And so far, all the lanes going cleanly here for Kukui. But again, not really being threatened. Maybe the one lane that's going a little bit towards town is this mid-tiny lane, but it's not like you're pulling massively ahead over Armel. He is keeping pace. Mikado suffering from that earlier. Not going to be feeling too good about just having slight disparities here and there, although he has managed to get the edge in EXP just a tad bit off of some harder CS secure. I'm wondering if there's going to be play into the 6-minute rune. You've got a lot of action that can come out for both of these heroes with one good rune, so you'd expect that rotation to come in. And it does feel pretty impactful for both side supports if they can get the space to just fight over mid, as we've seen throughout the day, there's been a lot more emphasis on the power and even sometimes the secondary water runes. So that is something to consider there as well. But I think for Talon, it gets worrying coming out of laning. Right? Because, again, you've got the Doom who's just going to be sitting back and farming. You can try to make a play every single time Doom is up, but for the most part, you're just camping that lane in WS and farming up. Same thing goes for Natsumi. And Natsumi has been off to a little bit more of a wonky start on bot, although he is still keeping up in terms of net worth overall. Like, despite all this aggression from Cox, he isn't that high in the net worth charts right now. So, you are still managing this lane as well as you could possibly hope for on Talon, despite kind of finding those shortcomings earlier on there.
Absolutely. Bottom lane, more aggression incoming. Natsumi not looking too safe, so they're going to rotate some heroes down to try and help out. The fight will begin. Ponyo actually dropping extremely low now on the Elder Titan. Does go down. And with the help here from Joe Cam, they might have enough to deal with Cox. But Cox wants to dive the tier 1 tower. Cuckoo will drop. Joe Cam dropping low himself as the goo does connect to slow him down. Natsumi at least has survived as Joe Cam's still running. Looks like he'll probably be okay. So 1-for-1 trade. More importantly, though, they keep Natsumi alive, which is what they really wanted.
Radiant are scaring.
Yeah. And they get some punishment, right? Like, that's a big commitment out as well from the side of the Kukuis. Instead of trying to show up in mid, they do have the room to fight over these runes now. And you do get a nice spawn up top for Armel on the regen. So no top-ups for Mikado. Does at least get the TP top-up to consider, but Kukui's still not out of dodge here.
He certainly has not. Let's go down. Armel able to pick him off. Already again, Cookie is... The way this game's gone for them to start things off has been very, very strong. You really enjoy seeing this if you are a Cookie's fan. And Talon, I mean, we kind of saw this in Game 1 anyway. Like, they do have a bit of a slower start. They're just more interested in securing farm for their cause. And so far, that they are doing so. Once again as well, Makoto finding himself top of the CS board, having a great old time.
Yeah, and all the other cores on Talon are still getting that build-up. WS, still number 2 in net worth, relatively early for that chart, but he's still keeping up. And again, it's kind of Cox suffering. It's this bristleback that's maybe not getting off to the start that you'd want it to, despite that early laning pressure. Natsumi's still able to farm up, keeping some pace in comparison to a bot. Was certainly a little bit easier here for the Terrorblade overall. And the same circumstances are coming out. WS gets a solo lane for the most part. The pressure is diverted elsewhere. So the Doom is going to be able to hit that level 6 spike, and maybe things start to happen off the back of that. We'll get the dive under the tier 1 again.
They certainly will. Still trying to find more, but Natsumi actually going to pick off Cox by the looks of it. Cox is going to go down. These dives not really panning out because Talon are rotating consistently to ensure that Natsumi does remain alive as they do find one. Joe Cam now being targeted does also go down as a Bart doing a lot of damage. Now Armel rotating over, has found the Tiny. They'll stomp him up to boot. Makoto still able to walk out of there. Armel, however, still trying as a Bart dropping low, should go down and does. WS now on a Ponyo. Armel's gone too far. The Doom is out. Talon, they will respond, and WS will walk out with a triple kill.
Oh, that is just ridiculous timing. WS hit 6 off the back of those kills that happen around him off of a bot just being out of position and melting to that burn. And that is just such deep commitment from Kukuis. I mean, I did say I wanted to see aggression from this lineup. It needs to be a little bit more measured because these targets are fairly tanky. And a Tiny has a lot of HP. 1.9k you have to try to eat through on Mikado when he does have these strength boots up. Had a lot to kind of juggle around. You've got Natsumi, who is a little bit softer, but does have a lot of armor to play with. And maybe your response was just a little bit late. Felt like you maybe wanted that early. Oh my god. An early move out from Armel, but you kill a bot twice now. Doesn't have a TP as well. That is going to slow down his Terrorblade. He's already lagging behind in net worth here, Mikey, with his Bristleback. That is a rough time for Kukuis. Off the back of, again, a very forced deep chase there.
Absolutely was. Kokui is maybe just getting a bit too excited here in this this game too. The thing is, they are playing up against Talon. I suppose they feel as though they just need to play as aggressive as humanly possible with this draft, and I don't necessarily disagree with that sentiment. I think it is very important that they just keep running at Talon. Don't give them the openings and the space they need for their cores to get that initial farm that they're looking for. Because we've seen what happens when you do give them that space that they require.
Yeah. And they always do find a way to just build that network up quicker than you'd expect. And the effort was good, but all the cores on Talon right now, even on network at the top, only Armel kind of keeping up pace here on the puck. And it does feel like for Kukuis, this is your one key to tempo later on. And the fact that your hard control for the puck isn't really there, unless you somehow land a great initial stun into, say, the calling to pin down the puck, or you catch him out while phase shift is there and get the calling on top. That's probably your easiest bet. You really don't want to have to commit Doom on WS, because you are concerned about Terrorblade with the Sunder or the Bristleback of Cox maybe running away with the game. It does provide a lot of angles for the puck, because there's so many things to think about here on Talon. Not much to think about in the chase down on Ponyo.
Ponyo, yeah, it should be a nice easy kill here for Makoto to secure, and he does get it. Definitely not too much to think about. They'll be able to focus down that top tier 1 tower now. And, again, happy days for Talon, as it seems like the game is well and truly back in their favor, and this is where things get scary if you are up against Talon. It's never easy in this position.
No. And they're starting to get that tempo swing with a tier 1 top clear. They already have a nice deep ward by the outpost to watch forward farm. And maybe not getting as much value once the tier 1's gone, but they can start to set up in that deeper top jungle, of course, where a bot is farming. Try to pressure the Terrorblade. It's been a rough time for Cox. Like, again, he was getting good aggression in lane. He's 2 parts into the Ags, but he's still like number 5 in net worth for the cores. Not the best position for the Bristle. And the Ags could help accelerate that farm at the least, so you will have some comeuppance later on. It's just a matter of whether or not that damage is enough for the cores. It should still be enough for all of these supports, but you're dealing with high armor cores in that DK, even in the Doom as well, and the Tiny as Grow comes up. I don't think you're going to be getting Bristleback burst plays onto any of these targets anytime soon. Bit of a smoke out from Talon. They've got that blink on Mikato. They've got the level 3 Avalanche with maxed out toss. So melting their own targets here, it's not going to take too long. They just need to find an angle in. Cox is a little bit deep onto the tier 1, and they don't quite have the forward wards on Talon to fully scout out. So it might be a little bit tougher to kind of identify the targets. Again, the side of Kukui is now playing a lot more reserved than they were a while ago. Just because, again, they missed some of their marks there. Still get the rune control for Mikado off the smoke at the least, so Invis could lead to some rotation still. But not finding anything. They've got room for the tier 1, and the defense opportunities for the side of Kukuis, not particularly amazing either. Maybe if you had level 6 on your ET, you had the threat of an Earth Splitter to try to punish if you're clumped up. Could be a little bit smoother. Not quite there either. Still, trying for a smoke on the Kukuis. Don't quite have the blink on Armel, but they do have that little extra damage on the Witchblade. And again, they've got that coil ready.
They do. Will commit. Armel moving in. The Muerta has been caught, so it's probably just going to be Jokam here. Everyone else looks like they've gotten out just fine. Not really the biggest loss in the world. If you are either side, and well, that'll be about it. They'll walk away with the easy pick.
You're happy enough in Jokam. WS was right next to him. The fact that it's not the Doom falling part, not the higher network target, not a core, more than enough for you to just kind of be happy here. You are buying space out on Kukuis as well, right? Like Cox gets the right side to farm. In the Ancients, 1 part away now from that Ags. You're getting some space for a bot. Like, there's not been any forward smokes into that top jungle. So the Terrorblade's been allowed to sort of recover into this Manta-style build-up. And that is still set to come up at a very decent time. And Talon aren't keen on clumping up outside of that 1 smoke they made with Mikado just yet. They could try again. They've even got Natsumi around. It looks like they just want a simple take on the tier 1. And they'll be able to find it. Again, the defensive tools for the side of Kukuis, it's starting to come online. At least, you have level 6 up on your supports. You've got the Splitter.
Moving in.
Okay.
No? Alright, that's a problem. They will lose the mid-tier 1 tower while they're at it, and well, that's a little bit concerning.
That was quicker than I'd expect. I thought the puck would just be able to dodge out a little bit more. I thought Armel would expect Mikado to be backing up Natsumi in that move. It's a little bit careless. And punishment is nice and clean. With a mid take and invading this top jungle, it's a lot easier. There's a hell lot of sentries here from the side of Kukui's though to ensure vision doesn't come in, and they've got some sneaky wards to at least watch WS's hat. But again, you're not in a stable position just yet in Kukui's. All of your core is still somewhat in recovery mode. A bottom network core right now. And Talon are just hitting their strides. All the freest space in the world for Natsumi to hit this SNY timing. With that armlet and Mask of Madness already up and running. Quick BKB for WS to sustain true and just find the targets he'd want. And the Echo Saber for Mikado not too far off either. So they're starting to hug that top. Maybe could afford to get a couple of more wards, some vision down. They are trying to chase, but again, just a little bit too slow there. They try to catch out a bot, but they are denying map space away. Like, a bot's forced to hug top. The rest of his team is taking this free farm bot, but the Terrorblade's the one struggling. It's an interesting choice to split these resources on the side of Kukui's. That the Terrorblade has to take the riskier farm up top where Talon's constantly presenting themselves.
They're going to find a bot. That's a massive pickoff once again. Very, very tough times here for Kukui as they're just dropping like flies left, right, and center. Talon just complete control with the 3k advantage now. Not exactly what you wanted to see after that laning stage, but I mean, even the top 3 net worths on the board now, all just the cause of Kukui's. And wow, I mean, if you're, excuse me, rather Talon, and if you're Kukui's, you just need to maybe take it easy for a bit, because you're starting to really fall apart here. Like, you don't really have a farm bristleback to rely on right now. Like, Cox is going to try now. Ags is up at the very least. Coil is going to lock down the DK, but Natsumi's going to go for the man fight. Meanwhile, Kuku in the middle of nowhere does get caught out, but they're probably still going to find this bristle as they are still trying. Almost there. They'll take Cox down as Jokam's still looking for more. Will not be able to continue. He does drop. So 2 supports for an offlane bristleback. Not really the worst trade either.
Yeah, considering how far behind you are on the side of Kukui's, you do actually get a little bit more for your trouble there. Just a little bit unfortunate on the bounces for Kuku on his Chain Frost coming down into the bottom area where Joel had no one next to him. So he didn't really manage to get the full damage value you'd want to try to turn around. WS, of course, not even bothering to really try to help out too deeply. Does have his BKB fully up. And that is a little bit of a gold injection for the side of Kukui's. Allows them to equalize just a tad bit more. Like, you've got the blink on RML. It's easier for the puck to start to play this game now. You need more durability up on Cox for sure, and the Ags alone doesn't quite cut it. But at the least, you can expect some plays from RML. So they'll go for a little bit of smoke on the Kukui's, looking for that gate movement into top. And this could be a good ambush to have. Jokam is the one taking forward position, though. WS is hanging further away. And trying to catch a core might be a tricky prospect here.
Well, they're going to find at least one in the support. So Jokam will go down, but that's enough information for Talon to just get the hell out of there. Not really too concerned, and as I say, get out. Natsumi's still waiting to see if he can jump in. Oh, whoopsie daisies. Stuns an illusion of his own teammate. G'day. I guess it happens. Still chasing Cox. Cox is okay for now. Dragon Tail is back up though. Cox is set to fall surely. He'll try to juke them out. He's doing a decent job so far. And it looks like he actually has made it out. Very good.
A little bit of an interesting poke and prod from Talon. Dragon form only half duration, so it's not going to be... They're not going to be too keen to try to push out any further, and they didn't even bring Mikado in. So you don't have your Tiny there with the Avatos to try to instantly nuke. We'll just have to sit back and relax. WS was a little bit... He was very patient. Like, he had Doom on cooldown, so he didn't instantly try to look for that play in on Jokam. But again, that cost them a little bit of an opportunity. I do appreciate the defensive wards coming out here from the side of the Kukui's. Watching that top jungle in a nice off angle. This is one of the harder wards to spot. But they haven't really done anything about Talon's own wards here. Watching into that forward top jungle. And Talon are still trying to play around that vision. They're still hanging around. I mean, the 2k advantage at this point, 19 minutes in. Not the most meaningful for Talon, considering that strong start. So you have done a great job of kind of recovering on Kukui's. Like, you're hanging in this game, you're pretty much neck to neck. And you're slowly set to scale up as well with all the space given to Abba.
WS maybe could get found out here at the top side of the map. There is a bit of a group up from Cuckoo as well. Looks like they are currently keeping tabs on Cox. Jewel, probably going to be the easier target. They'll make the jump in. Should be one down eventually here, and they do get it. Jewel is gone. Nice start. Looking for more. Ponyo is going to be able to run away. Talon, they'll accept the kill. Instead, moving into the mid lane where a Bart was showing. They don't really have the gap closed though, because the blink on Makoto was on cooldown, so unable to get within range for the TB. Man, I didn't realize as well how low on net worth a Bart really was right now, but my god, he's really down there. It has not been a good time at all.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. He's just been bottom network core. And it kind of stems back to the choices from Kukuis. Putting the Terrorblade up top to farm. Right? They kind of left him to take that difficult position while the forward wards were there from Talon. A little bit of a misplay from Armel. Couldn't quite latch on with the Dream Coil. Doesn't find a freebie kill for himself. And again, like this Terrorblade, I mean, he has managed to recover at least. Like the gap between him and Mikado is not too far. He's only about 1k behind from the highest on his team in Armel. And being 3k behind Natsumi after all of that laning pressure is still a decent space to be in. Talon, interesting spot to catch heroes here.
Yeah, they found themselves in Elder time. Not the biggest deal, but they'll take it. I don't think they can really think about Roshan yet. I mean, they probably could actually, if they really wanted to, but I doubt they'll try. They'll just continue just hunting down, farming up. No need to rush the game once again, as they have found themselves in a pretty clear lead. And if anything, it's Kukuyas that need to find a way back into this.
Yeah, it's a matter of when do the Kukuyas feel ready to play. Because it just hasn't felt like they've been set to take these fights for 10 minutes now, almost. Like, there's this timing for Cox to hit the BKB. With that front line on the Bristle, maybe your confidence starts to come back in. And you're working on the links for Armel to not just get held back by, say, a Dragon Tail stun. So there are some things to grow into here for Kukuyas before getting fully comfy. Aside of Talon, though, I mean, you're hitting massive spikes for Natsumi. He's working onto a Silver Edge for a break option onto that Bristle. You've got WS almost done with the Sanj and Yasha. He just kind of needs a little bit more gold in the courier to be up. We'll have that added stat resist and move speed as well to help with the chase down. Even Cuckoo, right? Like, he's starting to get into that blink that we tend to see on the Lich. He has a shard. Once the blink is up, solo pick-off potential is there. So you can even start to bank on some of the talent supports to make a play for yourself here. Side of Kukuyas are smoked up down bot once more. No one from the side of Talon kind of playing here, though. Could maybe try to set up for their own Roche, and it looks like that is the idea. Metamorphosis is ready. It shouldn't take too long with a Bristleback and Terrorblade on hand. Talon cannot afford to give that away for free. It's such an even game that this one advantage on a secondary life can just open things up for the side of Kukuyas. See if they make it there in time with this Roche. And it goes quite quick, all things considered.
Yeah, it certainly is. Roshan's still going down. I mean, they've got a little bit of time to try and get in there, but Roshan is now officially gone. Cox immediately just going to pick up the Aegis and TP out of there. They are going to leave behind Ponyo, so at least one will go. But Cookie is definitely getting a pretty big win. You know, not giving up the Aegis immediately. Talon probably going to be a little bit annoyed that that happened right underneath their noses. But they tried to get there, John. They just weren't able to get there quite in time. Not the end of the world. They are still definitely the stronger team here in this best of, or rather this game too. And Natsumi's just casually taking both bottom T1 and 2 towers. While that happened, he just doesn't care.
No, I think that's one way to kind of compensate for that. He is, again, very close to that full Silver Edge, has the Shadow Blade set to fly out now. And once you have that break, Cox is going to be a little bit of a sitting duck. Like, he can't afford to go back for the Bloodstone after that slower start. They will at least trade a tier 1 top for the trouble, but trying to commit onto the tier 2 looks like a little bit of a pipe dream at the moment. Natsumi's actually on the hunt. This is a little bit scary. If he had back up here...
Jewel's going to pop the Demonic Purge. Makoto just happily jumps in for the quick kill onto the Shadow Demon. Does save the life of a butt, at least, so... You've got that. That's somewhat of a good news.
Yeah. Again, just a little bit keen. Unfortunately, the spacing for Talon doesn't quite lead him to get that timing to just try to crush a bot, especially since he doesn't have Aegis. Would have been a very nice pickup for Talon to try to increase this lead. It maintains at 5k. You've got room down bot now for the side of Cuckoos to try it for their own shove. And Jokam is the one to get caught out. Muerta as well, not the biggest target, but hey, we'll take it.
Gets to piece the veil off in time as well. He's actually not dying that quickly. I mean, eventually they should have him, but Makoto's here to help out, and Cox feels the need to just get out of there. So Ponyo's actually just left behind. Even the Muerta not that easy of a target to take down here, and yeah, sadly they have to let it go.
That is not good news for the side of Cuckoos. I mean, again, this is their Aegis timing. They kind of want to find as many pickoffs into softer objectives outside, like the tier 2s. Haven't even been able to find any of that. You at least get the BKB up on Cox off the back of that with him not dying. But it doesn't even feel like Talon are playing into Aegis. Feels like they're in control of this game so far.
Okay. Wow. That's a big one. Armel is gone now. What is happening?
I mean, to be fair, it's not like you expect the DK to just randomly be running in way beyond his creep wave under Shadowblade. But at the same time, you have to respect the fact that Shadowblade is in the game into the Silver Edge. Like, you're going to have one on Jokam as well. He's starting to save up for his own Shadowblade. Maybe a Silver Edge for that secondary break. A bot?
Let's get caught, but he's alright. He's running out of there. He'll be just fine. Oh boy, he's still just backs against the wall here. At least the Bart now third in net worth is kind of catching up as Jokam's actually just man-fighting Cox right now. Does get the Rod of Atos off, but there was no real backup. So they do let the Bristleback run. Boy oh boy though, it's just... The fact that the Muerta is just confident enough to stand there and just keep going. In fact, Cox now being hunted again by Jokam. Be under vision. Meanwhile, Cuckoo just jumping onto Jewel on his own, and Jewel... I mean, certainly has no way out of this situation. And they might as well just go for the tier 2 top tower while they're here.
Yep. No reason to fear whatsoever. Talon just in complete control, finding all these pickoffs. A bot again. A little bit of a chase does at least have the Hurricane fight to get out of danger, but it just... We haven't seen any movement out from Cuckoos that spells confidence. They're smoked up now. They've got the Linken's arm on Armel. This could be the difference maker here.
Oh, they have found Cox immediately, though, and with the breakout, the Aegis is just immediately down. They'll pop the Dream Coil out onto this DK. He'll break the coil as well, so Natsumi's dropping pretty low, but Abart's dropping even lower now. Abart is just deleted. Lord. Cox still trying to fight, does at least go for Natsumi, but the armlet toggles are coming out. Natsumi's actually not dead yet. Cox still desperately trying for the turnaround.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Natsumi just armlet toggles through all of it. Oh, boy, it's just so tough.
It
They're
is.
giving no leeway.
There really isn't, Armel.
Oh, what's he gonna do here? Just gotta jaunt away.
At least he snipes the one boss that he had to target for, but it's not enough. Again, on the side of Cuckoos, they're getting torn apart by Talon. Like, it's this itemization from Talon, as they will find Ponyo in the end. A little bit of a revenge out from Mikado on former teammates. You okay?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Jules gonna die. Eventually. And there you go.
I'm trying to find a way for the Cuckoos to ride back in. I don't think this Terrorblade is like a great be-all, end-all up against what you have in the DK on hand, right? Like, you already have the Daedalus up on Natsumi. You've got the Doom you have to worry about. You've got all the magic damage still coming in from the Tiny and the Muerta even, and the Lich, which just lingers on forever. They're keeping track of a bot once more, and Talon are starting to get feisty here. 21 to 12, 12k advantage. And for the Cuckoos, I think this passive play, again, after being aggressive in lane, coming back into the mid-game and just taking things slow, has not panned out. Talon are happy to play the farm game with Doom and DK, and even with Tiny for Mikado scaling in here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they just have to see the ground, right? Like, even if you're not finding these jumps in, your options on the side of Cuckoos are just so limited. You have this high ground play with split Earth at the very least, the Earth Splitter, but and then the follow through doesn't feel clean. Natsumi's just constantly hunting down with that break now.
Oh, Cox. He'll get away with the BKB. Cuckoo does go down. Makoto still chasing Cox. Almost gets the kill, but not quite. Cox will barely survive. Meanwhile, Natsumi being completely surrounded may not actually give a crap though, as he just takes down a Bart because he was doomed up. A Bart could do nothing about it. So you get Cuckoo down, you almost lose Cox to just Cuckoo, and you still lose a Bart anyway.
Yeah, it's tough times for Kukuis. I don't think you can take these direct confrontations on Talon. You just have to, again, try to smoke, try to flank, but even that doesn't feel great with your lineup. Your single target burst is kind of contingent on you wasting a lot of spells. So your options are just dodging out this ball of death the Talon has on hand. Try to get some forward vision to farm a little bit more aggressive. Maybe if you can get control down bot, like some forward wards bot where Talon hasn't been dipping into as much. You can get some space out. You could start to do some puck things with Armel. Like he's working into the Parasma. Along with that, Octarine already has a shard, so his right-click damage is starting to skyrocket. And if they can stall this game into, say, puck Ag's timing, that's one way to kind of have a slippery hero that could maybe turn the tide for you. But as of now, it just doesn't feel that way. Even with the defense Armel has, with his Lincoln's up, it just hasn't felt like it's been enough. Talon just feeling like they're on a different level as they're still playing around vision that the side of Kukuis haven't cleared out again.
Oh, there goes Natsumi. Silver Edge committed. Cox does not know he's coming. Now he might, but it's all too late because he's been caught out and he's down. It's just so easy with Natsumi once he gets in for the break. And it's like, what the hell are you meant to do about it? It's just so tough.
I'm not sure anymore. It feels like, again, this kind of stems back to being a very disruptive puck game, as Ponyo just gets blown apart by Mikado, but I think this game kind of starts to hinge on Armel more than anything else. It's down to him, it's down in this puck to put waves, prevent the high ground push, try to scale, try to hit that Parasma Octarine, and probably the Ags on top for the damage output. And then things can start to not necessarily simplify, but get complicated for Talon. Still, you have some nice spikes. Abbat does have the Scotty up to mitigate some of the healing coming out on Talon's end as well, to soften up, say, Natsumi on that DK. He does have full Satanic pretty much done here, just about 500 gold off. Side of Talon, again, just set to invade, take the Tormentor away, and we'll get the free shard onto WS. A little bit more coming out there with the Scorched Earth. And there's that Satanic we were talking about. You've got your own Shadow Blade coming on Mikado. You already had yours and Jokam for a while, so just so much invis on hand, which again just drains the economy of these supports, having to go into constant sentries and dust. I'll try for a smoke on Kukuis. You do not want a direct confrontation. You do want some isolated targets. Natsumi's pretty isolated up top, it's just a little bit far off. Mikado is also somewhat alone towards this mid lane, but this Tiny is not the easiest target, especially since he still has a 8-second BKB here.
Oh, they're going to jump. Makoto's just going to BKB TP out, and that's going to be about it. TP's incoming, but unrequired.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Talon more than happy to just hold this position by the low ground at the southern side of the map.
Radiant structures.
Natsumi going to walk in. He'll spot out a Bart. That's a big target, and they'll make the jump in immediately. No hesitation. Looking for the TB. Disruption might buy a bit of time for a Bart, but how are you going to find your way out of this one when you've been doomed up? The answer is you just don't. Meanwhile, Armel being caught by Cuckoo. Cuckoo just catching him off guard, takes him down with a Chain Frost, and oh, this game once again is looking pretty over now. If you are Cuckoo, is Cox trying to get away. Natsumi going to catch him, trying to farm the Ancient. Will go down as Natsumi now getting tipped by his teammates. My goodness.
And Talon is just playing on such a clean level. Armel asking, could you guys not play so good? And of course, expletives out from Abbat. He says they feel like kids. You made us turn into kids. You're bullying kids. I mean,
that way at the moment, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, says it all. There's really not much to say. I'm just surprised, like Armel just getting caught in the side. Man, this Lich pick, man. This hero is just too much. And 2 games in a row now for Cuckoo.
Dire's middle barracks
2 set racks, 1 more to go. Cuckoo is not calling it yet, of course, as this is potentially leading into town for 1 game away to qualify for Raleigh, which is not what you want to see if you are, again, on Cuckoo's. One last fight, perhaps, as they catch people off guard here.
Yeah, they sure do. Big dream call out from Armel. Not really going to matter, though. They're going to lose Ponyo immediately. Abat is also gone, and GG is called. Game 2, successfully the way of Talon in quite a convincing fashion once again. Talon not looking like they're budging whatsoever here.
That they don't. And for the Cuckoos, it's tricky to say that this was down to draft, because I feel like the draft was actually decent from Cuckoos. They had some good tempo that could have come out for this Bristleback. Maybe a little bit slower in land. Like the fact that a bot was struggling on the Terrorblade was probably the one thing that I would look back here at Cuckoos. That they threw a bot into the top lane when the ward from Talon was still there. That was probably the most questionable thing. That was why a bot was just bottom network core. He had no space because he was in a high pressure area. Beyond that, I think they had the right ideas again on Cuckoos, right? Like they were trying to play aggressive. Talon just keep getting these good reads off. And this kind of stems back to playing against Master Cuckoo. He hangs around with these guys. He pubs with these guys. They're on Discord calls for at least 8 hours a day when they're not like doing team stuff. So he understands how these guys like to play. He knows when they want to smoke. He knows where they want to go. Natsumi knows that as well. Like they are all part of the same gang. And that's a double-edged sword. It does feel like Godfather Cuckoo just knows where all the cards are laying. And it just makes this game hard to play for Cuckoos.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely does. Very, very tough time here for Cookies to get this series started now. 2-0 the way of Talon. Talon 1 game away from being able to proceed straight through to the ESL One Raleigh. See if they can make it happen. We're going to head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our 3rd game of this best of 5 series.
Don't wanna slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life, they stay.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
my eyes, you're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine. You give me everything, don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine, you're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes, you're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine. You give me everything, don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine, you're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had.
Welcome back to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, between Kukuyas and Talon. It is MLP Dota and Jonix Fire once again. Jonathan, Talon off to a 2-0 start. Looking like they might just get that 3-0 here, as these games have been pretty damn dominant here once again. Talon so far have proven that they are the team to beat here in the SCA qualifiers. What are you thinking? Well, what do we change up here to try and at least give us a game 4?
I think you have to go with something different now in Kukuis. You have to go with a very, very aggressive time in lane into the mid game. You can't afford to sit back and farm because Talon just enjoys that. You know, WS is going to be building up. You get that build up you see on Natsumi as well, and Mikado is there to kind of cut the slack along with the supports. So you want some pressure to come in, maybe some emphasis on mid pressure to stop that tempo from coming out from Mikado. Kind of ruins the tempo for Talon. Could be one way to go about it. Maybe more presence on lane. I think also just putting a bot in the riskier, quote-unquote, riskier area to farm, like top lane, should have been safer, but it just felt weird to keep him top after all of that pressure they were seeing. I think that was a little bit of a mistake in game 2 as well, so we'll see. We were talking about it coming in from the lower bracket finals, right? That Kukuis should be the more surprising team for Talon. It doesn't feel that way. It feels like Talon is just fully prepared. Talon has been outclassing almost every opponent they've had. So far, they haven't dropped a single game, Mike, in this entire qualifier run. They 2-0'd IAP, they 2-0'd Aurora, they 2-0'd Boom. They're 2-0 to Kukuis. And Kukuis have to get something done here if they want to put a dent on Talon's record and try to have a shot to head down to Raleigh for ESL One. We have to see it. We'll see if anything changes in that draft. Kukuis again banning out the monkey and the sniper of Mikado. Talon this time taking care of that alchemist. So not willing to give that out to a bot along with the typical Dawnbreaker and Nyx. Leaving stuff like, say, maybe the DK, maybe the Morph, they banned the Invoker. So, again, leaving DK Morphling on the pool. Shadow Demon as well. To be fair, the impact of Ponyo wasn't as high as you'd expect. He wasn't able to get as many saves as you'd want to see in that last game. So it might not be too much of a concern. Bristleback in the pool, though, if Kukuis will want to dip back into that again. Again, maybe not the best of games for Cox, but it did feel like the tempo was just a little bit slow on Kukuis. The fact that Cox and a bot were having to just play farm games, you didn't have that snowball start in the Bristle, did make it feel a lot weaker. It did expose the weaknesses of the Bristleback pick if it's not off to that amazing start. And I don't know, I don't think the hero is bad, but I do feel like you can't afford to go super greedy when you run something like the Bristleback there.
No, you cannot. Let's see what the priority picks are going to be. You've got Lena available if you want to just go ahead and first pick that. You've got the popular supports in SD, Lion, they're all available. Lich is also still available. Plenty of options to start with. Maybe too many options here for Kukuis to try and pick from, but we'll see what they do prioritize, and it's going to be the Clockwork. So not revealing too much, because Clockwork, just a nice safe pick to be made. Just always kind of performs well. Talon, right into the Lena, which I can't say I'm surprised by. Like, I think you said this during game 1, but it's not really a great idea to let Makoto have this. And I tend to agree with that opinion.
I mean, look, Lena's have had such great times. I don't think it's actually lost a game from any of the matches we've watched. Lena's probably, at least in our games casted, from our streams, at 100% win rate. This hero is just ridiculous with what it can do. Its burst damage is insane. The Clockwork might be able to be annoying to it down the line with, say, Hookshot. So I do feel like it's not maybe the freest game, but it doesn't feel like a concern for Lena at all. Like, you think about the mid lane matchup. What is there Lena worries about? Nothing. You already took care of the Invoker. You banned out the Nyx, which could potentially catch this Lena off guard, so you don't even have to worry about that. What? Maybe a Queen of Pain would be annoying, but also doesn't really necessarily win against the Lena considering her range advantage. Sniper is gone, which was probably the only thing that could kind of play into the Lena lane with the extended range Sniper tends to have. So, I'm not sure which way you go on Kukuis now. There's still pocket picks like Yormel Kotl still there, and you do see respect from Kukuis to take care of that Lycan, not wanting to have to deal with the Alpha Wolves one more time. Fair enough, but that does leave some of the more bog standard WS heroes in the pool, right? We haven't seen too much more, but it's still there. Pangalier's there. Stuff like Tidehunter, if their draft can kind of carry through with it. Maybe something like a Mars, WS Mars. If the game kind of lines up for it, could be something that pops out as well. And something like Enigma, I think, could be an interesting option for Talon. into Clockwork is already maybe somewhat dicey, considering all of the ways you have to black hole cancel. But we also have seen Talon willing to pick that before. We'll just go with the Doom instead. Nice and stable for WS. Something that scales up, something that farms up, gives you control. Presence in lane is pretty damn good from the Doom, as we've seen in the last game. So you can't really fault Talon for it. Also, we haven't had this in a while, Mikey, but so far, all red on Talon, keeping with the logo color.
I'm glad you pointed that out, Jonathan. I would have hated to not know that we had the red theme going. Very, very good.
What other red heroes can we see? Maybe they get line down the line? Kind of red? And you can't... I don't think you can fit a Pangolier. Probably not. Shadow Demon? Sort of red. Ochre, perhaps? Closer to Ochre? Could fit in. For the side of Kukuis, of course, those same heroes kind of work well with Clockwork. I'd be interested in seeing if something like the Lich works for Kukuis. It does feel like it plays nicely with how a bot likes to work his lane. Right? Like a bot tends to push the lane limits as far as he can. He likes to play aggressive as a carry. Lich does enable that in a very big way. So I wouldn't mind that too much for Kukuis if they wanted to snatch that Lich away from Bosku himself. But we'll see. They're digging very deeply into reserve time here on the Kukuis, thinking very hard about how to develop this draft for the next two picks. We'll just end up with the Terrorblade once more. So back into the Terrorblade, picked into the Doom, which is a rather interesting prospect because last time around it wasn't a fun time for a bot in game 1. And you already have the Lina. I'm so curious about this pick because you have Doom and Lina. Magic damage is there anyhow from Talon to burst down this Terrorblade. Curious to see what they do different with this.
I'm curious as well. More picks to come out, Kukuis. The TB last game around did not look too flash hot. Especially up against his Doom heroes. It's, you know, it's one of those things, but maybe it's just a position 3 TB that we're looking at that might kind of, you know, help things out a little bit, you know, not putting that much pressure on the TB pos 1. 24 seconds reserve time left. They'll go into the line pickup, fair enough. Just another standard support that has been performing pretty damn well as of late. I don't think Talon are too concerned at all, though, with what they're saying. 2 more supports to go on their end of things now.
I'd say there's some good room here for maybe a Shadow Demon. Like, the save looks pretty damn good into the line Clockwork. Don't think you'd mind that too much on Talons. And if you wanted, you can also build stacks nicely from Dire side into the triangle quite well. So you wouldn't mind that on Talon's part.
Talon's turn to pick.
Let's see, they'll dip into the Batrider first, so they do pick up something that we saw a lot from Boom. And this should be our Jokam hero on hand, along with a Zeus. So we're likely getting the Zeus support out here, Mikey. And you were talking about the benefits of this hero last time we saw it. The damage is ridiculous with Lightning Bolt. Laning into Terrorblade, let's say if this is a pause for a Zeus into that Terrorblade lane, that doesn't sound like a fun time for a bot by any means here, Mikey.
No, it does not. Not going to be very much fun. That pos 4 Zeus, I mean, pos 4, pos 5, no matter where it goes, I think it's just very strong. We'll see the puck coming out, so Armel going to be playing the puck again. Again, the game 2 was... You know, there was a few awkward moments where Armel just got caught out and... You know, it didn't look too flash hot, but... It's alright, John. You know, we'll keep it positive here as... I'm already having my doubts about this draft because we did kind of just see it. They'll ban out the DK, so maybe feeling like Natsumi on the Dragon Knight was the big problem. In fairness, he did have a great game on that DK. I just think he probably would have had a great game no matter what he was playing last game around, with the way Talon have been kind of linking up together.
Pretty much. Doesn't feel like there was much pressure on him anyhow. Curious to see what they will want now for that safe lane of Natsumi. A lot of the options have been taken out of the picture. A lot of the popular options anyhow. There's a couple of odd pickups you could consider. You know, into Terrorblade, you could consider something like a Drow, which we don't see too often. There is backline jump and Clockwork. Fuck. But Drow Ranger used to be very popular, right? And into Terrorblade pierces right through all of that base armor. So you can make short work of that hero even without magic damage on hand. Not that you need to really double down on canceling out the Terrorblade when you already have Lina, Doom, and Zeus. Maybe a little bit excessive to kind of think about it that way here for Talon.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, some less standard picks like PA are available. Again, not too popular nowadays. I wouldn't even mind something that's really off-kilter like, say, a Luna. I think despite all the nerfs Luna's had, it's a very weird hybrid carry, and the magical damage side of it is pretty damn nice into Terrorblade. If you wanted to go that route, Kukui's just straight into Bristleback once more. So the base foundations of this draft are still the same. Maybe a little bit of a better time for Cox having a line to top him up. But this is almost the same draft as Game 1. They have removed some of the key factors from Game 2, I mean. They've removed some of the key factors from Game 2, like that DK. So it's not exactly the same circumstances, but I don't see this too different from Talon anyhow. I think, in fact, I feel like the lean is better than the Tiny. This Zeus pickup is still really damn strong with its laning presence. You have room for maybe something like a Razor if you really wanted to just ruin Cox's lane here on the side of Talon for Natsumi. I'm not sure about running it back here for the side of Kukui's.
I'm not sure either. We're gonna have to wait and let the boys get to work, John. Let them start cooking. Talon, final pickup for themselves. Still needing something for Natsumi here in this third game. Against the Bristle, against the TB. I mean, I'd hate to see this again, but we do have Gyrocopter available. Which, you know, it's been working as long as you don't run it support for Boom Esports, and they do go for it. Okay. I know, it's boring, John, but it's probably one of the only better carries left that Talon could go for.
Yeah, it does work out.
It is boring.
Again, it is very boring, but it lanes fine into the Bristleback, or actually into the offlane Terrorblade. You do switch things around and give Cox the TB now. I like that little switcheroo. I think it's a little bit more presence out from TB off. You get some good value here from Reflection at the very least into Natsumi. So you do have that going for yourself, but you're willingly putting the Terrorblade into a Gyrocopter Zeus lane. And you are a high armor, low HP hero. There is a lot of magical damage here from the side of Talon, so I don't expect this lane to actually get any easier for Cox. And I think he's going to have to work double time to try to find himself space in that lane. Overall, in this draft for Game 3, I feel like Talon's still looking pretty good. I think this is a really nice Batrider game because there's nothing to worry about in the back to save. This is maybe a little bit easier for Armel and the Puck because your hold is a little bit more limited on Talon, right? You don't have the AoE silence to worry about. You don't have Dragon Tail to worry about. You only have Doom. It kind of remains here from Talon to hold that Puck. So it does feel like a freer game for the Puck than you did have in Game 2. But whether or not that's enough is a different question, because it just feels like this tempo Talon was looking for in Game 2 should be replicated here in Game 3. And to greater effect because you've got the Zeus support to bully out Cox. You've got this better matchup for Mikado on Lina versus Puck, which is just oppressive for a Puck. Again, you can try to phase shift around, but even the right-click pokes of Lina is just so damn strong, considering that range advantage as well. We'll have to see if Kukui's managed to shake it off, and they've got what it takes to put a dent in Talon's perfect record so far.
We shall. Here we go again. Game number 3 of this best of 5 series. You just wonder, are we getting to a Game 4 with this draft? Kokuya's running it back. They don't have the DK to worry about this time, but they have something much more standard in the Gyrocopter, as we do once again have the trash. I don't even know if it's trash talk, but they're talking. They're talking again.
No. Yeah, Cox is saying, don't play good to Natsumi, and a bot is asking for it to turn into a best of 7. So they have to play one more game. Good on you.
Not sure if yeah, it's nice of him to ask. You miss every shot you don't take, John. You know, he's asking. It's respectable.
They keep telling them to just... They keep saying, don't play good. Kuku saying, put that aside. Leave it to me, says Kuku. To give them the game.
Oh, look at this. Top lane. Kuku and Jokam going to be chased up for a second. Looks like they'll be okay.
That is a sad level 1 metamorphosis for Cox. Used up already, doesn't really get chip damage off. Maybe if Natsumi oversteps his bound, but you don't have Reflection now. And you know you're gonna miss some pressure in the first wave or two. You at least find yourself extra bounties, I suppose, if you can get away with that one here on the side of Kukui's.
Here we go, Talon. Moving in, Flame Break's going to be quite nice. Cox has been caught. Blood Grenade will connect, though a nice Earth Spike from Jewel, but it won't really matter. Cox still running, barely makes it out on 40 HP. Ponyo now being chased up by Natsumi. Natsumi actually went level 1 Flak Cannon, sadly enough, so he can't really get the kill. But they do get 2-3 heroes quite low and kind of force them to go for the Fountain reset. If anything, just... And Cox, he's not going to go back to the Fountain, of course. He'll go back to the Tier 1 tower. And we do have the dots out from Natsumi. Not too happy that he wasn't able to secure anything here.
Now, a pretty decent enough start for the side of Kukuis, right? They get an extra bounty rune for all their troubles. They kind of mitigate this early metamorphosis usage as well because, hey, you don't die, you're not giving away a kill, it's a little bit more time, and you force out the flak on Natsumi for a little bit more farm emphasis. Mana is also starting to run low here on Kuku, only leaving one more cast of the Lightning Bolt, having to rely on the Magic Stick charges now to try to have some play. There are a couple of things that are pretty happy for Kukuis to at least establish a good time in the first 2 to 3 waves here. We'll see if they can start to capitalize. Of course, once Cox has Reflection, that lane does become a little bit more manageable with your presence here on the TV. And again, Natsumi doesn't have that chase down until Rocket Barrage. Even then, you're probably looking at Rocket Barrage level 2, so you're looking at the level 3 spike up top. And take a look at that mid lane, which should be pretty good for Mikado, although so far not going too bad for Armel. An even start in terms of CS. The Lina versus Puck matchup, pretty fine for Lina, but the Puck for the most part doesn't really lose this. You play a little bit further back, you've got the phase shift dodge for a very telegraph spell in the Dragon Slave. And you can maintain parity this way for Armel and just shoving the wave back. Getting some CS, getting some free regen with that phase shift every single time. And does make it a little bit harder for Mikado to fully shove him away. And this one should stay pretty even back and forth here. Maybe slightly easier for Mikado every single time. Phase shift is down. Early cooldowns are not the shortest in the world. There are some windows of opportunity there to play with. Elsewhere though, down bot, you've got that Doom and Batrider up against the Clock and Bristleback of Ponyo and the bot. This lane is, again, kind of alright. Yeah, you just kind of sit back, farm. There's some chase down potential with some repositioning on the Flame Break if you're not too careful. But Ponyo can complicate things with the cogs at the very least. And you don't have the most mana on WS to kind of sustain through, but he does have that early wand. You're up against Bristle. You're always going to get max value there. And they've already managed to do a great job in just keeping a bot at around half HP. So, again, if you overstep your bounds, you will get pressured in. And so far, the lane's pretty alright for Talon. Not too bad for the side of Kukuis as well. But I can see Talon maybe starting to eclipse if they start to get into those level 3 starts that we're looking for here.
Absolutely. Looks like Jewel gets quite low on the line. We'll be able to retreat. And WS is off to a really nice start on this Doom. Kind of hard. This guy doesn't generally lose many lanes, this WS fellow. Already having another nice start to his game. And the Bart doing pretty well as well, but you kind of expect that from Bristleback. Bristleback should really just dominate these style of lanes anyway. But Talon doing very good at just controlling the creep wave, dragging it underneath the tier 1 tower for WS to safely farm up. Looking back at mid, Armel, a little bit behind in the CS, but you kind of anticipate that to happen against this mid laner. Because you do have the bottle refill coming in from Jewel. Keep Armel healthy, as they are going to perhaps look to try and deny Makoto those water runes at the 4-minute mark. Either way, though, I don't think Makoto minds too much. You know, he's just... If he misses the water rune, he'll just go farm the jungle for a bit. You know, he won't mind too much. And in fact, Jewel doesn't even stick around. So it looks like they're just going to give it up 1-for-1 here between these two mid laners.
Yep. And again, that's pretty fine for Mikado. Going to have the mana to just constantly apply harassment. Once he hits, he's holding on to the value point to see if he has to go for the LSA or if he can greed out. Just go Dragon Slave, and he does commit to it in the end. No First Blood coming out yet, 4 minutes in. But both sides, again, maybe a little bit more conservative in how they're playing the lanes beyond that aggression on the runes. This kind of static style, again, I would say just benefits Talon. You have space to just sit back and farm. Your supports are soaking up some decent EXP. You have some possible rotations into the 6-minute mark where it could be a little bit easier for the side of Kukuis. When you have a line and clockwork, there's a little bit more pressure that you could play with. Trying to make some inways onto trying to harass out Natsumi, but They do manage to get the gate movement out from Ponyo as well. It's just a very deep dive if they did want to commit here.
Well, they're thinking about it. Cuckoo's not going to make it easy. He kind of just blocks the pathing there, and they're actually bringing more heroes. In fact, it's just the courier of Ponyo coming through the twin gate. But they don't really find a kill. They'll force Natsumi back at least. So Natsumi now forced to go into the jungle a little bit earlier than he would like. So they are still hanging about Ponyo. Really wanting to see if he can connect onto Cuckoo, but the heavenly jump away is going to work, and now the TPs are incoming. Talon, they want to fight. Jokam, though, getting caught by a Hex, not feeling too happy right now as he might just get bursted down. First blood being drawn by Cox, a great start to this fight as now Natsumi dropping low, trying to fight back Cox, though. Cox will man up. He'll get a double. Looks like Cuckoo at least will be able to find a double kill of his own. But definitely a favorable set of trades now for Cookies.
Well, cost them a lot of heroes to rotate up top, but they do manage to get that punishment onto the gyro and finally get a little bit going there for Cox. I don't think you actually mind giving Cuckoo this extra gold though. Like a support Zeus managing to get a ride into Arcane Boots quite fast is really not all too bad anyway. And getting that utility down the line, your standard Zeus support build-up is good.
Makoto.
Some moments of openings here for Makoto.
This is a big one. He's got a Fairy Fire to play with. In fact, Makoto turns back on a Jewel. Does get a kill for himself, but can he get out? The answer is no. Armel does secure a very nice one. So yeah, you lose your Lion, but it's a very worthwhile sacrifice here from Jewel. Armel extremely happy with that kill. And even finds a nice little Invis rune for himself right afterwards. So you really can't complain. WS?
I like that
Bit of a chase here on a butt.
Dire's structures are
No level 6 yet, so no kill to come.
I like the emphasis we're seeing from Kukuis to pressure that mid. Right, again, just making these moves after getting a bit of a reset from top, like all of this aggression coming out in lane. We saw this in a little bit in game 2, where they were playing around the 6 to 10 minute mark quite nicely. And this is exactly the one thing I'd want from game 2 to be replicated. Just that higher tempo, try to slow down. And then those key factors from Talon that they tend to rely on, like this early start from Mikado, and put a little bit of a lid on it. This is giving free space out to WS, but it is a Doom anyhow. It was always going to be farming up. So that is something that just ends up happening by the natural order of the game. Anyway, I think the one thing that could catch you off guard is maybe this faster level 6 on Cuckoo, who again, off the back of that double kill, is going to be scaling up nicely. Even scouts out Armel just a tad bit here.
It does. Armel looking at Cuckoo. Should have a Zeus for himself, and he does. Cuckoo will go down. Nobody around to help out the POS 5 Zeus, but it is still just a POS 5 Zeus. Not the biggest loss. More importantly, though, Cuckoo, yes, they are going to be able to start pressuring that tier 1 top tower, which is going to be the more important aspect of all this, is they do take it out.
That opens up an angle to apply even more pressure onto Natsumi. If they had the forward wards, Mikado's hunting here, though.
He is, Makoto. Doesn't really find much. What did he Laguna?
He Laguna their Terrorblade, and there was a Sunder on top.
Oh,
unfortunately. A little bit slow, maybe a little bit hasty, not waiting for Cuckoo to come in with that Lightning Bolt, and not quite having the Thunder God's Rat. They do miss out on a nice opportunity, and it's a good dodge out. I mean, it's a long cooldown on the Sunder, but you're just going to be sitting back and farming anyhow while that is down. And you are, again, finding this early tempo coming out for Kukuis. You're having a great start for Armel and Abat. Not that you're too far behind on WS and Mikado, but Natsumi has taken the big hit from that pressure top. We'll need some recovery to get into that point where the Crystallis and the Ags start to form up. You do have, again, that level 6 threat on Cuckoo. Thunder God's Rat is available if you can drop any of these heroes low. The issue is if you can even hope to get that done without Mikado having to commit in either, because WS is not ready for it, Natsumi's not ready for it. You will have to kind of rely on Mikado again to play Tempo Maker here, and so far, he's just not quite set for it. You know, that timing into travels is still lining up. Until that point, he's not really going to be leaving his lane all too often unless a bit of a dive happens, which relieves, again, all of this room you'd want on Kukuis to scale in. Armel working onto the Witchblade quite nicely here. And a very free lane for Abat outside of the pokes from WS. This Ag's timing is looking pretty sharp for our safe lane. So the Bristle is going to be able to flash farm off the back of that and even threaten onto these targets quite nicely. WS.
They're moving in. WS. Taking a lot of damage, going to go for a TP play out, and they actually don't have anything else. Jewel just committing all the spells he had. No TP cancellation available for him. WS quick thinking to get away. Of course, you expect maybe a kill attempt to come out soon from WS, as he does have the Doom up. Has the drums up now as well. Might need a little bit of assistance though, but the rest of Talon currently just a little bit underfarmed. And we see this pretty much 2 games in a row now, where Talon don't necessarily come out with the most farm after the lanes. But they do tend to catch up extremely fast. And so they are going to find Ponyo. Just trying to get him away from that dyed triangle, and they will do so. Again, WS has Doom, so they're looking for an easy kill if they can find one. Because a Bart would be the primary kill if you could commit, but you're going to need a couple heroes at least for that. And a Bart is right by his tier 1 tower, so I don't think it's going to be that simple to try and hope for that kind of kill. In fact, we're going to see a smoke now from Cookies. They'll head down bottom. Cuckoo. Gonna get Dream called up. WS is still around to help. Looks like the Zeus is gonna get just bursted down, and they do get him. But now, what do you pay for that? At least Jewel will go. A Bart's being chased. WS still holding on to the Doom. Jokam, not level 6 yet, so you've got no lasso to play with. And so they'll take the 1-for-1 trade, and that'll be enough. Both sides will just kind of accept it and leave each other alone.
I don't think you're too unhappy about that on either side. It is a little bit more gold coming out for Kukois, but it's a very even trade. I think you're looking at the space you're building up, and that does buy Cox so much free space up top. Mass TP's coming in to try to stop, or at least contest this Terrorblade a little bit more before the pipe kicks in, because he's not too far off Cox. And we've seen what happens when Terrorblade does farm that pipe. Like, the magical burst you're looking at here from Talon that starts to feel less effective against that hero.
Oh, Cox. They'd love themselves a TB. They've got it as well. Light Strike Ray onto Makoto. Cox still getting a nice Sunder off. Does find Ponyo, as now the lasso is officially available for Jokam. He literally just hit it as well off the back of that Clockwork Death. So hits level 6, gets the lasso. Nice call from Makoto to finish the Clockwork kill first to allow the lasso back onto Cox. And that's a couple of great kills. That was a 1.3k gold swing going the way of Talon.
And that's some much needed momentum coming out from them, and much needed punishment. Again, a very free time that Cox was having there. A little bit of a cheeky flank from the side of Kukuis. Deep smoke between the tier 1, tier 2. They catch Mikado off the back of this. Have to be well worth it.
They don't have Finger. They do have an amp damage though on Armel, and that's going to prove to be enough. It's a great pick off. Armel having a much better game than last game around, as he will just try to TP out, but no, the stuns are there. Jokam with the knockback into WS, the alley-oop. And that's that kind of evens out the trade. Like it looked great, and now it doesn't look so great.
Yeah. And I mean, again, that 1-for-1 is relatively even. It's a little bit better for the side of Kukuis. I think the big thing that the Kukuis are getting a lot more every single time these kinds of trades happen is that it's happening on Talon's side of the map. Right, so you get a little bit more reach because there's no pressure from Talon. They have to stick to their side of the river. You're able to farm a little bit more forward on Cox. You're buying space out for a bot. That safety net for the Bristle, while it's still a little bit weak, is there. And again, it does feel like you're shaping into this timing for the side of Kukuis quite nicely. A bot, his Ags is just about 300 gold away. Once you hit that point, his output starts to really scale out of control. The pipe is only about 370 gold away as well for Cox. You're going to have the barriers on hand. You're going to have the mitigation for all of that magic damage from this Zeus support and the Lina core. And that's where things can maybe get a little bit funky for the side of Talon if they're not careful. Your physical output on Natsumi just isn't there yet. It's lacking 3 parts of his own Ags up. It's going to take some time they need to buy here on Talon. The net worth is still head-to-head. Again, no one really taking a massive lead here. The support farm difference is where things might get a little bit troublesome, because you do have that fresh blink on Jokam. You have that initiation angle lined up for you here on the side of Talon. You're still really far away from hoping for one on Joel. And you always have the hookshot from Ponyo, I suppose. But the kidnapping potential for Jokam does put a little bit of a spanner in the works here for the side of Kukuis if they're not too careful. See, when Talon does decide to play around that one is They are again, just playing a little bit safe, clearing out Ancients with Natsumi. They have managed to scout a little bit here with Ponyo. It'd be a nice target to isolate if they did take that risk.
Seems like they're gonna smoke up right below Natsumi right now on the dire triangle. One is in. They've got Natsumi locked down. It should be a pretty easy kill here as there's no rotation point. That's another strong kill here for Kukui. Is just able to find the position 1 pickup. And I mean, Natsumi, he's having a bit of a struggle. Like, his net worth is nothing to write home about right now. So he's not having a good time. Just finding these pickups over and over again with this gyrocopter always going to be very nice.
It is. Need a little bit more on the side of Kukui's though. Scout it out just a bit.
Jokam, he's got to blink up already on this Batrider, looking for some kills as they do take down Ponyo. He wants a little bit more though. They did spot out Jewel, but the Earth Spike is not going to allow the follow. Ooh, Cox. Well, they don't see him. Keep him, again, Blink and Lasso are up. WS going to run into Cox. Cox actually going to try and go for this kill onto the Doom, and with the finger out, maybe the... No! The BKB! It was there in time! And Cox is now the one in danger. He'll get doomed up. Jokam will happily sacrifice himself to chase him down and ensure he does die. They'll commit a Dream Coil here to at least find Jokam, but Jokam's still alive as now Ponyo going to hook shot in. He'll try to go after Cuckoo Zeus. They should at least find one. Jokam will go down to boot. Natsumi's joined in. Now Natsumi able to clean up Jewel, but he's being chased here by a Bart. WS though sticking around, trying to help Natsumi, but it seems like he should... Oh, that's a nice juke spot, but it's not nice enough. Still a good fight. Natsumi will lose his life here to Kukuyasen. Had he not lost his life on the gyro, I actually would have thought that was an easy win for Talon. But losing the gyrocopter certainly does not make that anywhere near as good.
It really doesn't. And I do appreciate that understanding from Natsumi to join in that fight. It did feel necessary to leverage that damage. They didn't quite have the AoE control to hold people around that ramp into that top jungle. If they managed to hold them in the ramp area while the flak cannon was going and you had more follow-through damage, and it felt like you had just enough, but you were being punished on the side of Talon as, you know, the cogs are just great area denial tool. Your area denial on Talon isn't quite there. You also didn't quite have the Ags on Mikado up. Is up now, so the burst play should be a little bit easier to find. But that does swing the momentum towards the side of Kukui's. And the key thing is, like you mentioned earlier, Mikey, Natsumi is not having a good game this time around. It's a little bit slower. Has a lot of recovery to get done for himself. One part away now in terms of gold for that entire Ag. Still looking for plays here.
Armel's been blown up. Ponyo's being chased down. Ponyo will drop a Bart now in the middle of nowhere. He'll have Cox moving in. He'll try for the chase onto WS. He's still very powerful here, a Bart. And it seems like WS should be the sacrificial lamb. I'd still say it's a pretty good trade though. Finding Armel... You know, maybe a Bart's still becoming a bigger and bigger problem, but I think right now any kill you can get as Talon's going to feel good.
That it does. You do have to appreciate, again, just how much Kukuis are playing into this opposite side of the map, right? Well, all of these fights are happening on Talon's turf. They're not able to try to make space off the back of it. Mikado's forced to just TP away, as the bot does have a shard and chase down potential for burst play now. But Talon is the one that hasn't crossed the river this time. This is a spot we haven't seen from Talon in a long, long time, but Kukui's, their pressure has managed to mount. They are stuck on just one side of the map here for Talon. They're not able to try to split farm into that Radiant side and try to build up that way, which leads to a slower recovery process for this gyrocopter and a slower build-up for WS. They catch more.
Yeah, they have found Ponyo, or rather Ponyo found... Oh, he found Makoto. Very, very nice. That's a great pickup. That is a fantastic pickup here. This Makoto was really the saving grace.
He's the one core that's ready to fight. And they just have to sit back and farm. WS, perhaps, once he has that blink, can start to contribute a little bit more. Natsumi with the Ags is good, but you're likely really needing that BKB to be up. For the side of Talon, there's just a lack of space right now. But how much pressure is coming out from Kukui's? Again, this is what we were looking for after Game 2. Just sustained pressure. Because last time in Game 2, around this time, they were more than willing to just farm on their side of the map. Now they've got the aggressive wards. They're the ones with tempo. Talon's the one forced to respond. I'll try to find some punishment. They do smoke up. They've got that Blink Lasso ready here.
They do. Lasso committed. They are going to find... Oh, that's a big one. They found a butt down. They've even got Cox down. That's such a concern. That could be the turning fight for this whole game. That is massive.
They've 2 big cores just blown up like that off the back of just a big initiation from Jokam. And that's from the fact that Kukuis were kind of split apart. Like, Armel wasn't quite in the area. Ponyo wasn't sticking around with his other cores as well. And they were punished for just trying to work the map a little bit more. 3K lead suddenly popping out here for Talon off the back of that play. You get some equalization here for Natsumi. I mean, he's still behind. He's still the bottom network core, but at the least the Ags is starting to become a reality into that BKB. You've got enough gold for WS to get that blink up and running, and you've got the room for Mikato now to look into his own BKB. I mean, once you take the threat away of the Dream Coil and the Silence and the Hex, it should be easier for Mikato to play his game. On the side of Kukuis, again, they've still done a great job of pressuring out. And they found one tier 2 tower. They've managed to get some good aggressive wards. They've played off the back of that advantage quite well, but they have to be careful about bleeding it back like this. Like, the 2K lead isn't the most meaningful at 21 minutes in, but it certainly does show you a sign of a little bit of a bounce back here for Talon. Kukuis, though, going for the smoke, but Kukuis is the one to break it.
Yuku does break it. It's a nice ore, but the Dream Coil, WS now forced to fight back. Ponyo, Glimmer caped up, will be okay for now, but WS still chasing him down. Meanwhile, Lasso catching out Armel. It's a big target for Jokam, but there's no backup for Jokam. Jokam's gonna die. Makoto did actually end up going down as well to Jewel, which is even worse. And once again, another great fight for this Radiant side. I keep anticipating Talent to take a good fight, but it hasn't been the case.
No? I like seeing this from Kukuis. Again, they're not relenting, even after losing a little bit of an awkward time where they're kind of split apart. This time it's Talon that's just not all together in the same page. The WS isn't able to try to get Doom off to back up. Mikado's very far forward in comparison to the rest of his team. And Natsumi, again, is just not quite ready in the Gyrocopter. You have to be careful. I think the ideas on both sides are kind of the same. It's very similar right now where you can't really afford to split apart. There's a lot of very good solo pick-off potential, or even just 2v5, 3v5 sort of advantageous fights both sides can find for themselves. You just can't afford to give that away. A little bit of a smoke out. I'm not sure if that ward caught the edge of it, as WS was in the tree line. You have some leeway to get into it, but Roche is being taken quite fast here from the side of Kukuis. And Talon's just a little bit too far out to try to contest. They could try for the follow-up fight. 2 lives and a bot is a little bit of a challenge to pierce through, but they will force it.
Thunder God's Wrath is out. They're going to get the vision. Jokam looking for a lasso, not finding it yet. Armel popping the Dream Call to ensure he can't continue chasing him down, is now a Bart wanting to go for the Cool Spray spam. Turns his back, but they don't want to fight the Bristleback as Jokam now caught out, does go down, but so does Ponyo. 1-for-1 on the supports. Jewel looking for more, might find Makoto. Oh, he doesn't get the vision. He doesn't get the vision. He doesn't go for the Blind Earth Spike. So all that ends up being is a 1-for-1 trade. But your Aegis is on a butt. So if you're Kukuis, you're pretty happy.
Works out in your favor. Again, you've got an opportunity to perhaps take a fight and try to pressure onto the high ground side of Talon. You don't need to wait for too much. Same thing for Kukuis as well. Your support is coming back in that clockwork in relatively short order. This is just time for Talon to try to get into those BKBs, because that's the big hurting point right now. Natsumi can't just stand his ground and try to utilize his damage with that secondary gunner and Crystallis. You know, the same thing goes for Mikado, still lagging at 400 gold behind into that full BKB. So it's just a matter of stalling out that time and just kind of being patient. The side of Kukuis, again, they've done a great job of playing across the river. Talon are just not able to shove out far enough into the other side. Like, they've only taken 1 tier 1 up top. Mid and bot are still relatively healthy here at 24 minutes in. And it just feels like this game is getting a little bit out of hand for them. I mean, you don't have a big net worth swing to worry about, but all of this investment onto a bot is starting to pay off. He's going to have his own BKB lining up with when Talon finds their own BKB timings here. Like, even a little bit faster because of all of the space that Kukuis has. Have room as well to just siege onto the tier 2s. Talon can't really force a fight outside. And the side of Talon just have to wait. Like, they are being punished for their slower pace now by Kukuis. All it took was just constant aggression after the laning phase. They just have not relented. See if Talon can try to utilize that blink on Jokam. That's been the one thing that has given them some openings here.
See if they can. Oh, Bart, he's very far. Lasso going to drag him into the tier 3 tower. Still a nice Sunder. Cox, he'll get doomed eventually, so he might die to the doom. Bart still trying to fight, does lose the Aegis, but he's got Makoto and WS down. A great start, no buyback available for either of those causes. Now Bart looking for more. We'll move in. There's really nothing to fight against this Bristleback once Makoto and WS are gone. And Natsumi, I don't think, really has the farm to contest the Bart, but perhaps without the Aegis up, and the fact that it's a 3v3, it seems as though Kukui they won't stick around either. They are going to retreat.
And then I'd say that's a pretty decent win for Talon. Net worth-wise is still a little bit better for the side of Kukui's, as it is a high net worth target in Makoto to fall. Top net worth of the team, but you take away some of that tempo. Jokam, though.
Jokam?
Jokam going down there. I get he's trying to scout, but you can't afford to give these single target pickoffs away side of Kukui's. Again, they've been doing a great job with the vision game. They've been doing a great job with the pressure. There's no reason for them to really back out. Mind you, you do hit your BKB timing on Natsumi. Really wants that damage to scale up now with the Daedalus, and that's where things can start to get a little bit easier. Especially with, again, BKBs lining up with Natsumi and Mikado being done. Fresh 9-second charges available. Things start to get a little bit more playable for Talon at that point. The question now is if they still have enough to deal with a bot. Because they took care of one life. You know, he doesn't quite have that full Bloodstone yet, is working his way into that. Bit of a cheeky smoke out from the side of Kukui's to try to find a flank. And if they find someone like Mikado again, that could just destroy Talon on the high ground. They are still reliant on this burst damage from all their cores. Like, one core falls apart here, the high ground defense just falls flat.
And it does. 4-man smoke committed here from Cookie as they're going to actually find themselves a +5 Zeus. Cuckoo can do nothing about it either. He is down. 3k advantage still standing for the Radiant, but more importantly, just no answers towards a Bart yet. They will hold on to the high ground. That's all that's important right now for Talon, is keep buying themselves time to allow themselves back into this game, because right now they are just too far behind the Bristle. Wonder how much longer Cookies will wait to make their own move back to the high ground. I mean, they are posturing as if they want to. Lasso, Jokam, not able to find it yet, but he wants the Bristle. A nice hook shot, but is it going to cost them? They lost Jokam. The Doom was committed onto the Bristleback, but he's still happy to fight here. A Bart is going to be okay. The BKB was out in time. Cox was behind him with the Sunder. And so they lose their Bat Rider. They get a Clockwork, but that's all that happens. They do not get the Bristleback kill they really wanted.
And they're going to have to wait for that next Doom to really feel comfy for another skirmish here on Talon. What this does do is, again, stall the game out, makes it a little bit less comfy for Kukuis to try to think about a high ground play and try to just work your way into more damage for Natsumi. You are achieving that goal here on the side of Talon at the least. But that's all you can do, right? Like, you can just keep trying to stall, keep trying to get to that point where maybe you can hope for the burst onto a bot if you get that Blink Lasso on top from Jokam. Jokam as well needs that full 4-staff up. Like, it's been so difficult for him to just try to get enough of a drag back to actually get a bot in a position where he's just not going to get saves. It's been rather difficult to find that full push in. We'll see if that timing lines up. Still, a bot finishes up that full Bloodstone. All the life steal in the world now for him to sustain through, even if he's caught out. The Doom has to be on point here from WS to stop that healing. And again, you're beholden to such long cooldowns on Talon that there's so much more time here for Kukuis to play aggressive themselves.
Jump in, Lasso is there. They got a buff. They're going to put him on the cliff. That's what you get. The issue is, like, you put him on the cliff, but you can't do much about him anyway. It's like, who cares? He's just trapped for a moment. Eventually they'll get him out of there, I'm sure. Does nobody have a 4-star? Okay, nobody has a 4-star. A Bard will have to TP. But he's okay. His team will ensure that they can't get his TP cancelled.
They have some... Ooh.
Hook. Ponyo is in onto Jokam. Cam gonna have a pretty tough time getting out of this one, I think. Yeah, there's no chance. He is down once again. The thing is, Cam's so important for this high ground defense. Like, you really can't afford to lose him just like that. Sadly, they don't seem to have much of a choice in the matter, as now the T3 mid tower will be under siege. And they are not backing off either. They're rushing right into the T4s here with the Bard, trying to find at least the Zeus. Meanwhile, WS popping the Doom onto Cox, trying to get rid of this pesky Terrorblade, who's been causing them so many issues. But Cox looks like he's barely going to survive, as WS is the one to go down. They'll at least find Ponyo, but it's still looking really horrible for a defense out from Talon. They'll try onto Armel, but Armel, he is able to jaunt out. They have, however, successfully defended the T3 tower.
They're hanging in. The angles for Talon are just so hard to find. Kukuis are still in a really strong position. Again, net worth lead isn't the biggest in the world. It is 7k up at 30 minutes in. It's a little bit more noticeable considering how far behind you're starting to get here on Natsumi and WS. And your burst damage is starting to get mitigated. Like, Mikado isn't popping off as hard as we've seen our Lena's pop off in the past. Like, it's nothing like what we were seeing from Mac in his boom games. You're certainly not able to blow up the heroes you'd want to blow up. You really need that Force Staff to be up in Jokam. Like, this Blink Lasso Force Staff has to be there, and he has to be so careful about being caught before the big team fight can break out. They at least have the vision to watch a little bit more further here on the side of Talon. Like a defensive ward in that top jungle. Lower wards as well, watching outside. Armel takes a little bit of a gambit for the coil. Not the longest cooldown in the world anyhow. Talon has managed to stall to the point where you do have that full Daedalus up on Natsumi. So he has the right click damage to try to pressure. It's all down to how you have to execute on Talon. Kukuis will take a smoke around the map. They've got that full Scotty up on Cox. Trying to sustain true is not going to be that easy. Even trying to run away now is a little bit more complicated. If they find a flank.
Cuckoo going to be spotted. Tries for the TP play out. Ponyo actually had his hookshot blocked there. Didn't cancel the TP, but Abatas had too much damage. Torments are going to be taken. Jokam looking for a lasso. Not going to find it. And so, I think if you're Kukuyas, you're definitely looking for Roshan, and of course they are going to rocket flare it and get the vision now, so off to the Roshan pit they go. And it doesn't really seem like Talon have an opportunity to fight this one. It seems like you are just taking the time to farm, because you're still just way too far behind in this Gyro. Like, yeah, he's got the Daedalus, but I think the Silver Edge is going to be maybe the big deal breaker here against the Bristleback. And he is now queuing it up, but he just at least needs that to give themselves a decent shot at this.
You don't have a chance without that. Thunder God's Rat will at least spot out Roshan, but again, you're not in position to contest as Talon. They are looking to force in just a bit onto tier 2s. Joke.
He jumps in, but again, the lassos have been pretty hard to get. Keepies are coming now as well, so Jokam just wants out, but Ponyo, of course, going to lock him down, and Jokam's just having such a rough time with this Bat Rider. Every time he tries to jump in for a lasso, it's just not working at all. It's either he gets hexed or stunned, or he just finds him glimmer caped and he doesn't have the detection.
Yeah. It's been a very complicated game for Talon. And props to Kukuis for playing again. Nice, hard, and fast in comparison to what we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2. Just applying that pressure. Talon has been digging these greedier drafts. These drafts that do take time to scale up. And this is the result when you play up against a fast team. Speaking of, as well, a while ago you were mentioning a Silver Edge for Natsumi. He has gone into a Swift Blink instead. So he wants to take that Gambit, try to get some more damage out instead of trying to find that source of break for the Bristle. Maybe considering just ignoring the Bristleback as long as possible and killing everyone else off. You'd have the Ag Spike here for Kuku. So the Nimbus is available as well to help scout out and provide some distraction in the middle of these engagements. And again, all things considered, 10k lead for Kukuis at 34 minutes. It is impactful at this point. But it hasn't been growing as fast as you'd expect, considering how much of the map they have under their control. Talon has managed to keep up to a certain extent here. And again, they still hold on to those tier 3s. With the Aegis up though, you should expect some action to start to form into a high ground siege. Full assault cuirass ready for a bot. He does buy out the last part in the Hyperstone. And you have steady siege. I mean, you've got Demon Zeal up in Cox. He could just send the Illusion Scene and kind of get that done by himself as well. Talon smoked up, but I don't really see them finding anything in the signs. Maybe a bit of a deeper ward run or just a farm run here from Natsumi and Jokam, leaving Mikado and Cuckoo to just kind of hold back the waves. They are sneaking very deep behind for WS to find his own build-up and away from the watchful eyes of Kukuis. You do at least have that. And they are trying to waste time on the Aegis. I mean, you still have 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes here for a bot anyhow. So he's in a very comfy spot. And for Talon, this slow poke...
Oh. Okay, bot. Getting close to taking him out. Cox is going to sunder him. And Cox is literally just a walking sunder at this stage. He doesn't even want to fight. But again, rushing forward. Armel will do the same. Makoto forced the BKB up in case the Dream Core came in. And Jokam again could not find the range to get the lasso off. So Abart's still just free to do whatever the hell he wants. Now an Ag's up on Armel to make matters even worse as they do pop a lasso. But I don't even see what it was on. So 1 for 1. Jokam and Ponyo both going down as WS once again jumping in for the Bristle. Abart though still happy to just casually walk out. But it seems as though they might have to let this push go. They'll get a T3 tower. Abart's gonna get sundered again. So he's moving back in. Trying for Cuckoo, he'll miss out though. Call down committed. Maybe they find the Aegis and they do. That's one life. Coil committed. Cuckoo's been caught with that, but he's fine by the fountain. So Bart sticks around for a range creep as Cuckoo finally will go down to Armel. And they'll get the melee barracks as well. Now Natsumi caught with his pants down in the mid lane. Get his BKB off, but he's got nothing to lifesteal off of. Oh boy, the Natsumi. Caught again.
I don't understand that. Like, he's so far forward, he's not showing the respect for that mobility we've been seeing. Talon was doing a great job in just skirmishing for a little bit. I'm sure losing Cuckoo is a little bit big. Not the biggest thing in the world, but still something to be happy about in Kukuis. Off the back of that kill on the Gyrocopter, you're free to just keep going. All you lost was Aegis. You don't really have that many great options left on Talon without the Doom available. You have the Lasso available at the least, but I don't see the angles right now for Talon and Kukuis. They rally in this game 3.
Jump in, Jokam. Lasso this time will connect onto the clockwork, so they'll just try to blow him up, and he finally goes down. But they've got Megas up now. It won't really matter what kind of support kills you can pick off. Mega Creeps are available for the Radiant team, and oh, here we go again.
Here we go, Zabat. Saying, don't want to call it still.
That's a fair call. That's a fair call. And Talon, they will not respond. No words for a butt. I mean, in Talon, they are, you know, they like these kind of high ground defenses. They like to take their, they like to drag out the game to the last possible second if they can. And they're not out of it yet. It's just, this Gyrocopter's just fallen so damn flat. It's just done nothing this game.
Yeah. It's just been a little bit too slow on Natsumi, and again, I'm not the biggest fan of the Blink pickup over, say, that Silver Edge you were talking about. One big smoke from Kukuizo. One angle is all it takes. You already bought out Natsumi a while ago.
Well, here we go. They've already found the primary target in Natsumi. It'll be saved by the Ethereal. Pops the BKB. Still trying to run. Abart's got him. They've got to call it now. It's got to be all over. WS still trying. Will at least find Armel, but Cox going to save again with the Sunder. GG is called. They've seen enough. And there you go. We are going to a game 4, John. No 3-0 victory here for Talon. They will be forced to a 4th game up against Kukuyas, and the props to the boys. They make the good work happen. And Talon, as for them, I don't choose Gyrocopter is I think the idea here. Just don't choose that stupid hero.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that's the route they went for. Something like Morphling was still available if they wanted that, and Gyrocopter, it's just This didn't feel great again. I do appreciate not just, I don't think this was just a complete draft loss in talent. I think you have to really appreciate how aggressive Kukuis were. Like, they were not willing to cede ground. They played constantly across the river. Like, in stark comparison to game 1 and 2, they were pushing into Talon consistently. And Talon had no room to try to recover. Again, with the tendency of Talon to play a little bit greedier on WS and Mikato, there wasn't much room for them to really play, especially since you had Batrider Zeus on your support duo. You didn't have the best ways of catching and trying to go for solo pickoffs to try to snowball Mikado back into relevancy. So a great readout from the side of Kukuis. They managed to drag us into game 4, and this is one of the points where it gets a little bit scary. Talon's been in circumstances like this where they start 2-0 on a best of 5, then they get reverse sweeped up against an opponent they maybe underestimate. Kukuis could be one of those opponents. They've got to be on their toes for Talon going into the game 4. And again, just probably not the gyrocopter. That felt like maybe one of the weaker parts of the draft. I don't think the Zeus was all too bad, so I don't think that experiment was as bad as you'd think. Maybe less control was a little bit of a loss for Kuku. We'll see what their ideas are as we get into that game 4 in a bit, I guess.
Yeah, we'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 4 between Talon and Kukius. We'll see you soon.
dragging, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side.
Say
side.
Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side. Slides up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide. Serotonin slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wired. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Secret in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide. Serotonin slide. Serotonin slide. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Secret in the light, embarking your energy. Riding through the night. Serotonin slide.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into our grand final here. Of course, game 4 now between Cookius and Talon. And Cookius, they're fighting back, Jonathan. They're forced us to a game 4 here. Talon, they're in shambles. They're falling apart in this best of 5 grand final. I know they're spamming you on the phone, trying to get some advice, Jonathan, trying to get you to pump them up here on the stream. Horrible signs here for Talon going into this game 4.
Oh yeah, it looked completely terrible in the last game. Let's be real here. That was a pretty rough time. Natsumi really had no impact. how the rotations of Mikado were not really landing on the big heroes they'd want, and they did have to play into that Terrorblade offlane that we normally saw banned out, along with a Bristleback switch up. So I'm curious to see if Talon will allow any of that through, because that felt like really the clincher there. The fact that you had this Terrorblade who was just freely farming, you couldn't really contest, got a good pipe timing, so your burst damage wasn't really there, and it just made the rest of your game very slow on Talon's end. That, and, you know, Cuckoo did say, leave it to me, guys. So maybe he's giving a bone out to his friends. You know, certainly not, because obviously Cuckoo wouldn't want to risk his job as well. So we'll see if they can pull ahead. You know, no mercy for friends.
You say he won't risk his job, Don. He's risked his job quite a few times in his history as a pro player. So, you know, I can't take that. I can't take that one to heart, sadly. But it doesn't matter. We're into game number 4. See what the switch ups are gonna be. I feel like either side should just ban Bristleback at this point, because obviously, as you saw, Jonathan, it's proving to be pretty damn good right now. Maybe TB as well, because Cox, he made that game pretty impossible with the TB plays. Like, against Doom as well. Like, you Doom someone, he just summons. And it's like, okay, well, that's that over. Like, we can't kill anyone. And Talon, they do actually ban out the Bristleback, and they take the TB. Okay, well, that's one way to fix it.
That it is. Still some flex, of course. Not necessarily a WS hero. Could still be Natsumi and safe if the game is actually good for it. So I'm keen on seeing which way they will go on Talon. They have left a lot of options open as well. I mean, the Morphling's still there. You can go Morphling into TB if you so wished here on Kukui's. There is, I guess something like Lena available as well. Instead, no, Dawnbreaker actually slides through, and Dawnbreaker's picked up. So now you have another hero that we've seen Cox have high impact on, with that Solar Guardian coming in. And I like this from Kukui's. I feel like this Dawnbreaker has been a very key part in a lot of wins. The sustain can be a little bit overwhelming for you to have to deal with on Talon's end. And I'm just curious what Talon does to try to stop this. We've not seen anything like Silencer, of course, to stop the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian, because Silencer's a dead hero. So you're likely not getting that counterplay. No Nyx Assassin as well to try to at least spike Carapace through it. And at the very least, Kukui's won't have the Nyx combination to play with the Dawnbreaker. But already looking sharp. And we know how well Kukui's have been playing with his Dawnbreaker for Cox. Like, he knows when to show up in the Solar Guardian. He just hangs back and farms a lane. His laning presence is pretty damn good as well. So, already, Kukui's looking to give a good punch back to Talon. Like, I would rate this Dawnbreaker pick much higher than the Terrorblade here at the early points of the draft.
Yeah, it does feel very nice as TB. Very flexible as well. Off lane, safe lane doesn't really matter. The TB still seems to perform at the moment. We do have one more ban to go before we can continue with our drafts. As Kukui's still think about this final ban a little bit longer. I do hope in the future iterations of this Kukui's side they do think about maybe picking another name, because this name's infuriating to try and pronounce every 2 seconds in the game. Not a big fan of it, Jonathan, sadly.
Hey, you missed Darling instead? Team Darling? Hello, my darlings. Hi, Darling.
Yeah, but I could pronounce it easily, John. That's my point. You know, it wasn't that hard to... This one feels a bit... It doesn't roll off the tongue, you know?
It's not hard, though. It's just very Filipino, I guess. I guess. I was trying to think of a way to explain to you how to pronounce it. Like with Yoe. I just said it's like wet without the T. We. But... Kukui's, I can't think of an English word. Koyaanisqatsi? No, that's not even English. It's just a movie title. It's from a Native American language. No, I can't think of a way to explain how to say uis. Kuis. I mean, the only way I have to explain it is by explaining it with more Filipino words, which doesn't really help. At the least, this draft will help us have something as they dig into the reserve time on Kukui's. They did ban out the Doom, so they're trying to prevent any shenanigans coming out from Talon. They are expecting this maybe to be a Natsumi hero coming out. They'd show respect for potentially a Makato TA as well. And now time to figure out how they work their lanes. Stuff like Clockwork still available. Shadow Demon on hand as well. Lion's still there. We'll go with Muerta, which we've seen just be devastating with the area control it does provide. And it does give you some good magical damage to actually deal with the Terrorblade. And it's a support that Terrorblade can't really melt down either. And whenever Metamorphosis is up, down the line with the Ultimate up for the Muerta. You just can't hit her in that ghost form. You do get a lot going on here for Kukuis and a little bit of a back and forth. I do enjoy the Muerta Dawnbreaker lane. I think that is a very strong lane to play into the TB. Just a lot of magic damage early on. That can make this annoying for Natsumi if he will end up picking that hero. For Talon, again, same thing stands. Stuff like Lion, Shadow Demon still available for you. If you want to go into those supports, Lich still there as well. Instead, they actually go for the Tiny. So they go back on Tiny, maybe flexing it on Jokam. We used to see him play it a lot. Chances are it's just a straightforward Mikado Tiny, which is a little bit strange when you don't see your mid matchup. Considering what's left in the pool here for Kukuis, Armel has the Lina option himself if he wants that. And Lina into Tiny is a very happy time for the Lina. Tiny gets no play whatsoever for the most part, so I'm curious about this one in Talon. I wouldn't mind if it was a support Tiny. I think there's still some room for it, although it also just, again, disappeared off the face of the earth. It hasn't felt the strongest, but I guess it can still work when you have a specialist like Jokam. They'll go into the Batrider once more as well. So it's looking less like a 4 Tiny now, because chances are you just give Jokam Bat once more. Which means, again, probably a Mikado Tiny, which I'm honestly not the biggest fan of. I think, at least because they picked it in the first part of the second phase, it's just very telegraphed. Like, there's no flex, really. Or if there is flex, you're not scared of it. There goes the puck for Armel that he was performing on much better in the last game. And now you have a massive steroid to play for your win condition on whatever a bot decides to pick last, with an Ogre Magi on top. This is a very well-stitched draft from the side of Kukuis. And for Talon, it's a little bit scattershot here, Mikey.
10 seconds remaining.
And it is. Jokam, of course, in that Batrider last game, he had a very rough time. Like, he just could not get the lassos at all. Props to the side of Kukuis for making it extremely hard for him to get any angle in for those big blink lassos. Talon now with their 4th pick. Will think about it a little bit longer. So, you know, arguably 2 more cores, maybe just 1 more, maybe a support to come here for Talent.
This is going to lock in the Tiny for sure, no matter what they pick. Like, it's got to show whether or not this Tiny will go for a weird flex, or you go with something else. You have some cheeky options still left for WS. Again, stuff like the Enigma is still there if they want that. Doesn't really look that great for Mars. It's been a dead hero anyhow. No Bristleback option. There is the option for that cheeky Lycan, as it has been left alone in this game. And I think that could be one way to go. I mean, to be fair, trying to dig through Ogre Magi isn't really an easy prospect. That is one of the fatter supports to try to annoy. The Root could be annoying into the puck, at the very least. We'll go with the DK instead. So lightly now looking at our WS Terrorblade coming out. And just a DK safe lane for Natsumi. You do have flex though. You could run DK mid and again toss the Tiny onto pause 4. Maybe run something like a Cuckoo Batrider. So going for heavy flex here on Talent to close out. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, again, for Kukuis, you're only lacking the safe lane. We rarely see him wear to pause 1. I don't think anyone actually does it nowadays. So you're likely not running that. Take care of the Morphling as 1 point of contention. There is still something like, say, Medusa in the pool. That could be something Talon will have to ban out in the next part as well. And for Kukuis, well, I don't know. They have to figure out what exactly Talon's trying to do. Because again, you can run Mikoto DK. You can run Natsumi DK. You can run a Jokam Tiny. Like, there's a lot of switching around that Talon can do to close out on their last pick.
Yeah, absolutely. More bans to come. Timbersaw being removed here by Kukuis. Seems like they're just focusing on, well, for now, offlane banouts, I suppose. Still think it should be just a safe lane DK, offlane Terrorblade, but they might disagree here. They ban out the Night Stalker as well. So what are they? They're anticipating a TB support?
I think they're anticipating...
I mean, with these bans...
It looks like they're anticipating just the safe lane TB into a mid DK, right? So that leaves you room for the off lane pick for WS, and you run a support Tiny with Batrider. And they ban out the Ursa, which can play off the Ogre Magi and counteract the DK and TV to an extent. I'm curious to see. Again, Talon has a lot of flexibility to close out the draft. They don't have last pick overall, so Kukuis can always make a bit of an adjustment, but you could always play musical lanes here on Talon, juggling these heroes around. Again, Lycan's there, but it doesn't look like the easiest time to feed off of supports. You don't have squishy supports to worry about. The hamstring route could be useful in stopping Armel, kind of setting up for maybe a lasso or maybe the Dragon Tail to come in. Could be something if they wanted that. They'll go with the Shadow Shaman. So we'll stick to the core Tiny coming in. And it looks like we will get ourselves a Natsumi DK with a WS Terrorblade potentially to tie things out. And a Shaman does give some good push. Mind you, we're going to be seeing Clustered Pluck here, more than likely. So that's going to be annoying. There's the Razor we've been talking about that never pops up. But you've got a great counter action now to the DK. So you will have a little bit of a rougher time from Natsumi to try to leverage his damage. And I like seeing that on a bot. It's another high-tempo safe laner. It doesn't mind laning into the Terrorblade. It's a good amount of magical damage, actually, to play poke with the TB early on. And I don't think it's that clean for Talon to kind of play this game. I do feel like the lanes from Kukuis are very, very stable. You've got some good combinations coming in. You've got some good answers for each lane. Like, while Metamorphosis is down, you've got the Static Link to chase down WS, sap his damage, and still kind of get damage off of the Plasma Field anyhow. I'm curious to see how Talon plays this, because this tiny mid is always a little bit of a wild card factor. I feel like the Puck has a very good time against that, or at least a very even time. It's not like Mikado will build himself an early lead. You have this high tempo on Kukui kind of set to go. And for Talon, their scaling is still good with the DK. You have ways of just breaking the static link. Like, you're going to have at least one 4-staff up on Kuku down the line. You could opt for Hurricane Pike as well on Natsumi. It's not the worst thing in the world on the DK. So there are still ways of just not getting max value from a bot on the Razor. But early on, there certainly is a lot of value there for Kukuis. I would actually lean towards the Kukuis draft just a little bit more here, Mike. There's just something about the Razor into the Terrorblade matchup that leaves me a little bit concerned for WS. I don't think that's a lane that you feel comfy on the Terrorblade whatsoever. And I think this Tiny is just maybe a little bit over-prioritized by Talon. Mind you, they have like this toss back into lasso play that can get done to kind of be annoying before Kuku has his full blink. There is some play potential there, but I'm not sure if it's really as strong as Talon seems to think. I mean, they did win a game with it, to be fair. I don't know if they can win a game again with this Tiny.
I don't think it's that bad, John. As long as it's not safe lane. I just don't want to see safe lane Tiny anymore. I get so sick of that crap. Let's get into it. Game number 4, best of 5 series. 2-1. Talon is still one game away from proceeding through to ESL One Raleigh. They've just got to make sure they don't mess this game up. It's Natsumi, still in very good spirits after that horrible game. More talk happening. Well, I feel like Cox has said the same thing about 20 times now.
Yeah, he's just saying Natsumi's full of himself. And about saying, stop doing it, Ed. Joel is saying, keep going, Gyrocopter. Afad is saying, you are the best carry, not Palos. Bless. Armal's asking if this is a challenge for our godfather, Mr. Cuckoo. Cuckoo, of course, not chatting. He did say game, so it looks like game mode on for Talon. So strong, huh? Yes, Cuckoo. Yeah, of course.
Everything Cuckoo says, I just read it in his accent. You know, he's just got a very distinct voice and accent that is just, no matter what he writes, I'm just reading it in my mind in his voice and accent.
We should have like a text-to-speech generator based off of Cuckoo's voice, and I think that would be probably the best text-to-speach ever.
I mean, I've got one here, John. You are the text-to-speech.
Yes, I could do it when Cuckoo chats again. 3 subs from Natsumi. A bot calls him cheap for not giving 3 subs because no reply. So they're already looking at the streaming game once again. As we will have a very even trade in bounties.
You gotta hustle, John. You gotta get those subs where you can. Pro game doesn't matter. Subs all that matters, John.
That's fair. That's fair. We should have been pushing our voice lines more. We could all chat and say, check out our voice lines. Check the John Xfar and MP voice line and all chat. Instantly kicked from the lobby every time.
In fairness, you did push it as much as you possibly could, John. I didn't
tried.
really do much. I'll give you credit, John. You did get me a few extra sales, so I'll say thank you. I never even paid you back for that. How rude of you.
I enjoy it. You know, I just like memeing. For me, it's more of the memes that this dumb caster would think anyone would care about his voice line. What we do care about is this mid lane, of course. You've got Armel up against Mikado. I work so hard to look for these weird segues. And this one is, again, very fine for Armel. He can play poke back. Every time you have the tree grab, it's pretty happy for Mikado in clearing, but pressuring Armel, it's not going to be too easy here, of course, as it tends to be up against the puck. So you're looking at a very even lane. Maybe some rotations could be nice, especially if you have room coming in from Jokam down the line. Speaking of Jokam, of course, he's working along with WS on the off lane. Terrorblade up against a bot and Ponyo. Mind you, Ponyo is still stuck at level 1. You have a little bit of time on that meta, but not much to get the hits off on WS. And again, for this lane, for a bot, that plasma field is going to do a ton of work on WS. This is not a comfy lane for the Terrorblade. He's going to need a little bit more HP. Just because, well, it's a very cheap spell with a lot of damage, and you don't have a lot of HP to kind of trade on WS. It's a decent enough reflection lane. Like, some damage onto a bot is always going to be nice, but as long as a bot has mana, there's always a threat back. So you should kind of temper yourself here, and it should lead to a very good time for the Razor. Of course, you've got some good static links that can come out later on as well. Still the last lane down bot. Natsumi once again in the DK, playing with Cuckoo on the Batrider up against Cox on that Dawnbreaker with Joel on that Muerta. And this lane is, again, pretty good, straightforward lane for both sides. There's some good long-range poke here with Joel. If you can land the dead shots, you've got a good amount of magical damage to try to poke onto Natsumi early on. Of course, Natsumi does have the counterplay in Starbreaker cancel with just the Dragon Tail. You do have to kind of be careful about that in Cox. But beyond that, this is probably our most static lane. You're going to be farming up. You're going to be building up. And so long as Natsumi doesn't push the envelope too hard, you should be happy enough to just trade farm here. Of course, that does mean Cox will not be slowing down to his own timings with, say, the Blade Mail down line there.
You're not going to have a pause.
No more games. No more games.
Straight away we'll get to go, though. No problems here. Makoto having a pretty good time in the mid lane, by the way. Pretty even, I suppose, between the two, but Makoto pulling a little bit ahead on that Tiny. Does have the CS advantage, of course, when it comes to the Tiny versus Puck matchup. I mean, you can harass nicely on Armel's end of things, but it doesn't really matter that much. You know, you can never forget either the craggy exterior innate for Tiny does make it so these right clicks don't do as much as they used to against this hero. So Makoto having a good old time. Side lane still going pretty smoothly. And nothing really to write home about. Like WS, you would have assumed would have had a much worse time so far, but he's actually having a great time. In fact, they're going to move in with the Metamorphosis onto Ponyo. Jokam hits the Blood Grenade onto Ponyo, and this should be a kill if they can keep up the vision, but no. He had a Heating Lotus available. It's the only reason the Ogre remains alive throughout all of this. But really, like, considering you are up against Razor Ogre, the lane's going actually better for WS than it is for a bot. Is Jokam again going to have a look around? Cuckoo's going to intervene now as well through the Twin Gate. And Ponyo has been caught for a First Blood attempt, and it will be going the way of WS.
Big movement across the map. And that is something you can get done when you have this DK safe. Once you're level 2, level 3 on Natsumi, you don't need much babysitting. Again, it's a very low action lane down bot. You can't afford to just leave that DK alone, get some movement across from Cuckoo. His impact is already felt, and that's a great start to Talon. In comparison to that high aggression we saw last game from the side of Cuckoo's. This time it's Talon that's able to get a little bit more across the gate. Still Natsumi hasn't gotten his support back in, so you've got the opening from Cuckoo's to just poke under the tower. He is still relatively healthy at the least. And again, for Cox, it's hard to line these Starbreakers up.
Ponyo down again. Cuckoo dropping low to Abart. Abart's still going for more, but Cuckoo does manage to fairy fire up just in the nick of time to buy them a bit more space to continue going after Abart. They'll get a dead shot here, but it won't make the difference. Jokam able to secure the kill here for himself on the Shadow Shaman. And Abart, he just dived so deep to try and secure that kill onto Cuckoo. But it costs him so heavily. And this is again a Razor lane that is losing to WS's TB.
Just not what you'd expect. And I have to give props to Jokam for finding these angles to maximize that metamorphosis whenever it's up with the shackles. That's been one thing that's kind of giving them that spacing to actually get that work done. And because you're emphasizing the top lane a lot, you're giving this free mid to Mikado, who again isn't really being pressured by Armel. Hits a little pretty fast level 6, so he's got a lot of armor to play with from the right-click pokes, riding through that weaker point of the Tiny already. And the only thing you'd want left is really just rune control. Still emphasizing a bot up top here.
Oh, not again. A bot. He just can't catch a break. To go for the link, they do have some supports, but a bot is just taking too much damage. Second death for a bot, but more importantly, he's going to make the walk of shame back to the lane now.
It's a rough time. Again, you look at this comparison in what Talon's doing. Top lane's where all the action's at. Your safe lane for Natsumi is just pretty much uncontested. Yes, you're farming up in Cox, but so is Natsumi. He's not really held back too much. He is barely above a bot in farm, but this is a DK. Like, he will have that cleave. He will have some camps you can dig into. He will have some pressure once that level 6 is up. They're starting to swing around on the side of Kukuis to try to aid in mid. Tower Runa was already taken earlier on, but Mikado
jumps in. Jewel, safe for now. Armel moving in with the Dream Coil to try and help out. There's your Cluster Cluck coming out here as Ponyo still in danger. Should go down and oh, here comes WS. Immediate jaunt away from Armel, not liking what he's seeing. The TB right now is looking way too potent every time Metamorphosis is up. And so all of that action, only one Ogre kill to go the way of Talon, but it is still nonetheless in the favor of Talon.
And this pressure is starting to amount to good things. Like, it's slowing down Armel. And back and forth
Cheeky
hits.
smiley face.
Yeah, I think it's been a rough for Cox, right? Like, sometimes he's coming up, he's trying to go for Starbreaker. Natsumi just holds on to the Dragon Tail until he sees that. There's really no play for the Dawnbreaker. And there's no mana as well to try to play with Solar Guardian. You do have that 6 up on Cox. He does have the Solar Ring at least. Again, he is farming relatively well here. So you have some combinations to play with.
You do. Armel. He's okay. Makoto's starting to become a bit of an issue on this mid-tiny. Rotations down bottom from Jules and Ponyo. Looks like they are going to have a look to see if they can deal with Natsumi. That's a tanky DK though. A Bart's going to move in. Natsumi has TPs incoming, but he's taking a fair bit of damage already. Dead shot away. Natsumi's still alive, actually turning back around now. They'll take him down finally. There's a Bart, he can move into another. They're going to find the Shadow Shaman, and even Makoto, who's still around this area, is going to get caught as Cox giving it in the all chat. Nice call, DK. Ouch.
That was pretty lousy from Talon. They didn't quite bring everyone down, and a bot is calling it to Cuckoo for that little late of a rotation. They still might be able to try, but
oh, the trash talk's kicking in, Jonathan. A bit prophetic there from a bot. You know, he says nice call bat, and long behold, the bat does show.
Yeah, and they're feeding away. Cuckoos do manage to catch up. 1k lead their way, not a massive amount by any means, but you're setting things right for a bot who did have a slower start. Natsumi now bottom network core. Mikado still struggling into the phase boots, and we've seen what happens when tiny blink timing is off. The hero just feels awful if you don't manage to play around that insane power spike you get with a burst potential you have. The only blessing you have here on Talon is that WS has a pretty free time top, so the timing into the pipe is going to be nice and quick here for your offlane Terrorblade. But everything else is being sacrificed to an extent. And Talon are going to have to, again, brace themselves for the long haul where they have to get this farm up on Natsumi. And kind of hit at least that blink on Mikado, because finding the angles are a little bit tough. And the levels aren't quite there. Like, Cuckoo's still level 4. Jokam at least is about to hit 6. They'll try to play with a smoke here. No lasso threat with a toss back, though. They could have enough damage with a hold. Just need to find an angle into a bot, but the scan already spots them anyway. That's going to give the signal for a bot to play a lot safer in his more defensive camps. And Talon just miss out on more opportunities. Maybe find a tier 1 for the trouble, certainly not find the kills they'd want to, again, get a grip in this game. And the side of Cuckoo is definitely starting to show their muscle here. Talon just falling short off the mark. Even their mid just getting slowly poked by Armel. And there's just nothing you can do until you get those blink timings up. Which again are pretty stalled out, considering Mikado and his rotation down bot falling flat, and with Natsumi just, even with a free lane, not really finding a farm advantage for himself here. You're in a good foundation for Kukuis. Yes, you still have to kind of compensate for a bot being bullied out of that lane up top. But it does feel like the tempo of the Razors certainly a lot earlier to come online in comparison to the DK. Like just this build up into the Manta and just the chase down potential you get off of that, maybe a BKB on top. You start to feel good about just dominating, say, around this 15-minute to 20-minute mark here for the side of the Kukuis, if Talon is not too careful.
Absolutely. For now, Talon's just going to sit back. Cox is caught up really nicely on the Stormbreaker, now second in net worth, only behind his own mid being Armel. Props to Cox. I mean, he was having a pretty rough time. But now not looking so bad at all. Of course, WS takes over the net worth board as the TB. He's been having a brilliant game. No deaths for him. I believe he's on to what? He's on to 1 kill, but 3 assists on the Terrorblade for now. Uncontested. Gonna have the pipe up pretty soon as well. It's still relatively even game for these two teams, as we are going to see a 2-man smoke. Now, Ponyo and Armel will stand behind the bot. So they make the smoke somewhat obvious. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Cox has been caught. And, well, Cuckoo, we'll let him... I'm not sure what he said, but he said something.
Yeah, he said, caught. Huli, caught. You caught him. You caught the trash talker.
This is literally... Are these guys streaming right now or something? Like, there's so much all chat going on. You just assume they're actually trying to farm subs in this game.
Yeah. It's almost like a Pustahan Knights match. Still, let's see if this Gambit from side of Kukuis can pan out. And they manage to snag themselves the haste. Unfortunately, the Avalanche does connect, and Armel's not able to gap close. 6-5. They do have to commit the wards for that kill, which you'd just say at this point is worth. You're not looking to really shove in yet. You just want to recover in this game on the side of Talon, and that does give Mikado some much-needed farm injection. He's had some space to clear out these stacks now as well. Just clear out the jungle. Has that Blink Dagger on the way. So this is where we need to see Talon play to that tempo. Right, you might not be able to have that Blink on Cuckoo, but he will at least eventually have Lasso. He did opt for a 2-1-3 build, but no point in Lasso yet, so we need to wait for level 7. But once you do have Blink Tossback with Lasso available, you've got the chain control to potentially just burst any hero you see. Smoke out now for Mikado, Jokam, and Cuckoo. They don't have the forward wards to really spot anything out. We'll have to see if they can connect. At the very least, there's no scan to figure them out here. But it can be a little bit tough. Look at the positioning out from Kukuis. Joel already just hanging to break a smoke. They've got the ward watching if that smoke breaks in the river. Mikado kind of makes that smoke pretty clear as well with a tossback. And it doesn't look like Talon actually can get that angle they'd want off the fresh Blink. Maybe onto Armel. And he did pop haste. He is a harder target to pin down here.
They won't find much yet. Cox will let them know that they've completely missed out on practically everything they could have asked for in that bot lane. Nothing to come out of it. Now, a Bart top of the net worth board on the Razors, so even after that horrendous laning stage he was having, he's certainly caught up very nicely as he spotted out Cuckoo. Cuckoo going to be able to Firefly and just walk out of there, no problem. But you're in a very prime position here as Cuckoo is. Like, obviously just not looking to make any plays anytime soon, but your farm is caught up very nicely. Any fight that does break out should have Cox coming in with the Solar Guardian anyway, so you should feel very safe just playing a slower pace of game for the next, say, 5 to 10 minutes. I suppose Talon really don't mind that either, considering their own draft, considering the fact that they have this Dragon Knight that needs a lot more himself. And speaking of the devil, Natsumi does find the tier 1 mid tower. And in fact, Talon, they do seem like they're on the hunt. They have a full pipe up on WS. Can make some good work happen with it, but they're not really finding themselves any targets.
Again, you have some great defensive wards from Kukuis now to watch all of these movements across the map. Like, WS is right underneath vision, and that could lead into opportunities for Kukuis themselves. You do have enough damage to really put onto WS. I mean, he's only 1.3k HP even with a pipe. He's going to have to watch him. Still playing forward here, WS. Doesn't get really a read on this.
Spoilers out. It's a bit dangerous. Solar Guardian to fly in just in case. And WS looks like he might be experiencing his first death of the game. So they do pick him off. WS a little bit overly confident in that position. And that'll be about it for now. But it's a great pickup for the Dire. Makoto, though, he's found an even better pick-off in the Razor if they can finish Abat off. But can they actually do it? They don't have Lasso. Abat's pretty tanky and pretty healthy. And won't die, though. The Serpent Wards will get it done of all things. In goes Makoto again. A nice avalanche toss onto 2. They'll find the Ogre at the least. Jules going to try for a TP out. Do they have a stun? No, they do not. Natsumi was actually silenced by his own Mask of Madness, so could not throw it out. 2 for 2. I believe favorable, though, for the side of Talon.
It's a little bit better killing off that high net worth Razor. Having some activity out on Natsumi. Again, a very even game so far. 8-7, a 1k lead for Talon. Not massive by any means, and the side of Kukuis are still hitting their strides. Like this, Ag's timing for Cox is set to come out. He has, again, been given free reign down bot, as we have seen him every single time this Dawnbreaker has come out for himself. You've also got Armel inching closer onto the blink timing of that puck. And it's already a little bit of an issue now to pin down Armel. That blink will just double down on the difficulties that Talon have been facing. I just like the way they're itemizing here as well on Abat. Like, just going into the BKB, he's going to go for the Lincolns after, just to ensure he's not going to be pulled back anytime soon or focused in before he can pop that BKB on. So they have a great read on the side of Kukuis as to how Talon are actually wanting to play and how they can counteract that. Talon, for their part, again, still finding some good build-up on Natsumi. He's managed to overtake now on that BK in that wort. He's got the Sanja up, going for the SNY into his own BKB. And the timings are starting to come online for that point where the DK is just a pretty troublesome frontliner. Mikado, for his part, also just finishes up the Echo Saber at this point. You can start to look into maybe the Phylactery afterwards, maybe the Conda build-up. There is room for something like a BKB if need be. They are trying to get patch here.
Well, Makoto, he's caught out Armel though on the puck, and this is a bit of an awkward scenario for him. Lasso as well catching him out, but do they have the damage? They do. Armel is down. That's a big pick for Natsumi. Ponyo also going to drop. Double kill now for Natsumi, and suddenly you start to get a little bit concerned about Kukuya's, like, Armel dying. That was a big deal. A lot of gold going. In fact, both kills went to Natsumi, who was struggling. And suddenly the Dragon Knight, guess what, John? Top of the net worth board.
Again, he was in that position for a while, but now there's a very clear lead. Not the biggest, but almost 1,000 gold. It's a pretty good point for Natsumi to be in one component ahead of the other heroes on the side of Kukuis. Kukuis, for their part, probably not the ideal timing for them to even force that fight, right? Like, Ags isn't done on Cox. You don't have that massive Solar Guardian factor to deal with just yet. They're still on the chase here from Talon, though, but a good sentry is going to make it a little bit awkward for Jocam to try to catch. But you can see the Talon starting to kick that pace up. They've got the damage with Makoto. They've got the control with Jocam while the BKBs aren't up, while the Lincolns aren't up as well. And they just need to keep working these angles out. Mind you, they are going into this area without Cuckoo. Not that Cuckoo has Lasso anyhow. I mean, just looking for a little bit of a quicker kill. Aren't able to really find that. And for the side of Kukuis, there's a little bit of patience. You know, Cox is only 400 gold away from that full Ags. Just getting to that point. 1,000 gold away for a bot to have his BKB. And those two alone will simplify the game for you by a huge extent. The Lincolns are just going to take a little bit longer. Likely not able to get into that. Talon, however, just straight into Roche after not finding anything up top. Just go for this nice, simple objective. And with the damage Natsumi has, this does not take too long. They even commit the wards from Jocam just to ensure it goes speedily here. So, secondary lives are available. They'll actually hand it to Mikoto. You do have that full Ags that we were talking about on Cox, so the added heal and the mischance on the Solar Guardian and the moving Solar Guardian should ensure that the same play onto Armel does not happen again. They just barely dragged him on the edge and keep themselves outside of the AoE of that Solar Guardian. Not quite the possibility any longer. So the chain stun with Shackles shouldn't be an issue. We'll just have to see if they can try to find some connections here on Talon. As Kukuis, again, once you start to hit some BKBs, things get complicated. Right now, you're reliant on Mikado to burst like this.
Avalanche tosses there. Jewel doesn't quite die. Gets the pierce the veil off. Now Makoto actually in a bit of trouble himself. Still has the Aegis though to play with. Jewel at least does make his way out of there. Kind of just putting the fear of God into him. Tier 2 mid tower going to be targeted by Talon. It really doesn't take very long. With this Dragon Knight just hitting like an absolute truck at the moment. That 300 damage per right click here with Natsumi. Of course, WS with the Demon Zeal as well, going to make short work of it. 4k advantage now. Natsumi almost posturing like he's going to go for that high ground attempt, but definitely not, as they are actually smoked up hunting down a Bart. But a Bart does leave at the right moment, does escape with his life intact. EKB up as well now for a Bart, so I think it might be time to just take this Tormentor and smoke. The thing is, you would be smoking into an Aegis, which is maybe not very advised, but with the BKB timing of a Bart, you also don't necessarily want to sit back.
No. You do want to get max use out of that. Again, Razor is a very high tempo hero. Kind of want to play as aggressive as possible. You do want to find those angles out. The side of Talon don't really have their own BKBs ready anyhow. You are lacking just a recipe here on Natsumi, but he's the closest one. Mikado's a little bit ways off from it. Of course, on the offlane TV, WS is not going to gun for it yet. Trying to get his Sanjin Yasha up for a little bit more presence on that hero. They are smoked up on Kukuis, but no one down south, so no one to really spot out here, as Talon have already crossed back onto the other side of the map. And they still have a little bit of time in the Aegis. Not as much. 2.5 minutes still to try to make a play here on Mikado. But chances are for Talon, they're also just going to wait for their own BKBs before really forcing anything too deep. Just a little bit of a farming Aegis for the most part here outside of that tier 2 take. Again, not that you mind, because Mikado's BKB timing ties in with Natsumi's BKB timing, which ties in with the Sanjin Yasha of WS. And you are slowly reaching the points where it's a little bit harder to manage that side of Talon once, again, their own BKBs are up. We'll have to see. Kukui is still walking with another smoke here. And this time the angles are a little bit closer.
Well, they do catch one. Cuckoo. The Batrider has gone down. Eventually, surely. Cuckoo, no way in hell.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
What do you mean? He laughs at him as well.
Oh, what the heck?
There's no way. How did that happen?
Just not enough. He's got the solar
barriers
crest
coming in.
Yeah, just enough of a barrier for him to survive through. And well, that's the smoke broken. That's a couple of the tools revealed if they manage to go through the inventories here. Maybe seen that a bot BKB. Talon get the smoke up now off the back of that. And they have that fresh BKB on Natsumi as well. It's all a matter of getting this angle out with Mikado taking point. Maybe not the biggest in the supports though here.
Well, they're going to find Ponyo first. Makoto should make short work of him. Though Ponyo's still running as Natsumi actually backed off there for a second. Eventually though, they should have him. The flame break does not help and he actually makes it. Oh my god. Ponyo gives it back now.
Oh my god, this is so dumb. These streamers, man.
What's wrong with these
streamers? Oh, this is too much content. I think, and it's not even Armel. Armel's the content king. This is just Fuku and Ponyo getting in on the content train now. SNY fully done for WS at release. A little bit harder to pin down or Terrorblade at this point. Aegis is set to expire now, so that opening for Mikado is gone, but the BKB, not too far off. Just the recipe away. Just about 50 gold, and he's going to have that up. The scan does reveal that position up top here from the side of Kukuis, but it's not like they can really get on top of that. In fact, I'm a little bit curious as to why Cuckoo was queuing up a pipe when they already have a pipe
Scanning.
on WS. You
Yeah,
could go
what's
for a
another one?
blink. I guess that's content. Double pipe wins
Yes.
game. Most broken strategy in Dota 2. You know, I can see it.
see the thumbnails already. It's perfect. You're a genius, Jonathan.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, we'll
No,
see if
Cuckoo's
Cuckoo
genius.
actually finishes this.
He's the real genius. He's the content king now. He's the godfather. Now, how could I forget? The godfather of all things Dota. From content to gameplay. That's what Cuckoo is.
Absolutely.
10-7. 7k lead for Talon. And Aegis has expired, but you have managed to get to the point where Natsumi is just massive. Is going for the MKB first, so anticipating something like some evasion come in, just wanting to have a Pierce to go through the Solar Guardian evasion for sure. He's going to have some options there. A bot showing himself a little bit early, but no real jump options. Again, you don't have a blink. I mean, you have a blink on Jokan, but no blink on Cuckoo to follow through, so it is a little bit risky.
Well, he's getting a 4-staff. Johnny, he's not going pipe, thankfully, on the Batrider, so... You know, still the 4-staff is coming out here for Cuckoo. Should be good enough. Makoto to jump in. Top tier 2 tower not going to be defended. Instead, Armel just trading for the tier 1 mid, which has been left there for quite a while. Doesn't seem like Cookie's really feel like they're in a good position to try and get any fights going. Which I kind of agree with anyway. I don't think they're in a very good position to force a fight.
No.
Unless they can find like a pick off first, you know, make it an uneven kind of 5v5, but it's just not happening right now.
No.
Talon not giving those openings over.
One thing I do like seeing here from Cuckoo is that you are getting this progression on a bot for the refresh. And that's when the Razor gets crazy. It doesn't feel like you really need to refresh the BKB at this point because it's still 9 seconds, but just double static link, double Eye of the Storm is pretty devastating. And that's something Talon has to be a little bit weary about as the game scales on. And the Razor does have this mid-late game spike with a refresh orb up. And a bot is making steady progress to it. He's not been contested too hard in this game in the past, really, 10 minutes. It feels like this game is kind of stagnated here. So you will have those timings lined up. Again, you've got the Lincolns that Armel's been queuing up for some time now. Hell, you'll even have the full Assault Cuirass coming in from Cox. A lot more output from the Dawnbreaker with all of that minus armor on her swipes now, once that is available. And for Talon, again, you're maintaining the 7k lead. It's not the biggest lead in the world. It's mainly down to really just Natsumi for the most part, and probably a little bit more on how Cox is slightly behind the pack here. So it's still a rather even game, even with that 7k lead up. And does provide opportunities for the side of Kukuris, again, to hit the spike with that double BKB, double static link, double Eye of the Storm for a bot. And you've got that full defensive Lincolns up for Armel. A little bit more protected from the Dragon Tail, from the Shackles, from the Hex. Provides a window for the puck to dodge out. Roshan still a minute 50 until we see when it is back up. So some time and some openings here for Kukuis to try to shove out and maybe set up some forward vision. It is going to be a nighttime spawn, but not for too long. It will kind of swing down bot almost instantaneously. Inside of Talon, again, they're kind of chilling out. They've almost got the Orchid up on WS. You are getting a 4-staff on Jokem, and he's keeping track of Roshan. They will lose their tier 2 bot, just kind of surrendering that to Kukui, so they'll take a freebie where they can find it.
Mid, or rather top. Not going to make the complete jump in onto Jewel. Roshan's still about a minute away from respawning, but Talon, they have got prime position to secure that next Roshan. Already just guarding the area around the pit. Refresher Orb almost up now for Aban. Just about, there you go, he's bought it out right now, so no buyback gold available for the Razor, but you've got the Refresher Orb up, so the Razor can be a huge pain in the ass now. MKB built up on Natsumi though to ensure that Aghanim Scepter evasion from Cox with the Solar Guardian not going to be quite as impactful as it once was. And they have smoked up off the back of this. They want to get a fight going. They might actually run right into Cox. He's not too careful, and they do catch him. The Orchid is out. Cox has no play here. He's just going to die. And he's actually down for 70 seconds. He just brought out an AC, I believe.
He did. Didn't go for anything defensive as well. Maybe feeling like he's not showing up to these fights anyhow, but that does provide that pick-off opportunity. And I love this read on Talon. Instantly pinging onto the mid. There is a rear smoke here from the side of Kukuis. If Talon did decide to run down. And Kukuis themselves have this very odd opportunity to go for Roshan. But they are going to have to cede high ground. We've got the damage going with Natsumi and those Serpent Wards coming in. Doesn't take too long for the damage to really escalate. Kukui's still walking the long way back with that smoke. Again, this refresh reveal on a bot could be massive. They are in a very weird spot for Talon. This could be a good flank around from the side of Kukui's, but they're not fully committing to it yet. They will just surrender with racks, maybe look for some stragglers from this awkward off flank here.
Kuku is still not out of it yet. One rack's down. They're going to find Ponyo now. WS happily running in, but he's found out there's a lot of heroes around this area, so WS just trying to get out. He's actually surviving thanks to the cluster clock. As they continue to try and go for this fight, they're going to find Ponyo in the end. Abart's still trying to find Cuckoo. Does eventually get the Bat Rider. Armel's looking for more. He'll move in onto the Shaman. Glimmercape not really helping, but he will cluster clock again. Not much they can do about that as the chase continues once again, but Makoto puts a halt to it as Abart still moving in, does find WS. Now WS not popping the BKB, in fact he didn't even have one. He'll go down, onto the Shaman they'll go, the Glimmercape though buying the space that Joe Cam needs to get out, and he'll blink and says, Armel! Armel gets caught! Jewel also down, Abart trying to get away, does manage the TP. But as soon as Armel got caught, that fight was as good as over. They could not keep it up. And sadly, Roshan is going to be available and Talon will rush for the pit.
They've got the advantage. That was a little bit of an awkward time for WS. Again, that fight was also, for a long time, didn't even have Natsumi really showing up there with the damage. But the fact that Talon were still playing decently enough into a little bit of an awkward timing does not bode well for the side of Kukuis. That is your big refresh reveal on a bot. Not amounting to as much. Not really able to get the best second use out of that static link. The Roshan, again, as you mentioned here, Mike, freebie for Talon. Aegis handed to Mikado. They've got the Roche banner as well to aid in that siege onto the next set of racks. Still one outer tower left for the side of Kukuis. We'll have to still manage that on the side of Talon first. But Talon getting into control in this game. 14-9, 11k lead Talon's way. Natsumi, a good 4k ahead of a bot. And is just going into that full Daedalus now to really burst down these heroes. Only lacking that Demon Edge. Kukuis, they're starting to have some issues. Right? It doesn't feel like the Solar Guardian's actually doing as much in this game with how scattered Talon's making these fights happen. You have to always be weary from Cox to be caught out as well. Like, if he's actually caught, then the point of this hero is just gone. It really is all about that Solar Guardian, all about that second life. Almost like a free reset. It almost functions like an offensive song on the side of Kukuis. And in that, you have this position that you can't just force out fully. We didn't really see it in that bot fight from Cox. And for Talon, this game is just simplifying. You have BKB Pierce with Cuckoo, with a lasso. Again, he doesn't have Blink, but he's still been finding some pretty big lasso backs anyhow. Still, it's been shaping up here for our Batrider 5. You've got the full Conda up for Mikado, so there's a ton of damage for him to pump out now. Even on the right click, and he does have a shard up for that permanent tree grab now. So things are shaping up here for Talon. Maybe the one thing you'd want to see, if you are looking at Talon to kind of close out, is something like a BKB and WS, and the silences have been ruining him. And he is still opting for a Dragon Lance instead. Still, high ground does begin. Wards drop for the Roche banner, and this does not take too long. Can't go for the Megas, but we'll at least have
big
two
jump.
as well.
Abart's been caught. Makoto with the perfect initiation. Abart can't afford to die like this. He'll BKB and run, but the chase is on. Natsumi really wanted that kill. They will miss out for now. Abart barely surviving, but he's been left without a BKB. He's going to TV back into the team fight. This could be the last one. If Kukuyas can't make this one work, he'll refresh the BKB now. On to the DK there, go Natsumi, standing his ground, but about doing a lot of work with this double Eye of the Storm. Will take down the Dragon Knight. Makoto in trouble. He's still got the Aegis up, but he will lose it. So they've got on the top racks, but it's going to cost them a big team fight. Makoto, I don't think, can make some magic happen here. He's out of gas. He'll end up going down. Triple kill for a bot. They'll even find Joe Cam. The only person to make it out of there apparently was WS. But you did get the second barracks, so it's you tell me if it's worth the trade, John.
I think it still is, but it just complicates this game. You couldn't go for Megas because Tier 2 still stands. Roche is still a ways off until it's back up. It's a big window of opportunity here for the side of Kukuis to actually regain some map control and even think about the Tier 3. The bot is exposed. There's a mid-tier 2 that you can take and an easy Tier 1 top, which maybe not the highest priority for them at this moment. And you are seeing some of the issues in kiting. Like, again, a bot chooses a good moment to just refresh and head back in, resets in that fight, and manages to get that isolation onto Natsumi, who is going back now for a Hurricane Pike just to break that static link. Was just a bit of a sitting duck in the middle of all of that, as he didn't really have a way to be dragged out by his team. Respawns are fairly short, but even if a Tier 2 falls, the high ground doesn't really become a reality yet for the side of Kukuis. But they did take that fight into Aegis. And I get why you give Mikado the Aegis, because, well, you have a 2 transformation heroes that don't really enjoy their second lives anyhow. But it is causing issues with how aggressive Natsumi wants to be playing here. And feels like Mikado's the one kind of sitting a little bit slightly behind after the Ava tosses out. A long smoke about here from the side of the Kukuis. Maybe trying to find a flank in. WS would be a very good target if they walked into this high ground here.
They're going to try. WS going to be spotted, breaks the smoke, but still in big trouble. Is going to try and just fight back, but cannot. Still has no BKB available on the TB, so it's very hard for him to try and turn. They'll take the T1 top tower here with the bot. But I don't even think they'll be able to stick around for a Tier 2, but I suppose maybe they could.
Yeah.
Okay, it's probably not worth the risk, even with the TB down, let's be honest.
Not quite. They will just play it safe. They don't have that much more to play off on the map, though. Right, like, it's only the Tier 2 left. There's no Roshan, so maybe just some forward ward control could be it. This choice of not having the BKB and WS certainly is costing him. I mean, he's going back for it now for sure, but whether or not he has enough time before anything major happens is another question. And it's such a strange thing with this game. We're only at 28 kills at 37 minutes, but it has felt pretty impactful. Like, all of these kills have mattered a lot in this game. All of these pickoffs have brought the game to where it is right now. And I think for the side of Kukuis, again, these recent kills have evened out the game by a huge degree. Only a 2k lead left for Talon. This timing on Razor when you've got Satanic with a refresh is just ridiculous with how much this hero can just present itself up front. Even a Lincoln's being farmed up now by a bot. And that presents so many issues here for Talon. Again, it just feels like Fuku without the blink is starting to maybe have some issues finding the lassos they'd want here. You put a lot of reliance onto Mikado to actually just blink Avatos along with a follow-through from Chokam, which is easier said than done for any of these guys to just maintain that without the potential to drag back into a safer position for Talon to play in. And again, the lead is just slipping away. No lead to really speak of. 1k now. All the core is pretty evenly farmed. Natsumi and the bot evenly farmed. Mikado and Armel pretty even. WS and Cox pretty even. There's no real advantage to speak of. And again, it just makes this late game a very 50-50 affair. Like, you hit this Ags timing on Armel. That Dream Coil is just going to hurt so bad. Fortunately, he doesn't have the level 25. If he had the debuff Pierce, then you are in for a world of hurt. But as it is now, at the very least, you can still run away fine here on Talon. They're not forcing down the bot lane either. They're wanting to maybe look for an endgame fight and force it onto the tier 4s, leaving that bot Satarax alone. But I'm a little bit surprised they don't just play it safer. Push in bot, correct that lane, get the tier 2, maybe wait for the next Roche, and then just kind of go for mega creeps first. So that's also just kind of giving room out to the side of Kukuis. The fact that this tier 2 stands, the fact that mega creeps aren't a full threat, is giving them a lot of breathing room in this game that I don't think Talon should be giving out. Honestly, it's a little bit surprising that's just there. And I like the confidence from Kukuis. Look at this. They've got this very deep high ground ward down bot after getting those pushes out earlier. they might still be able to get to use them. Because again, Talon haven't really corrected bot. There's still time for Roche. They've got the Satanic up on Natsumi at least. So he did opt for that instead of a Force Staff. So there is still the issue of the chase down from a bot being very relevant here. At least you have a Force Staff on WS and Cuckoo, but again, that wasn't there to save him last time around. We'll have to see if this is a quick Roche as well. Could be to the benefit of Talon, but no, it's a longer one at 2 minutes 40. Nonetheless, smoke out from Talon with these fresh items up. Again, to be fair, if they take one good fight and just go into the tier 4s, there's not a lot of buybacks in the map right now. A bot needs 1,000 gold for his. Armel needs 700. Cox need 1,000 as well. Like, one fight could end this.
They're sneaking in. Nobody shows yet. Oh, Armel, that's the target you'd really want to burst down. Solar Guardian, is it enough? Armel somehow still alive. Finally will go just before the fight really breaks out. He's got no buyback either. Here comes the Bart though, at least trying for Cuckoo. He won't find that. The wards will kind of block him in there for a second as WS actually running forward, trying to find a Sunder target. Won't find one yet. Meanwhile, a Bart losing too much HP.
No,
he's gone. That might be it. Talon may have done it. I think this is game over, John. There's no buybacks left. Talon should be your SCA representatives here for ESL One Raleigh. And the GG is called. Congratulations are out. Talon, I mean, I'll be frank, John. They made it look easy, this whole qualifier. Kukuyas, they gave them a fight in game 3. But overall, Talon, they certainly were the best team here in the close qualifiers for SCA.
That they did. I mean, big props to Kukuyas for actually giving Talon one loss, right? Because they were set for a perfect run in these qualifiers, not dropping a single game until we hit this best of 5. And Kukuyas did manage to at least drag it out a little bit more. Even this game was rather even, right? It felt very 50-50. There was no big net worth advantage to speak of. But Talon sees that opportunity. Again, no buybacks available. Everyone was just busy expecting a longer game, expecting more room to grow. And Talon kind of subvert the expectations, getting a good sneak around with that smoke. Well done by Talon, qualifying for another event. And unfortunate for Kukuyas. I mean, they had a really good deep run. Like, these guys surprised me. These guys, they got 2 out by Boom, and it looked easy for Boom in the first round of the upper bracket. It just looked like, all right, maybe Kukuyas, maybe this isn't the stack. You know, maybe this iteration doesn't work. But they get all the way to the grand finals, and they put a good fight to Talon. Just Talon again showing why, after course correcting, it was a little bit slower in, say, Dream League qualifiers. After course correcting from there, looking even stronger with, with March on hand, with that reunion of Cuckoo in March, and helping a Filipino team. They are working magic. Whether that holds in Orlando, who knows? That's one thing that Southeast Asia has been struggling with. But at the least, we have a flag bearer, or a region flag bearer, that does look solid at the moment.
God, I hope they perform well, John. You know, it's we need some more slots for SCA, Jonathan, as you can see. So hopefully, if we can get some good results, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? If you want more slots for these the SCA representatives, you kind of need to show the tournament organizers that they're strong teams. And well, Talon, they are the strongest team right now. That is for sure. With that, though, that is it for the grand finals. It's it for the SCA close qualifiers. No more games for SCA, and no interview either, in case any of you viewers were wondering. So with that, it is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again next time. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye.
Burning up all my desire to be greatest days coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire. Burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement. Understand it when I'm impatient. That only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand fear in the face. That only I give to me.
Far from me. Girl, what's this shit about? You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little I'm sad about it. I can't let you go. Losing control of me. A little sad about it. I'm sad about it. Taste the I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always thought the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA. Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah. Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes.
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Every time I start to doubt if I'm good enough, looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better.